Somebody ringing? Is that somebody ringing in? Anyway, we've got Richard Tice to talk to because he's here. He's Deputy Leader, of course, of Reform. Oh, he's gone. Okay. Well, he'll be back because we're going to talk to him about a great many things. He's now back. It's going well this Monday morning. Welcome to the mayhem of...
My pen isn't working.
It's everything. Here he is, Richard Tice. Very good morning to you, Mr. Tice.
Very good morning to you, Mr. Graham. Sorry about that, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe the French or maybe the Moroccans were getting in the way. But
yes. Well, isn't it fascinating how the left have decided that, you know, it's not a problem in Britain at all if 60,000 people come here over the course of a year, and they don't understand why people are getting so upset about people going on a nice day trip down in Morocco, 60,000 of them, into a place where they're not supposed to be, part of the Schengen movement of free movement in Europe. And apparently on the left-hand side, as long as they all go back, that's fine.
it's just extraordinary. And you sort of, the pure hypocrisy of those on the left, led by Open Borders Burnham himself, who had the courtesy to drift down to Dover, a place he's probably never been to in his life before, and said, you know, we're going to deal with the issue. Well, the British people are sick and tired of waiting for the issue to be dealt with. We've heard all of that from Starmer, I'm going to smash the gangs. Oops, sorry, I encourage the gangs. And I mean, some of the scenes that you're now seeing and the quantity of deaths that are tragically happening on the French shores, migrants killing migrants, women being trampled to death in the boats. Yeah, the only humanitarian thing to do is actually to do what we're announcing today at our press conference at 11 o'clock, is Operation Fortress, and that is to pick up and take back. We're legally entitled to do it, and we've got the endorsement of a number of retired former Royal Naval officers who say not only can this be done, but it must be done. And you know, whenever I'm knocking on doors, I was knocking on doors yesterday, and that's what people constantly talk about. Stop the boats, stop mass low-skilled immigration. And that's what people want us to do, and this is how you do it. And we're the only party prepared to do it. And it's hysterical hearing Mike, the Tory party, suggesting that there'll be some operational difficulties. Well, I mean, that sort of negative can't-do approach is pathetic. We're a positive can-do party, and we'll make it happen, trust me, without fail.
I mean, one of the problems last time I think the Tories tried to do it was that they discovered the Navy's become a bit woke. And there is such a thing as the law of the sea, and I don't know how you get around this, and you maybe explain. There is a law of the sea, isn't there, where if you see people in distress, you're supposed to rescue them. So the boats that went into the channel from the Navy last time around under the Tories ended up rescuing more people and bringing more people in than actually wanted to come.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. There is the law of the sea. There are two critical treaties, the Safety of Life at Sea Treaty and the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. And do you know what they do? They put the obligation on the French.
Right.
Yes, it's the French, because they're leaving their shores, who have the legal international obligation to rescue those people and save those lives and take them back to the French shores. But the weak, wet, woke Tories and Labour have completely ignored that obligation on the French and said, oh, no, we've got to do it. Forget that. The obligation is on the French. They're leaving the French shores. What you have to have is the courage to tell the French, this is what's happening, folks. We're going to do your job because you haven't done it yourselves, and we're going to return them to your shores.
Yeah.
So I've worked out, sorry, Emma.
Well, instead of which, have you seen the front page of The Sun? Le ripoff.
Yeah.
The French are charging us £8,000
per
migrant that
per
they
migrant.
return.
Exactly. And it says inside £1 billion French farce.
Yes. And Richard says that the Conservative response is pathetic. Well, the EU response is also absolutely pathetic. Their urgent response to this is to meet on Tuesday. So this invasion, this influx happened on Thursday evening. You know, we saw tens of thousands of men flooding onto the European mainland, effectively, which was actually frightening to see.
Yeah.
You imagine that happening in your village, in your town, that happening as a woman, that was frightening to see. And their response is to meet on Tuesday morning, so tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's 4 days later. So that's how seriously the EU take this.
They don't take us seriously at all. But Emma's hit the nail on the head. I mean, you've got villages like Piddington in Oxfordshire, about 300 or so residents, and the plan is to put some 1,300 migrants into a MOD facility there, and they can just roam around the streets. That's in different numbers, but the principle, the quantity, the multiplier effect, 4 times the migrants and the local residents, is exactly that. It's terrifying for women and girls, and it's only reform that has the courage to stand up and say, we're not going to tolerate this, and we will stop it. And the officers and good folk of the Royal Navy, we believe, will be absolutely delighted to have a clear mandate and instruction from Prime Minister Farage to pick people up and take them back. And I repeat the point, this is the humanitarian thing to do. Hundreds of people have already died either on the French beaches or in the Channel under this woke, compassionate current policy. Well, we're going to stop that. We're going to save lives, and we're going to take people back to where they came from, i.e. the lovely country of France.
And the Spanish have managed to put a sort of demilitarised zone effectively in place down in Ceuta, and you'll enjoy the way of pronouncing that because that's apparently the correct pronunciation, Ceuta. And they've
You've been working on that all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That's all they did, apart from driving a lot. But they managed to get these people back. But Shabana Mahmood's already said that we won't do anything like that. Well, why not? Because we've effectively had the same number coming, just not in one day.
That's exactly right. And the reason that she won't do that, even though actually I think personally she'd quite like to, is because of the lefties in her party. And they feel that they've got the upper hand against the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, who's having sort of tiptoe his way around his backbenchers, most of whom, of course, he doesn't know. And so he's tiptoeing on eggshells because he doesn't want to upset them. And these are the people who literally believe in open borders, safe routes, more legal safe routes. And they have no answer when I gently say, okay, so if you have these safe routes and an applicant gets rejected, then what happens? Oh, guess what? They're going to carry on crossing illegally. The whole thing is a complete puerile farce of idiocy by lefties that just have no track record of doing anything in the real world, knowing how things actually get done. And that requires a can-do attitude and courage and conviction and passion. And that's what we've got to reform. We're sick of all the waffle from the other two parties. And we just repeat to people, if you want to stop the boats, it's only reform that will do so. And therefore you have to vote reform.
And Burnham said when he was in Dover, my government will be relentless in tackling small boat crossings. What does he mean? He's not going to be relentless. Relentless about what?
The British people are sick and tired of all the talk and the waffle from Westminster, lifelong politicians like Burnham, who's never had a proper job in the real world. I mean, he was around with Gordon Brown and the dinosaurs and constantly just sitting on the fence. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
I know.
People want action.
2,000 have
People
crossed.
have action.
Yeah, I know. And he keeps telling us that the numbers are going down. There's fewer boats coming. Yeah, the boats are getting bigger. That's why the next time they'll be bringing a bleeding cruise ship full of them. And he'll go, but there's only one boat. But anyway,
I mean,
let's talk about Rupert Lowe, though, before we let you go, Richard. Rupert Lowe yesterday made a 12-minute video in which he offered the pipe of peace, supposedly, to Nigel Farage and reform. It looked to me a bit like one of those ransom demands from somebody who's holding your mother hostage. It didn't look entirely benevolent. What's Nigel's view? What's your view?
Well, Nigel put out a statement yesterday afternoon saying that, of course, we, as a patriotic party, we have to win the next general election. We have to turn this country around, and that means we have to attract people from a range of political viewpoints and standpoints. Look, competition's a good thing. What we've done with our policy positions has moved the Tories on things like the ECHR. It's moved them on net stupid zero. And so we're just saying to people, there's only one party that can stand 10,000 council candidates at the May elections next year, and that's reform. and there's only one party with the infrastructure and the capacity to form a government post the next general election, whenever it's called. And of course, it could be called sooner rather than later. So we welcome competition. We welcome the opportunity to convince other people. That's all a good thing. And we also trust the gut instinct of the good British voters in different constituencies to say, what's my objective here? Well, last time their objective was to get rid of the Tories and they voted accordingly. This time around, it'll be to get rid of open borders, Burnham, at the next general election, and they'll vote accordingly. And we believe the only way to do that is to vote reform.
So it's thanks but no thanks, in other words.
Well, I mean, we can always thank people, and at the end of the day, you can talk to lots of people, but actually, what we want is action. Someone who's going to deliver it, and I think people can see with our policy announcement today, it's only reform that has got the infrastructure, that's raising the money, that's got 2,500 councillors already on the right, that is capable of forming a government that's going to get us out of this mess in so many different ways.
And there's a rumour doing the rounds. I don't know whether you've heard it, but certainly a couple of people that I've spoken to have seen it and have heard it as well, that Rupert Lowe had a massive row with the Tories after the Manchester mayoral election results were announced, where Restore did okay. They did 8%, or thereabouts, just over 8%, but beat the Tories, which has apparently upset the Tories quite a lot. And they've supposedly, or there were plans supposedly in the air for him to get some kind of peerage, which is now off the table.
Well, you'd have to ask Rupert and the Tories that. I mean, look, it does seem in recent months that he's been working very closely with the Tories. Who knows what's gone on, but certainly, Rupert sort of was quite good at rowing with us. So who knows? Time will tell. But I'm sure the Tories weren't thrilled at coming fifth in the Manchester mayoral election. And I mean, it was another shabby show. In the last two parliamentary by-elections, the Tories have got less than 2% in each one. In the Midlands and the North, the Tory brand is toxic. And what we're saying to people is, look, never forgive and never forget who did this to this country, who allowed the millions of low-skilled, no-skilled benefit scroungers to come in from overseas. That was the Boris wave, that was the Tories. And so, people they won't forget that. And who wouldn't deal with the boats when it first started? That was the Tories.
Also, I can help you out with some good press, by the way, because I've had a sneak preview of Pravda, what's coming up in Pravda this week. Sorry, the Times and the Sunday Times, as it's now known. They're going to do a story about Nigel Farage had a dream at the back end of 2024. Back end of 2023, that he thought he might come back into politics. So because of that dream, he's obviously now in breach of informing anybody about any gifts that he may have received.
I don't know what's going on at the Times. They're literally obsessed with Nigel and myself. I think some of their journalists, who, by the way, in writing have said that they despise us and hate us. Yeah. I think they are. I mean, they tweet out more times than most of us eat during a day about us. I mean, I suppose it's a form of flattery that they're so obsessed with us. I don't know whether it's our looks, our charm, our good humour. But I mean, it really is. It's actually so boring when there's really important things to get on with today, not what happened 2 years ago. And that's stopping the boats. That's putting more money back in people's pockets. That's getting the bills down, making it safe on our streets, which it frankly isn't. As Emma was saying earlier, women and girls terrified, whether it's walking down villages fearful of illegal migrants, or whether it's can you wear jewellery walking down the streets of central London? Well, the answer to both of those things is at the moment, no. And it's only reform that'll deal with that.
Yeah. Also, the trouble is, if you walk around Westminster, you might run into Dan Hodges, who's staggering about. He hasn't slept much lately. He's looking a bit rough around the edges. And he's claiming at the moment to have sources, senior sources inside Reform. If he's got senior sources inside of Reform, I am literally a monkey's uncle.
Well, we know that you're not a monkey's uncle.
There you go.
So I think that actually answers the point. Again, I think, dear Dan, look, it's been hot recently. Maybe the heat waves got to all these folk, and they're just obsessed with us. It's hysterical, really. I think actually, on a serious note, what has happened is that they tried to do us in before the May 7th local elections. We had an incredible result, and they've literally, in desperate panic, they've just they're now just throwing so much mud against the wall and hoping some of it sticks. It's quite extraordinary. And you know, just 8 days ago, you got the BBC, who put me on the top of their website, and the BBC essentially, they gave me less legal protection and privacy than they would give to a grooming gang rapist, a machete wielding knifeist, or a murderer. And you know, I'm not going to tolerate it. So the Met Police and the BBC, they're going to regret taking me on, lying about me, defaming me. Watch this space. There's a lot of water to pass under this bridge, I can assure you.
Okay. Richard Tice, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Richard Tice,
Thank
Deputy
you.
Leader of Reform there. Some pretty strong words there, Emma, from Richard.
Yeah.
He's not backing down, because it has got ridiculous, hasn't it? The way that the Sunday Times and the Times are now reporting. I mean, once again, the Sunday Times, the lead story on the front of a Sunday newspaper is literally about, and actually Mark Littlewood made a great point, he's on a bit later on today. He said, you know, it's very easy to say that, yes, there are a set of standards by which you're supposed to declare things.
Yeah.
And if you are in politics, you have to declare them, blah. But he's like, well, at what point are they going to say you decided to re-enter politics? You know, like I said, was it a dream that you had? You know, did you talk to your wife about it the previous Christmas? I mean, was that the point at which you decided to re-enter?
But also these men and politicians are having conversations all the time.
Yeah.
They work in politics.
Right.
There are always going to be conversations about who's going to lead the party, what the future might look like, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I mean, Richard makes a really good point. They're completely obsessed with him and with Nigel.
Yeah.
And you know why they're obsessed? Because they're terrified.
Yeah.
Because the mainstream media are absolutely terrified.
And it's very obvious.
It's like when one is relentlessly trolled online.
Yeah.
And it used to bother you a bit, didn't it? And now you just think you're an absolute... The reason you're so obsessed with me is because you're in some way envious, jealous, you've got some major issue.
Yeah.
And it's easy to say it. It's about them, it's not about you. But this just shows up.
And a lot of the stuff that's now appearing, I mean, people are seeing through it. There's an awful lot of, what you might call, drag from ordinary citizens of the country who can see what the Sunday Times are doing. They're going, well, you're now sort of obsessing. The stories are getting weaker and weaker. And there's no smoking gun. Yeah. Somebody pointed out over the weekend that, one of these police investigations into some of the stuff that's being accused of them doing wrong have been going for over a year. Yeah. They've interviewed a couple of people, but they haven't brought any charges. It's like, well, what's going on here?
I know. A friend of mine in America said to me, what's this obsession with this £5 million?
Yeah.
He said, in where I am in Minneapolis or something, that wouldn't buy me lunch with the deputy state governor.
Yeah.
I mean, we are talking, there is money in politics.
Yeah.
And there are going to be donations.
Labour took $4 million.
Down. Do you want taxpayers to fund all these parties? What do people want? And actually, the most important thing, voters, reform voters, and I'm sure Richard knows this, Nigel, they're not really bothered by this stuff.
No,
it's the media who are obsessed with it because it's all they've got.
And it's really only two outlets at the moment. It's Dan Hodges in the Mail and it's the Times and Sunday Times and the Guardian, of course.
Of course,
the Guardian. The same thing.
It's just so tedious.
But they're filling out this kind of narrative. It's almost as though it's filling in the gaps for themselves, like doing one of those join the dots things when you're a child, and then it suddenly turns into a big explosion. Yeah. And it's like, oh, well, we're going to relentlessly, go after the Nigel Farage and Reform and Richard Tice, and then we're going to say that the polls are showing that people don't like them as much. Then we're going to say that they're obviously now going to lose, they've got no chance. And it's this whole narrative. If you push it far enough, of course it starts to look like that.
Of course.
But there's no evidence. Again, Hodges was saying that the mayoral election was a great big win for Labour against Reform. It wasn't, because they lost 150,000 seats in Manchester from the last time around, and Reform gained 100,000.
Exactly.
So of course they didn't win it, but they never were going to win it.
No.
It was painted as if they could win it. But they were 400,000 votes behind.
Yes, and it was gifted from Burnham to the next lady.
Yes, now they're only, I think they're only 150,000 votes behind, which is quite I mean, most people would be pretty happy with that.
Of course.
But there we are. More disturbingly, I don't know if you've seen this one in the Times, and I want to point this out because this is about Lou Hague, and maybe we can play a Lou Hague clip? I know you've been having a few tech problems this morning, but if you can play the Lou Hague clip, that would be brilliant.
Made a mistake 13 years ago, I was mugged and mistakenly said my work phone was stolen. I pleaded guilty and have a spent conviction now, paid a £15 fine. I hope your listeners will accept that I have paid the price, and I hope they will give me a second chance to serve in government. It's a great honour to be back in government serving under Andy Burnham.
Yeah, so here's the rebuttal to that. She says, I made a mistake 13 years ago. I was mugged and mistakenly said my work phone was stolen. No, you did not mistakenly say it. You pleaded guilty to fraud by false representation. You deliberately reported your work phone as stolen to Aviva so they would issue you a new one. The court record says that, and that is what you admitted to. Calling it a simple mistake is just another version of dishonesty.
Yeah. But it's okay when they do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like all this relentless investigation of Nigel and trying to find the smoking gun.
Yeah.
But way back when Starmer first came in and there were all those questions about Lord Ali, we never got any answers. No one ever perceived that. It's okay to drop what they want to drop, or for things to quietly be shelved, or for things to quietly go away.
Right.
But when it's Nigel Farage and Posh George,
just
they are
keep
obsessed.
going.
Just keep going.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
keep banging on about it.
How about this, right? But in page 2 of the Times, voters have now been denied the right to know whether any ministers declared past criminal convictions after a transparency tribunal upheld Whitehall attempts to keep vetting processes secret. Now, this is about Lou Haig, right? Because they were trying to find out exactly what other fraud convictions she might have.
Yeah.
And apparently the court has ruled that we, as the citizens of this country and the ordinary people, shouldn't be allowed to know whether or not any of our ministers have got criminal convictions, because that would be an invasion of their privacy. Huh?
Well, I still want to know.
I want to know.
I want to know about that, and I want to know why on earth Number 10 North was set up with no scrutiny.
Exactly.
Are we just going to forget that one as well?
So if
How
John
much is
Healey,
all of this costing all of us?
If John Healey's been done for indecent exposure, I think I would like to know that. I'm not suggesting he has for a minute, obviously, but the problem with being ignorant is that if you don't tell me what he hasn't got, I might assume he's got things, and that's where the problem lies. And this is what they don't get. And the idea that and they're trying to pull the Mandelson card here, where they say, oh, but the vetting process is for that, and so the people who vet them will be told. But if you think you're going to have your story published by telling the vetting procedure, then you'll just lie to them. Well, that's no way to run a government,
No,
is it?
of course it's not. Well, but have you seen the front page of the Telegraph? The police are warning early release is going to force patrol cuts. We've got, at the beginning of next month, I know it's been paused for the moment, we have got about 6,000 potentially killers, sexual offenders and drug dealers being released
rapists
onto our streets. That, again, that terrifies me. What is going on? This is under Labour's plans. And they're saying, oh, but it's all going to be okay because we've got this thing called community payback. Well, community payback, it happens in our area, and they have these guys shuffling around in their high-vis vest, and it says community payback. And they're wrong-uns. And they're on the streets, and they're picking up litter. And it makes you feel, and they're in the parks, and they're near the playgrounds, it makes you feel, because you're well aware that they're offenders, and I know we want people to give back to their community, but the idea that you can strengthen the community payback scheme and somehow deter young lads who have nothing to do, no jobs to go to, just sitting around, dealing drugs, doing all sorts. There are domestic abusers who are going to be released onto the streets. The whole thing.
I know. And the fact that they've had to come out and say, oh, the streets are going to be more dangerous because there are going to be more offenders on them. Oh, really? You know, there needs to be Sherlock Holmes to work that one out.
And fewer police officers in our neighbourhoods.
Speaking of which, you know how old Andy Burnham been going on about the North and how great it all is. Well, I was in Manchester at the weekend, and I can tell you, I'm not going to say it's any worse than any other town, but it is not Nirvana. No. You know, the streets are not paved with gold.
No, I'm sure
Everybody
they sweep the bits that
job.
he films.
Well, I mean, I saw more crackheads in the space of about 2 blocks in Deansgate on Saturday morning. And this is at 10 o'clock in the morning, not 10 o'clock at night. People just staggering about, completely zonked off their faces, because Piccadilly Gardens, as we now know, has become a hotbed of migrant activity, drug dealing, violence, stabbing. And that's Manchester. That's what Andy Burnham has created. That's his legacy. For him to pretend otherwise is nonsense.
It is nonsense, and I'm a Londoner, and I would say the same of parts of London now.
Yeah, London's no better.
You know, we're not attacking Manchester specifically.
A lot of Mancunians got upset. Well, why are you attacking my city? I'm like, well, come to London. You can attack it all you like.
Zombie apocalypse. In other parts of London, it doesn't even feel. It literally does not. Well, many parts of London does not feel like the UK. And all around the country, you hear the same thing. And we're not attacking it because we hate the UK. We're attacking these places and what's happened because we love it, and what's changed about this country is absolutely heartbreaking.
It really is.
I mean, I have friends, our friends in Homersfield Lake who sent you those lovely heron ties and things like that. They talk about Norwich and the places near them, where Ipswich, where you literally can't go.
Yeah, and it's not...
Where women are not safe, where there are immigrant hotels, the Bell Hotel, all of that.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Well, I had a message yesterday from a lady on Substack. I did an Ask Mike yesterday, and I'll show the pictures maybe later on this morning. But in Crowborough, you know, where there's all these migrants living in a sort of, you know, former army barracks, things have got so bad down there in the woods, and I don't want to upset people this early in the morning, that they've had to put signs up to tell them to stop using it as a toilet.
It's disgusting.
Right? Because these men are using the woods as a place to do all of their business, and it's disgusting.
It is absolutely disgusting.
And the fact that you live in a country like Britain and you have to put a sign up that actually says "Don't do that here" is awful, isn't it?
Awful. Well, same a friend of mine down in the Isle of Sheppey. She says people openly defecating on the streets in Sheerness. I mean, that is shocking.
I know.
But it's not what we do. Okay?
It really isn't.
You don't come to this country and do
not
that.
bloody Mogadishu.
But same in London. I was cycling through Finsbury Park. There are men sleeping in, I think there must be immigrant hotels. They're sleeping in the parks everywhere.
Right.
You know, and when someone holds up their phone, are they filming children? Are they filming girls who are lying in their bikinis in the park? Or are they just looking at their phone? Like, the whole thing is very, very... It makes you feel, as a British person, very unsettling.
It's just
and
kind of
insecure.
alien, isn't it?
It is,
just really, really alien. And speaking of horrible things that have happened with migrants, the story, everybody's done the story, but the Mail have it on the front. This poor woman who was working in Greece helping refugees, right, has been murdered and was put in a suitcase. I don't know whether her body was dismembered, but she's been found dead in a suitcase, and an Afghan migrant has been held who's admitted to doing it.
He's admitted.
Who met her while she was helping him to assimilate into Greek culture. He's murdered her, and he's taken her money, and he's used her bank cards,
He's
and
used
that's
her
how
bank
they
cards.
caught him.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was quite something when the
isn't it?
police said they decided it was foul play.
Yeah.
Really, you find someone's
Really?
body in a suitcase
I
and you
know.
realise something's up.
I know.
Poor woman.
I know. What
and
a
the
dreadful
family
way
to think of that.
have to end your life. And of course, a woman trying to help people as well. A couple of other things I think you'll be really interested in. This one in the Sun. I think this is a massive scandal. They've done it on page 11. Millions and hundreds of millions of pounds being spent on the NHS fat jabs prescriptions, right?
Mad.
According to analysis of official NHS prescribing data, a fat jab was handed out on the NHS every 7 seconds last year. Now listen to these numbers. Family doctors in South Yorkshire handed out 113,000 prescriptions in a year, costing 14.9 million. Darlington in County Durham claimed second place with 1 in 89 residents receiving the weight loss reductions. Leicester topped the overall volume leaderboard for a single city, 143,000 prescriptions, £22.1 million. I mean, no wonder the NHS is in crisis.
And what is the plan? Well, I've been saying this since the very beginning of introducing fat jabs onto the NHS. What is the plan? Because people need to be pretty much on them for life.
Yeah.
Is it going to be on the NHS now? Are
we
gonna
can't
have
afford
people...
it.
We cannot afford it. Have we just given up now on things like, I don't know, healthy eating, going to the gym, getting people moving? Are we just giving up on that now and just putting them on these? Yeah. And also, what are the long-term health consequences?
How about doing some exercise, maybe?
Yeah, actually moving, getting off your
move around,
backside.
walk about, walk to the hospital to get the fat jab, and then you might not need one.
No, but they've got their mobility car. Motability.
Motability car, that's always good.
Because of anxiety.
Brilliant. And here's one for you, right? This is my favourite story of the day, actually, in the Times. Apparently, electricity users could be paying up to £100 million a year in extra costs to operate Britain's national grid. Because why? Hundreds of meters have been installed backwards, right?
Absolutely
So if you're a power supplier to the national grid, normally what they do is, right, so you're supplying them with power, or they're giving you power, right? Now, according to this story, a lot of the meters have been fitted wrongly, so that when you're actually giving them power, it turns out you're not giving them power, you're receiving it.
Ridiculous.
Huh? How do you do that? That's like saying, I put the steering wheel into the car, but I made a mistake, and now whenever you turn it left, it actually goes right. I've actually driven a car that's got that fitted. It's like a trick car that you can find in these country fairs. And it's really weird. It really messes with your brain. You have to turn the thing left to go right.
Quite pointing your time, Mike.
It is a bit, yeah.
Is that what you say when the police stop you?
But I've learned how to do it now.
Yeah.
But I've learned how to do it. I used to always do that.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, have you ever tried to teach your kids to either ride a bike? No, go left, left. And they're going right. You go left. And, or tie their shoelaces. And you're trying to show them how to tie their shoelaces, but you're used to doing it that way.
Or tie a tie. I have to stand behind people to show them how to tie a tie.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing.
You can't do it, yeah.
But our power situation in this country, I mean, the front of the thingy about I can't remember, it was The Guardian, the UK facing food shortages.
Oh, yeah.
We are seriously in trouble. The farmers are
Do you
saying...
believe that, though? Is it not just another scare story?
Well, look, we had droughts all winter.
Maybe it's good if we've got food shortages, then all the people getting fat jabs won't need them.
What I'm saying is, it is tough out there for farmers, and guess what? Labour do, things like inheritance tax.
Oh, yeah.
It is really, really tough. We had droughts all winter, so they weren't able to plant. Then we've had water totally mismanaged, massively mismanaged in this country, so they're not able now to irrigate their land or anything. Yeah,
Right.
It's incredibly, incredibly tough. And nothing can get through the Strait of Hormuz still.
Right.
And there's Andy Burnham going, I'll give you £2
Well, one of the things, you know how much you probably
for your
don't know
bus
the
fare.
cost of the amount of petrol because you don't have a car, but it's gone back up in London to sort of 158, 160, something like that. On the motorways, and I'm going to have a rant about motorway driving later on, 182 they wanted for a litre of petrol. Unbelievable stuff. But don't worry, thunderstorms and downpours are coming this week apparently, so it's going to... We'll be able to get some water back into the system.
Are they actually coming? Because there was a couple of
That's what
nights
it says
ago
in the
they said
papers,
there
so
was
it
going to
must
be
be
some
true.
rain.
Yeah.
And I sort of sat in the garden in the middle of the night
Hoping
wondering
for
where
it.
the rain was. Not a drop. Not a drop.
I had a little drop of rain on my windscreen in Manchester, but it didn't go for long.
By the way, why is it okay for, bloke on the corner to have a 1 hour long shower?
Yeah.
But it's not okay for me to take a hose pipe out and do a bit.
I know.
What is going on?
I know. That's ridiculous.
Why is it okay for Thames Water to leak?
Did
Good.
you? Excellent.
You've got to do it in the middle of the night without the drones coming over and the neighbours coming over and all
so
that.
nobody take a picture of it.
£1,000 fine.
You don't want that.
£1,000 fine.
But I've already got a loophole that I can
What's
help you
that?
out with. If you're watering
Anxiety?
food, if you're watering food, then you're allowed to do it, right?
So you could say you're
get
eating
yourself
your
one of
plants.
those. Well, get yourself one of those plants from the supermarket, parsley plant or something.
Yeah.
Water that.
A little bit of
And
carrot, a tomato plant.
Oh, tomato plant. Sometimes when you're watering it, you mistakenly water everything else.
Everything else.
Because you know how sometimes you can't control the hose.
That is brilliant.
And I think that's a much better way to do it. Some comments, super chats, let's do it. Then we've got Prince Harry's story to tell you about as well. Pretty jumper, Emma.
Thank
Fire up the
you.
Quattro. Very nice. This is good. This is lovely pink. Nice to see pink in the morning. Emma, you look absolutely fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
Maria says that. What about me? Do I not get any of those?
Check this out. Well, you get this, Mike.
What do I get? Another 50 notes from Simon. Thank you, Simon. You're very kind.
This guy's generous.
He's been
Simon
so-
Kilford has
Yeah.
got deep pockets.
He's been
What about
great.
me?
Cindy, a nice idea for a prize or a regular thing would be do a video call with Mike on the Mike Graham Show. What do you think? As a thank you prize, even. We could do that on Substack, actually.
Yeah, could do.
Maybe do it on Substack.
Substack's
That
good.
might be better.
Another tenner from
Another
Simon
Simon.
Crawford.
Thank you,
Oh, my
Simon.
goodness.
Very kind. What a guy.
I think we need to investigate this.
Hold on, there we go.
Yeah, any
Got a
more?
couple more, two more.
The Shepherd says, I was born in East London. I now live in Pakistan. I haven't moved.
I
I've
feel
seen
you.
that. Yeah, I've seen that. That's an old one. This one from Matthew. It's my birthday and I'm going to see the haematology team to start CAR T cell therapy for blood cancer.
luck.
It cost £500,000. Wish me luck.
wow.
Good luck, Matthew.
Happy birthday.
And a happy birthday, yeah. It's not the greatest way to spend it, but there we are. Last one from Digby. Hello from sunny Krakow in Poland, living in a country where cost of living is 25% of the UK and the only country in the EU to say no to illegal
and it's
migrants.
beautiful.
Yeah.
It is lovely.
Polish women are beautiful as well.
They are. We were speaking to a Polish lady actually in the Century Club the other day. Who, do you know what she said? Which we didn't mention on air.
No,
One of the nicest things that I've heard anyone say for ages is she said, I love Britain. I came to Britain because the British people are so friendly and so tolerant and so lovely. And it was so nice to hear
That's
that.
so nice, isn't it?
Because, those are the kind of people we want to come into the country.
Absolutely.
Who love London, who love Britain.
Who work really hard.
They work really
Yeah,
hard. And
I
you can
know.
tell that,
You really can.
Yeah, and really nice. Yeah, and thank you, Pooch. We've got a poll, by the way. This is if your kids went to uni. This is inspired, obviously, by my weekend trip. If your kids went to university, are they now, 1, living at home, 2, working abroad, unemployed, or doing their dream job? It's a tie at the moment between unemployed and living at home.
Wow.
That's the trouble.
Yeah.
You know,
Same thing, really.
it is kind of, isn't it? I mean, I suppose they might be unemployed, but this is why so many young kids are now claiming benefits because they can't get jobs. And I'm not forgiving all of them, but a lot of them, where they live, there's just nothing to do.
There's nothing to
There's
do.
a story today in the Sun saying 160,000 firms have closed down under Labour
Absolutely
since
shocking,
they got
isn't
in.
it?
160,000 firms, incredible. Now, one final one for you on the Royals, because I know you like to talk about
yes?
the boy.
Oh, have you seen the
boy
front
Harry.
page of the Mirror?
This is what I'm talking about.
Harry,
front page of the Mirror.
Dad, let the world see us together. The Prince wants a public reunion with King Charles next year. No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't want a public reunion at the Invictus. He wants to monetise the only thing he's got left, which is his royal connection.
Because Meghan's told
He's
him,
desperate.
get your dad there.
Yeah, they didn't get their photo. They didn't get the photo opportunity that they wanted when they came to the UK. So what the front page of the Mirror, I don't know what's happened to the Mirror. I mean, they now ignore everything that's going on in the world and they just have random stories.
Because they freeze.
They can't cope with things like immigration or anything.
Well, they can't cope with Labour government being in when they're useless.
Yeah.
Because they much prefer when the Tories are in, because they can have a go at the Tories every day.
Something huge had happened and they had Mel C's wedding. Oh, Burnham had come in. It was his first day. And they had Mel C's wedding.
I know. It's absolutely
Anyway, so
hopeless.
now Harry is desperate. So he's going to do this kind of pretend plea. Oh, I want to reunite with my father.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Invictus, charity. No,
But
he
have you seen the way
he
they've
wants to
written it?
remind all the Americans, he wants to remind Netflix, also the state of Harry, but he wants to remind the Americans that he's royal, even though he didn't want to be any part of the royal family. He wants to tell them, do you know what? The king, do you remember the King of England? Netflix.
He's my dad. Yeah. But of course, the way it's written is that, the insiders have said, it hasn't come from him at all. Of course
Reunion
not.
with his ailing father or whatever, it's that kind of tone.
I know. Absolutely shocking.
Craven, the two of them.
I know. Final story for you. I saved this one particularly for you, but not because you are in any way in the category of older women, because it says here, according to a study of over 50s women, it says older women, it seems, are eager to lead active lives, filling each day with activities. However, their male counterparts, to put it kindly, just want nothing to do.
It's true.
It's basically older men.
Well, isn't
don't wanna do
marriage?
anything.
Marriage is good for men and bad for women.
Well,
And
I don't know.
all the older
Depends on who
women
you're
that I
married to.
know are really, really, even the ones who have retired, are really, really busy and doing stuff. I don't know about men. I think men do a lot, don't they? I mean, they fill their days.
Well, you're
Yeah,
very
but
busy. We're busy all the
Pooch,
time.
we're not over 50 yet.
Oh, right.
Well, he's not, but I am.
He's
I
not.
mean, no, Pooch is in the prime of youth.
I mean, I still get carded for, booze and cigarettes.
Quite right too. You should stop drinking and smoking. It's bad for you.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
didn't realise Emma drank.
yeah, I know.
I do, I
We're going to
do.
get her on Plonk of the Week.
Oh, I love a rosé.
We're going to have to do, because we've now rescheduled Plonk of the Week. So far, last 3 weeks, we've scheduled it out of the programme altogether. Yeah. But we had a massive error. We had a great one last week with Kelly J. Keane.
Yeah.
And then the file got corrupted.
No.
And somebody interfered
And you
with
can
it.
never recreate those things.
No, it's a
never
shame.
the same.
So we're now going to start filming it, I think, on Wednesday afternoons, which would be great, because it means that, we probably get more people to come and
Which
do it.
means that the sun is firmly over the yard arm and everyone can get completely smashed.
Exactly. It's all right to get smashed at that time. Whereas at 10 o'clock in the morning, not so much.
Not so much.
Anyway, great to see you, Emma.
Yeah,
thank you very much indeed.
Another week of the summer holidays gone.
Another week of summer holidays ticked off.
Plan for this week, Emma?
Oh my goodness, everything. Football club, swimming in a minute.
What's Ludo going to do?
Yeah, that's what.
He's on form today, Pooch. I tell you what, he must have had a good weekend. Unusually for him. But he works all the time. I mean, he is not somebody who's going, into the gentle night as an older man wanting to do nothing.
What's up with Mike calling everybody else old? I mean, calling everybody old today.
Because we are old. I mean, it's my birthday next week. You know how old I'm going to be?
When's your birthday?
66 I'm going to
No.
be. Which is ludicrous.
No, just
I
take off.
feel like,
take off 20 years.
yeah, well, I do. I mean, I don't feel like my hair's about 106. I think I'm just doing something weird today. Anyway, no, but it's ridiculous, because to me, a 66-year-old looks like Jeremy Corbyn
I
or
know.
somebody.
Yeah.
And I just don't feel like that.
Piers Corbyn.
Or Piers Corbyn, oh God. Yeah, he's banned, by the way. We've banned him from the studio because he smells a bit funny.
They all do. They all do.
They do, yeah, bleeding socialists. Anyway, listen, welcome to the Monday show. It's 7:41. It's the 3rd of August. Are we going to do...
The news.
Is it Ms. McLeod today?
No.
Oh, it's Edward.
Okay.
Edward Hughes. All right, I just heard her voice earlier. Go on.
Yeah, she was just chatting with Edward.
Edward needs to get his act together. See you later.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has pledged to be relentless in tackling small boat channel crossings after visiting Dover. Arrivals so far this year are down sharply on 2025, though more than 2,000 people have crossed since he took office last month. He says enforcement is being stepped up alongside more safe routes. Meanwhile, fuel theft from petrol stations has surged, with nearly £200,000 worth stolen every day on average since the Iran conflict began and prices soared. Education Secretary Lucy Powell has criticised the current one-size-fits-all school system, saying it has left 1 million children behind. And a 26-year-old Afghan man has been arrested in connection with the death of a British woman whose body was found in a suitcase in Athens. Later's Tiger.
Welcome back. It's 7:42. We've got a fantastic lineup of people for you today, by the way. So, in case you're wondering,
Jay, Mike on screen.
so Mike is a fellow Leo, Boo Boo. Yes, absolutely, very much so. Next weekend is my birthday. Have a look at this. Who have we got? So we got Mark Lupart-Kinson coming up next. He's down in Spain. He's in Madrid. He's going to give us the latest on what's going on down there in Hueta. And of course, we've got the Nowhere photographer later on in the show as well. Lucy Connolly's on the show too. Mark Littlewood as well, who made a very good point at the weekend, as I said before, about this investigation into reform and when Nigel Farage decided that he wanted to get back into politics. But we've been talking about Andy Burnham a lot this morning as well, and he's got a lot to say for himself this weekend. He put out another video, which I'm hoping we can get later on my second week as Prime Minister, which wasn't anywhere near as exciting as his first week, but we should play it. And also he put a thing out about the difference between BAMS and BAPS. Now, you might wonder what on earth that's about, but it's about bread. He actually did, you know, in the midst of this terrible crisis of immigration, he actually did a video about what to call a roll.
It's the hot topics, what we all...
I mean, it's just ridiculous. But here he is finally realising that immigration is a problem. And he did what Nigel Farage did years and years and years ago, and he went and stood on the top of the White Cliffs of Dover. Have a look.
Of crossings is down by 50% this year compared with the same period in 2025. And the month we've just had, July, has been the lowest number for 6 years of people crossing. So clearly progress is being made, but we're not complacent, and it's why I am here. It's why I've come down on Sunday to see the team, to listen to what they think needs to be done, what further can be done. So we're just going to be relentless. People want to see this issue addressed. I heard that on the doorsteps in Makerfield, but we also need to build a system that offers safe routes for people as well, because that also takes away the selling point of the gangs. So on every level, we've got to come at this, but crucially, increasing the enforcement activity. So there's been a doubling of enforcement officers through the National Crime Agency on the UK side of the channel, and French specialist officers are now similarly doubled in number, working on the beaches over there. So a big ramping up of activity this summer. It's having results, but we are not complacent. Much more needs to be done.
You mentioned there about safe and legal routes. Do you want to change the tone of this debate?
We have to deal with the issue rather than play politics with the issue. Just deal with it head on, grip it, and then make the changes that will bring that reassurance to the public. The public don't like the idea that the border looks like it's not controlled. We need to bring back that control, but also we need to offer support for people who genuinely need it. It's about changing the whole approach, and slowly but surely we are putting in place those building blocks of a very different approach to this issue. It's working, but there's more to be done.
Yeah, so he says they're putting in place building blocks, right, to save the government money and to make sure that immigration doesn't get out of control. Well, I've got some bad news for Andy Burnham, old BS Burnham, you know, the waffler, is that basically he's not going to be relentless about anything other than making TikTok videos. Because have a look at this. This is Trafalgar Square, right, this weekend. Diversity barriers, right, which is presumably to make sure people aren't these are to stop people from carrying knives, presumably, is it? Or to stop people from, presumably they're going to electrify those so that they can make sure people, when they're walking through, when there's an event going on, they're not carrying any weapons. Or in case Nigel Farage decides to pop in, or in case GB News wants to send any reporters down, or as some left-wing people were saying for the last time somebody tried to run people over in Berlin, you know, could it be the fault of Donald Trump? I mean, just ridiculous. Diane says, hi, Mike, I saw Edward on YouTube yesterday. I hope Edwina doesn't see it. How do I send a copy of the photo? Really? Oh, so Edward, was he moonlighting or something? Is that what you're suggesting?
On the tube.
On the tube. I thought she meant on YouTube. Sorry, I misread that. Was he with somebody he shouldn't have been with?
That's the thing.
Is that what you're suggesting? Do send a picture if you can. If you're on Twitter, send it to my Twitter account, which is @IROMG, or you can send it to the Mike Graham on Facebook as well. You can try that. Or if you're on Substack, send it to Substack, because we've got lots of Substack messages, by the way, as well, which I can read out to you. without fear or favour. We've also got a poll going on. If your kids went to university, are they now 1, living at home, 2, working abroad, 3, unemployed, or 4, doing their dream job? Surprisingly, 25% are actually doing their dream job. That's quite a high number, isn't it? That's really quite encouraging. So well done to those of you who've managed to do that. But it is, I mean, one of the things that I moaned about yesterday for poor old Oliver, my son, was that the people, when you have to rent these extortionate flats, right? Because that's what they do in Manchester and everywhere else. And one of the reasons there's so many high-rises in Manchester, which, by the way, there aren't very many, is that many of them are student accommodation. And when you sign the lease for the student accommodation, they've got you by the short and curlies, because you open the lease in September and you have to take it all the way to August, right? Even though most students are finished sometime in May. So they get basically June, July and August rent free, even though most of the kids aren't even there. It's a shocking rip-off. And if Andy Burnham wanted to do something good for Manchester, he should say, I'm going to make Manchester the first city where that is not allowed, where landlords are not allowed to rip off their tenants who happen to be poor, impoverished students who are having to borrow the money in order to pay them. You know, it's a government scam, it's a landlord scam, and it shouldn't be happening. Simple as that. So if he really wanted to make a difference to people's lives and to people's cost of living, he shouldn't be giving us 90 pence a week back on the energy bill. He should be telling parents, you won't have to pay for your kids to live in a place that they're not going to be in for 3 months extra. That would be a start, wouldn't it? But who knows whether Andy Burnham actually has got any ideas or not. I don't have any faith in him stopping the boats. I certainly don't have any faith in him helping out the good citizens of Ceuta down in North Africa, where they were invaded by 60,000, we're now told, illegal migrants from Morocco. And so we're going to talk now to our next guest, Mark Rupert Kingston, who is, of course, from Canal Radio down there in Madrid. Mark, very good morning to you. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Mike. A very good morning to you too.
Yes, a big weekend for the Spanish government, I guess you might say. A lot of left-wingers in London and elsewhere were saying, what's all the fuss about, all these men who came into Spain from Morocco have all gone home, so it's not a problem. Well, I'm sorry, it's still a problem, because you've got an awful lot of people who probably are still there, an awful lot of people who have maybe moved from there to somewhere else, and the military have now moved in. So tell us, what is the latest situation?
Well, indeed, it's still a problem, not only for Spaniards on mainland Spain and in Ceuta, but also for the rest of Europe. We have to bear in mind that out of the now deemed figure of over 70,000 people who poured in to Ceuta since the beginning of last week, I mean, the mass breaching of the border actually took place on Thursday, which is when it made headlines across the world. Well, according to the government, about 50,000 have been pushed back across the border. But of course, there are these 15 to 20,000 who are unaccounted for, which are in hiding or which actually refuse to go back. So that's the main concern now. Many of them are already, I mean, these people, those who don't hide, move around freely, across the enclave, because they're actually looking for food, water, shelter. Since they could not get it, the 50,000 decided to go back, but the others, hide and just appear when they are in absolute dire straits. And those are the ones that, when reporters ask, claim that they want to go to mainland Europe and to different countries, whether it's France, the UK, or Germany.
And so, in terms of the way the Spanish government have dealt with it, I mean, first of all, I believe the Prime Minister was upset that the Schengen agreement was breached, and that Giorgia Meloni said, we're going to, take Spain out altogether of Schengen. And they were upset because they said it was overreaction and all of that. But then they sent the military down to actually chase all of these people back. So it was a bit of a schizophrenic approach, wasn't it?
Well, indeed. I mean, you have to bear in mind that we have this ghastly prime minister, which we've been suffering for the last 8 years, that's posing a threat not only to the Spanish people, but I would say to the whole of Europe and even the world. And for 8 years, he's been ignored by other countries. I mean, he's an absolute washout as a prime minister. He's been implementing these stupid ideas, woke ideas, as if Spain was some kind of experiment to try them out, and he actually is absolutely useless as a government. I mean, we have to bear in mind, okay, the military are now on the streets of Ceuta, but the military were there all the time.
Right.
I mean, the military barracks in Ceuta precisely to protect the border. But he has this ridiculous minister of defense, this lady who's a pacifist, and of course she's all for having armies that don't shoot,
Right.
so to speak. And this is how we got to this stupid situation. And
Mm.
it's the same for the police. The police are supposed to when combating crime, are supposed to talk,
Mm.
let's say, delinquents into behaving and not doing bad things. This is all part of this stupid woke idea.
Right. And as far as the way that it all happened, I mean, there must be some, at least, questions being asked about how well organised it was and how they managed to get that many men. Because it's quite a lot. I mean, that's like commanding an army, to get 60,000 men to all do something at the same time. I mean, it wasn't an accident, was it?
Well, that's what everybody is questioning now in Spain. Okay, at the beginning of the crisis, it was all blamed on this ruling by the Supreme Court, which obviously is another stupid ruling, if you ask many people, you know. But as the situation evolved, it became clear, as you say, that this can only be a very well organized and concerted effort by at least somebody in some position of authority
Mm.
in Morocco. Besides, we've started seeing footage from the Moroccan side of the border, and we've been able to see how not only busloads but truckloads of these Moroccan youths were being brought in to the border from right across Morocco. So obviously there must have been some kind of organization behind it,
Mm.
and somebody who actually called all these people. As I say, many of them have actually been speaking to media outlets. I mean,
Yeah.
I was speaking to some colleagues of mine yesterday who were actually there, who traveled to Ceuta, and they got these explanations from many of these youths, and many of them explained that they got the call on social media, on Facebook,
Mm.
on TikTok especially, where other youths, of course, this could be perfectly recorded before the invasion, telling them or publicizing that the Spanish border was open and was free for anybody to go into Ceuta if so they wished. And this is how it all got through. If when any of them replied that, oh, we might be, pushed back into
Yeah.
Morocco, that's when they used the silly Supreme Court ruling to give them assurances that that was not the case anymore.
Right. And so, as far as the whole kind of this future is concerned, I saw some footage. We're going to be speaking to somebody called the Nowhere photographer who was down there from here at the weekend as well. But it looked as though they put some kind of float in the sea to make it more difficult for anybody to come around that particular headland again. But I mean, that's not really going to stop them if they decide to come a different way, is it?
Well, no, I mean, that's a ridiculous last-minute resort
Yeah.
by the Spanish government in order to thwart the effects of the Supreme Court ruling. Since the ruling states that if you swim into Ceuta, you can't be sent back across the border
Right.
because water is not a physical barrier. They've decided that this, I don't know, let's call it a long buoy, should work as a physical barrier if any of these youths now even go to court to claim that they have a right to remain in Ceuta. And that should be sufficient. Is absolutely ridiculous. Well, what if they swim under the buoy? They
Right.
have the physical barrier to breach that way anyway. And then, of course, we got to remember that there's also this disgusting role, if you want, of all these NGOs who actually favor
Yeah.
all this illegal immigration as they do in other countries in Europe.
Including in Britain, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right. And what do ordinary Spanish people say, the people you speak to who listen to what you do on the radio, in terms of people in Madrid, what are they saying about this? Are they happy about it? Are they unhappy about it?
Well, for the Spanish people, this is one more instance of the disgrace that we're suffering under this prime minister. I mean, we have to underline that Pedro Sánchez never won an election. However, he's prime minister. Why? Because he's established this sort of strategy, if you will. He's actually stated himself that in Spain you don't rule because you have the majority of the popular vote, but you rule if you have the largest number of MPs in Parliament supporting you, and this is what's actually happening. This has been happening for 8 years now, because despite not having won the election, he gets into a coalition with all these other Marxist and independent parties, the Catalan independence parties, the Basque independence parties, who are only happy to support a prime minister whose actual aim seems to be the destruction of the nation.
Right. So he's only in power really because to keep the right out, who were voted as the major party, he forms a coalition to keep the right from being in charge, in other words.
That's it. I mean, his prime ministership pivots on 7 MPs from the Catalan Independence Party.
Yeah.
This party, the only aim of this party is to have an amnesty declared for those Catalan rulers who, I guess you remember, back in 2017, called for an independence, illegally called for an independence referendum, and subsequently were tried and had to face charges of treason, etc. And some of them sought refuge as Euro MPs. I mean, the whole thing is quite ridiculous if you think of it. And to get immunity, what has happened since is that their party wants an amnesty for these people. And because Pedro Sánchez will, concede whatever in order to remain as prime minister, he came up with an amnesty law. But as it happened, it was badly written. It was badly written because it did not consider embezzlement of public funds, which is what the Spanish Supreme Court, rightfully, I think now, is bringing up in order not to apply amnesty to some of these Catalan independence people who have sought refuge in Brussels. And therefore, the 7 MPs from the Catalan Independence Party keep supporting him in the hope that he will come up with another law which will effectively grant amnesty also for the embezzlement of public funds. And so his government really is in a sort of support line that depends on the Catalan independence people. And this is what actually has the Spanish electorate absolutely disgusted, because in the meantime he comes up with these stupid things like the mass regularization of undocumented illegals, with a mass plan to nationalize 2.5 million people abroad, and another plan to even give nationality to 250,000 Western Saharans. All of this will have an effect in the new election.
Absolutely right. Great to talk to you, Mark Lowe-Parkinson. Thank you very much indeed, reporting into us from Spain there with the view on what is going on down in Morocco and how ridiculous and ludicrous the socialist government is. But of course, the socialist government is only in because they did a deal. And that has some implications, I would say, for this country as well, because if Reform are to become the next government when there is an election, they will have to overcome, of course, whatever is going on the left, which might be some kind of unholy alliance of the SNP, Plaid Cymru, Labour, the Greens, anybody else that can keep Reform out, because that's what they'll try and do. Julian says the person with the camera at Dover should have made Burnham keep stepping to his left to get a better angle. Yeah, well, he probably would have, walked on the water if he'd landed on it, because that's what he's like, isn't it? I mean, he is, in fact, the Messiah. Is he not? Lots of lefties very upset about what I said about Manchester and what I said about Burnham. They just can't handle it. They're such snowflakes. We've got so much more to do. Mark Littlewood joins us very shortly. He's back from Dusseldorf, believe it or not. So we'll get a view from him on what's going on in the big wide world. But first, maybe some news with Edward Hughes.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has pledged to be relentless in tackling small boat channel crossings after visiting Dover. Arrivals so far this year are down sharply on 2025, though more than 2,000 people have crossed since he took office last month. He says enforcement is being stepped up alongside more safe routes. Meanwhile, fuel theft from petrol stations has surged, with nearly £200,000 worth stolen every day on average since the Iran conflict began and prices soared. Education Secretary Lucy Powell has criticised the current one-size-fits-all school system, saying it has left 1 million children behind. And a 26-year-old Afghan man has been arrested in connection with the death of a British woman whose body was found in a suitcase in Athens. Later's time.
Looking very sharp this morning, I'd say, Edward Hughes. Thank you very much indeed for that. Lots and lots of you have got lots to say. Many of you have been abusing me over the weekend, but I suspect most of those people are not listeners to the show or viewers to the show, which is going from strength to strength, by the way. We're in 34 plus million views now, and we're up to, I think, almost 175,000 subscribers. But do please hit the like button and do please subscribe. We say it every show now because we're trying to get those likes up, we're trying to get the subscriptions up, because obviously the more that we get, hit the bell icon. And hit the bell icon as well, so you get notified whenever we go live. We'll be doing more and more shows as we keep going on the UK live online scenario, and that is, of course, where Kelvin Mackenzie will be at 10 o'clock. Can you just give me that one back, the Mark Littlewood one? I was just about to read it. It says, I hope Mark Littlewood makes mention of Leeds beating Liverpool 4-2 last night. He might do, but more than likely he's going to mention Southampton's visit to Germany, which he's about to tell me about, I think. Mark, a very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike. Yeah, another epic win for the Saints. Yeah.
So Düsseldorf and a team that I don't think I've heard of before. Who did they beat?
Preußen Münster. I can't believe you haven't heard of them, Mike.
No.
Big news in the lower German leagues. Yeah.
It sounds like an album by Tangerine Dream from about 1975. You know.
Yeah, it looked a bit like that as well, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, off to a better start to it's the last pre-season. The proper football season gets underway as of Saturday. Actually, the League Cup begins on Saturday, so that's when we really get down to business.
I think I saw an advert for it at the weekend. It's amazing how quickly it all comes around again. But that shows great dedication, though. How was your trip to Düsseldorf? Was it expensive? Did you find Germany?
Expensive, but wonderful.
Was it really expensive? How did you get there?
No, not too bad. It's not too bad. It's easy. It's quite easy to get around Europe if you plan it. And I think there's about 100 Southampton fans there, actually. So, good time had by all. It was a bit of a weird thing. They played a 70-minute friendly behind closed doors, which no fan could watch. And then they played a 90-minute match in front of about 10,000 fans. But slightly worryingly, the Southampton manager wasn't on the touchline for that. He was in the stands communicating with the deputy manager on the side of the pitch, which suggests to me Southampton expect the manager to get a substantial ban, and he'll have to manage the Mighty Saints from the stands, I suspect, at the start of the season. That's all to do with that Spygate thing of us sending up an intern with a pair of binoculars and a mobile phone to look at Middlesbrough at the end of last season.
Yes, I presume they weren't quite so worried about this team with the moon in their title, but you never know. I've come up with a new theory that I was going to run past you about this Labour government, because a lot of different stories around this morning. The Mail has got Burnham must scrap disastrous pro-union strike laws. That's coming from the Tories. Then you've got the Times saying the toll of a schooling straitjacket. Bridget Phillipson apparently says that the one-size-fits-all academic approach has led to 1 million youngsters not being in training or work. You know, I've never heard of anyone ever complaining that the young people coming out of our schools are, too academic. Now, I don't know where they're getting this from, but I've worked out that Burnham has learned a lesson from Starmer's administration, because Starmer used to promise to do things and then not do them. And then, of course, he was sort of vilified for it. This guy goes down to Dover and talks about relentlessly dealing with the small boats crisis. He's not really promising to do anything. He's just saying things that he doesn't like, right? Yeah. So he's talking about how he doesn't like inequality. He doesn't like the unfairness of the tax system. He doesn't like too many people coming here on small boats. He doesn't like the schooling straitjacket, but they're not actually offering any alternatives or offering any solutions.
No, that's exactly right, Mike. I mean, most of the concrete plans that have come out from the Burnham administration have been, well, A, pretty trivial, but B, unfunded. I actually thought the most worrying thing, and this is a trait of the left now in politics, that Andy Burnham said whilst hovering around those white cliffs of Dover, was, the number of boat crossings has come down. By the way, you'd naturally expect that. I mean, at some point, all 7 billion people on planet Earth have made it to Britain, and there's nobody else who can come over on a boat.
Right.
You would expect the numbers to drop year on year because the people who find it easiest get here first. But the really worrying thing was he said, we've got to get the politics out of this debate. Well, I'm sorry, immigration is a political issue.
Yeah.
And the left always want to get the politics out of politics. There is a political decision to be made here. Do you wish more people to come in? Do you think we should stay in the European Convention of Human Rights? Do you think we should retain the Human Rights Act? Do you think judges have got too much power in making sure that people are not deported? Do you want a Rwanda-type scheme? These are all political decisions.
Right.
But
Of course they are.
in the mind of the Prime Minister, we've got to get the politics out of this, as if there's unanimity about it. That, I'm afraid, is just wishful thinking and to some degree gaslighting, right? This is a straight political fight over immigration. Andy Burnham's on one side and the right of politics are on the other.
Right. And as soon as we hear him talking about the finances of government and how they have to save money and how they may have to look at welfare and all the rest of it. I mean, The Sun today have got this story in which it says that we are basically paying the French £8,000 for every migrant that comes to this country. And basically we are paying for a deal which is no use at all. And we've so far given about £1 billion, and they're doing nothing about it. You said yesterday that we're sending some enforcement officers to the beaches of France. Well, so what? There's already French enforcement officers there doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah. If you don't switch off the welfare tap on this side of the channel, you're never going to stop this. Right. You're not going to smash the gangs who have got the fleetness of foot to move down the coast. And I think there's about 3,000 miles of French coastline. There's about 11,000 miles of British coastline. If people sense that if they get to Britain, there really is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, they're going to keep coming. You've got to switch off the magnetic pull factor. So all of this sort of, we're going to send some border guards over there, we're going to pay the French, or it'll be slightly by results. This is absolutely for the birds. You might stop a tiny trickle. You might get a few photo ops of them actually, puncturing one small dinghy, but it won't stop the overall flow. You've got to switch off the pull factor that exists in the UK. And the Labour government are just not going to do that. I mean, They have not changed our ECHR protocols. They're not minded to meaningfully alter the Human Rights Act. They keep saying they will. And my own judgment is an issue, take a sledgehammer to those two pieces of legislation. This problem is going to keep coming. Might not be as bad each successive year, but bear in mind, all of the people coming in this year is on top of all of the people who came in last year. We need to get this down to not just zero, but actually to remove the people in the UK who shouldn't be here. We haven't even begun to tackle that problem.
No, exactly right. And also, we're going to go into, week 3 now of Andy Burnham's premiership, presidency, monarchistic reign, whatever you want to call it. And nothing's actually changed. I mean, what are you making of all this polling? Because I'm not sure that the polling is going to hold out strongly. Because, for example, the mayoral election in Manchester, you know, all the people on the Labour side were claiming it as this great victory for Kev Craig, as I call him, and this, you know, ridiculous kind of, you know, the Queen of the North nonsense. They lost 150,000 votes, right? They got a 25% turnout. Reform got 100,000 extra votes. Restore got about 9%, 8.7% of the vote. You know, this is hardly a massive victory or an endorsement for Labour. They've basically got a woman running the city who's got 12% of the vote of all the people that could have voted.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I think there has been a modest Burnham bounce. I think it's modest. It's not particularly substantial. And part of that, well, there's two elements to that, I think. One is just relief that Starmer's gone. And Burnham does actually sort of communicate in a slightly more optimistic way than Starmer. I mean, I think if Keir Starmer came to you and you believed him and he said you'd won the lottery and here's the elixir of life, he would still make it sound as if you wanted to slit your own throat, right? Whereas Burnham does at least, you know, communicate in a slightly more upbeat way. And the second part is the British, I think, are basically fair-minded, right? They'll give a prime minister of any stripe, you know, a month or two's grace before they pass judgment. The D-Day for Burnham is not really over the summer, whether he's spotted on Dover Beach or by the White Cliffs or up at Heron House, the number 10 of the North. The D-Day is the 28th of October. That is budget day, right? That's when you can't just get by on memes and vibes anymore, but you have to have put some numbers together that approximate to adding up. And I don't think he and John Healey are close to doing that at the moment. We still have no idea about any area of government expenditure they're going to reduce. And we do know, even if they attempt to do that, the Labour backbenchers will go screaming mad about it. So, yes, to my mind, he may even have a free pass. Look, he'll have to face Kemi Badenoch, of course, over the dispatch box when Parliament reconvenes in September. There's only a few of those before we get to budget day. I think it starts unravelling for the Burnham administration then, because it will become obvious that their numbers don't add up, I suspect, on that very, very afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, that is the big problem. And the other news that we got over the weekend is that, and I don't even remember the guy's name, but he's hired some bloke from Clean Bandit, a sort of slightly obscure band from the northwest of England, to work on his Treasury finance team.
Yeah, well, it says it all, doesn't it? I mean, you know, I think the problem that we've got in Britain at the moment, and especially with this administration, is there is just massive psychological displacement activity going on. So you do lots of tiny fiddly things that you pretend are going to make a difference, right? Which you might be in favour of or against, you know, capping bus fares or a marginal reduction in business rates for pubs and restaurants. You know, I'm not saying they're necessarily pushing in exactly a terribly wrong direction, but they are trivial. And so we have a government that's not willing to grip the very, very major issues, which is we are exporting millionaires faster than any other democracy. We're importing welfare claimants from other countries faster than we can possibly cope with. Even without that, the public finances didn't remotely add up. So what are the big picture things we're going to do about it? And in fact, all you get from the government is, don't make it political. And here's a few small picture things. So I think we now have a government which its basic strategy is gaslighting. It's to try and get us to believe in a reality that doesn't actually exist. And until a government comes forward that says, we are spending money like water and it needs to stop, we are taxing people way too much and it needs to come down right across the income spectrum, we are regulating business far too tightly and we need to loosen that up, and we need to ensure that people who come into this country are net beneficiaries, not welfare scroungers. Until that's the overall plan, we're just going to keep sinking further into the mire, I'm afraid, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely right. And meanwhile, the biggest kind of worries about what is actually going on, front page of the Telegraph today, we've got the story of the early release scheme, which is apparently going to mean there's more criminal offenders walking the streets. Well, you know, again, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to know that. I mean, he's claiming that Burnham, he's not going to let any rapists out, but he's still going to let murderers out. He's still going to let sex offenders out. And the police are saying they won't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, the Express has got a story saying there are 1,500 foreign criminals living in homes that we have supplied to them and that we're paying them for.
Yeah. I mean, the system's just completely broken from top to toe, right? And, even if I thought Andy Burnham had the right instincts, I wouldn't expect him to turn it around in 2 or 3 weeks. My problem is I don't think he's got even the right instincts. So this early release scheme, this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Look, I can understand that you might run up against a practical problem that the prisons are full and we are convicting criminals each and every day, some of whom need to go to jail. So what are we going to do about it? Well, the answer is surely you draw up a list of which type of offences you're going to be generous about. And I would suggest they should be the non-violent, non-sexual offences, right? So we might have to let out someone who's been involved in some vandalism or,
or a fraudster or two,
property or some such like,
or
fraud or something like that. The idea that anyone involved in a serious sexual offence or manslaughter or something like that could get anywhere close to the list of consideration is absolutely mad. And so, the system again is overflowing. We don't have a credible legal mechanism to deal with deportation because we have loaded the dice almost entirely in favour of a foreign criminal rather than the indigenous British law-abiding population. So all of that's got to change. You need a complete system reset before we're going to be able to tackle any of this. And I'm afraid what we're going to get from Burnham's administration is some warm words and a little fiddling around the edges. That fiddling will probably make things marginally worse, but unfortunately the overall cancer will continue to grow unless you treat it. And at some point, if you don't actually take the medicine you need to, well, firstly, it gets harder and harder to find a cure, but at some point it becomes terminal. I don't think we're there yet, but going to this whole Rupert Lowe issue over the weekend, we absolutely have to make sure that there is a completely different government in place by 2029. We might muddle through badly between now and the next election, but 5 more years of this nonsense, worse still in my view, if it's part of a rainbow coalition with the Greens and the Scots Nats and God knows who else, than if it's just a straight Labour government. It has to be stopped, and it's incumbent upon all common sense people to find a way of achieving that. I'm afraid that still means we've got 3 more years of pain to go through, but let's make goddamn sure it's not 8 more years of pain.
Well, true. Well, Richard Tice was on this morning, and it looks like it's a thanks but no thanks to Rupert Lowe on not a very surprising reason, you would have to say. But, maybe it's the beginning of something. But I quoted from you, actually, at the weekend, because, as I said to him, I've had a preview of next week's Pravda, a.k.a. the Sunday Times, where they've now got a story saying that, Nigel Farage dreamed that he would become a politician again sometime at the back end of 2023, which obviously means he's been in breach of the Standards Committee. Because your point is, how far back are you going to go? And at what point are you going to say a decision was made?
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. I mean, the really worrying thing here, whether you're, a great fan of Nigel Farage or a staunch political opponent of Nigel Farage, is the rules around this are so vague and so open to interpretation that Farage, or indeed other politicians that might find themselves in a similar position, are almost wholly at the mercy of the discretion of bureaucrats. And that's not how a successful legal regulatory system should operate. So it hinges on, when is someone a politician? And it was put to me on an interview, well, he was the honorary president of Reform. I said, well, is that enough to make you a politician? I was on with the executive director of Greenpeace. I asked the question whether the executive director of Greenpeace is a politician. What about me? I'm the director of Popular Conservatism. Does that make me a politician? Nobody seems to know. When have you actually entered the arena? Is it when you're elected? Is it when you publicly declare that you're going to run? Is it when you file your nomination papers? Is it, as you were suggesting, Mike, when the idea pops to you in the shower one morning, or you share with a friend or two that you might run, or you enter negotiations with a party about what your terms and conditions might be? Nobody knows. Worse than that, when it comes to what donations you need to declare in the 12 months before running for office, again, vague rules. You don't need to declare anything that was a personal gift, that's clear, but it's not clear what a personal gift is, or what a gift is that might have some relation to your political or campaigning career. Again, the rules are so vague that it will end up with some bureaucrat in the Electoral Commission, or possibly some copper at the Metropolitan Police, deciding what the law is. The law should be absolutely transparent on the face of it. The madness about the rule at the moment is it says you don't need to declare any personal gifts. That's what Nigel Farage says the £5 million was to him. But if you're in any doubt, then you should declare it. Well, there shouldn't be any doubt if the law is drafted perfectly. So I'm afraid we've got this nightmare situation where, because the rules and regulations are so horrifically bad, so terribly vague, so widely open to interpretation in a million different ways, it puts democratically elected politicians almost entirely at the mercy of the state bureaucracy. And surprise, surprise, I think we can assume the state bureaucracy is probably, by and large, not particularly sympathetic to Nigel Farage and reform. So they will continue to gun for him. It's not a satisfactory state of affairs at all. And I wish reform would come out and explain it in those stark terms, even if Nigel Farage himself, because of whatever legal advice he might have received, doesn't put that defence forward. I think reform should put that case forward because it's a compelling one and it's true.
Absolutely. Mark, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Mark Littlewood there, reporting in. Love the Littlewood Cox combo on Friday, by the way. Like garlic bread, it's the future. I'm not sure if that's a good thing.
And smells as bad.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people asking about the Littlewood Cox future. I think there's definitely a future at UK Live Online for it. Be fantastic. Good to see you, Mark. See you soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Coming up, Dr. Sharia Ali is our next guest. He's a former deputy leader of the Green Party between 2014 and 2016. But he's fallen out with them, and we'll find out why. They built huge COVID centres in days. Why can't they build illegal immigrant centres and keep them in until screened, says C3. It's a very good point. Also, I don't know if you've seen, Pooch, the picture of Edward Hughes on the tube. I've just put it into the studio. This is from, let me just tell you who it's from, and I can leave it for you. Hang on one second. I think it's from Diane. Diane says she spotted a Panasonic ad. Edward Hughes is doing commercials.
Well,
is he allowed to do that?
He is. He's freelance.
As part of his contract.
He's got some money there, though.
He's got girls, money. He's got a phone. Life is good. Wow. He's back. He's been back in. That's where he went for rehab, isn't it? That place.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe he shot that when he was there. Also, I've got this from Fred, who says, "I really enjoy these personal chats." This is from I think UK when I did Ask Mike live. He said, "Dear Ziggy, also I lost my beautiful Great Dane Meg about Christmas time, and she is deeply missed." But that is life, Fred. I'm sorry to hear that. And then this one that we came in, there's a heron picture which we might do a bit later on. This is from Tony, right? This is about the great train services of this country. GWR, Great Western Railway fire between Cardiff and Newport on Saturday. There was a tiny trackside fire which burnt the signalling cables. And we're trying to get our 14-year-old home from a sailing event from Portsmouth back to deepest Wales. We arrived at the station on Sunday. We checked to see if the trains are on time. All trains have been cancelled. Go to a cafe, random news stories say there's a limited service until further notice. The train help don't know if there's a service, and Monday's trains are shown as possibly running subject to update. She needed to connect with a train that only runs every 2 hours, and then a bus that's 4 a day, last one at 4:20. And it's just a tale of woe about a sort of GWR disaster zone, a 500-mile round trip on Tuesday. Quick super chat here. This is from Thomas. He says, I'm one Pole swam the Baltic to Sweden in 56 hours with ID.
Yeah, someone swam across the Baltic.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, why?
He took his ID just for like the English Channel.
Oh, what, just for the hell of it?
Yeah. So he took his ID, so it wasn't illegal.
Oh, so that's all right then. Yeah, no problem at all. Well, he could have swum from France to Britain quicker, I dare say. Anyway, let us talk to our next guest, who is Dr. Sharia Ali. Dr. Ali, very good morning to you.
Morning.
Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry to keep you waiting. We were running slightly late this morning. But you're a former deputy leader of the Green Party, but you had a bit of a problem with them over some gender-related issues. I assume that was because you wanted to determine that you knew what a woman was and they didn't agree.
Yes, I mean, the Green Party's had a problem with stating and expressing biological reality, and I've been a National Party spokesperson right up until 2022,
right.
And take the Green Party to court over unlawful belief discrimination. It was the first court case of its kind against a political party, and I won that. And if that wasn't enough, and I think you can imagine an organisation losing a landmark discrimination case would not be sane if it were to do the same thing again,
right.
Substantially the same basis. So that's what's happened to me, and so I'm taking the party to court a second time, and that's due to hit the courts this autumn.
Okay, and what's the basic kind of principle of the case? What are you hoping to achieve with that?
So I think we need exposure of institutional rot and discrimination within a political association. It's vitally important that representatives of a political party are able to speak their mind. It's not just a question of conscience, it's about good governance in a democratic society. You need to be able to debate and discuss important issues of the day. The idea, for example, that a male should be able to enter a female only space, which has actually pretty much been settled now by the Supreme Court, is if you were to take the opposite view, that a male should be able to enter a refuge for victims of domestic abuse intended for women only, then you obviously need to be able to discuss that. Now, I've always maintained, and I think the first court case actually proved me right, that the Green Party's position on this should be the opposite to that which the likes of Zach Polanski and others are articulating. So It's even worse. I don't believe that they're actually putting forward the true Green Party view, which is sex realist.
Yeah. Do you think, therefore, that if you are a member of the Green Party and you want to have these conversations, that you're not having them because you're frightened of what the consequences may be?
Yes. I mean, ordinary rank and file members, let alone those with any position, whether as elected representatives or spokespersons for the party, are terrified of speaking their mind on this. And I know scores of current members who share my view and are afraid to articulate it for fear of being excommunicated, and I would say unlawfully, by the Green Party.
Yes. And in terms of the way the Green Party's sort of fortunes are going, they did okay in the Manchester mayoral election. They did obviously very well in Gorton and Denton, not so good in Makerfield. There's a sense that Zach Polanski's bubble has somewhat burst, is there not? What do you make of that?
Well, look, I think the majority, even before Zach came around, the Green Party was understood as per the name, as an environmental party. That means that wasn't the only thing we were discussing by any means, but it was a priority for us. And that includes the climate change calamity or emergency that is upon us. Now, you can disagree about that, but I think that's a scientific, objective position to hold. Now, Zach has been extremely successful in occupying the left or even the far left of politics. And you might say that's a social justice platform, it's a welfarist platform, fine. But he's overdone it. He's pressed the button a bit too far. We are now in the grip of regular anti-Semitism scandals. And at the moment, yes, with Burnham coming in and occupying a more leftist agenda, I would say that the Greens are particularly vulnerable in having a unique selling point. So that's something which we've put ourselves into, a politically vulnerable position where we don't have anything unique to offer other than what's now being put forward by the government of the day.
And what do you make as well of what a lot of people say is likely to be a kind of a ticking time bomb for the Greens, which is this kind of slightly unusual alliance between a very liberal socialist view of the world and a very socially liberal view of the world from the likes of Zach Polanski and the people that are into the LGBTQ plus whatever, and then the sort of the rather harder line Muslim side of the party, where you've got people like Mohsin Ali, who presumably must feel slightly uneasy when he sees some of the stuff that they're into.
Yes, that ticking time bomb is about to explode, I put it to you. I wouldn't even put some of the identitarian, authoritarian politics on I wouldn't even describe that as properly liberal. It isn't liberal, as I sort of articulated earlier, to allow a male to a female-only space. There's nothing egalitarian about that. So I think that's a mistake to present it like that. But even if it wasn't a mistake, you're absolutely right that we've got socially conservative Muslims in the party, a higher number than ever. We've got them across the country, and we've got Islamists, which is a far more serious problem. But Islamists and socially conservative Muslims are sex realists, but not for the right reasons. I would put it to you that they are misogynistic in their culture, insofar as perhaps they expect women not to play an equal part in society or go to work or be able to show their face or shake your hand. So this is a major difficulty, not just for the Green Party, but across society. And insofar as that we are promoting Muslims to vote for us as a bloc, many people you've mentioned Gorton and Denton, which was a phenomenal by-election victory by any measure.
Yeah.
But many of those Muslims, I think, are suffering from buyer's remorse because they were not fully aware of the whole raft of policies, which the Green Party, traditionally you might describe them as a liberal party, yes, live and let live. They would not have been aware of our policies on prostitution, for example, right?
Yeah.
We call it sex work. It's a policy that I disagree with because I think it's fundamentally disempowering for a woman to be engaged in that. I don't think they do it voluntarily as such.
Right.
But however that may be, the policies of the Green Party need to be articulated honestly. And the party has not been doing that. They've been seeking votes at all costs.
Yes, and that's what I mean. They've been, actively, certainly in Gorton and Denton, they were campaigning with different pamphlets, weren't they? I mean, they were actually giving different messages to different communities, which was, I'm sure, an efficient way of gaining the seat, and possibly, some people might describe it as a very underhanded way of doing it. But you can't continue with that. You can't have a kind of schizophrenic party, can you?
No, and we've got. So one of the problems is which is going to sort of blow up in our faces, and there was an attempt to try and put a lid on it at the last conference. But we've got a motion which is rightly notorious called Zionism is Racism, and it's a direct attempt to capture support of Muslims, and I would say many of whom are Islamists, who do not want to reckon with the reality of the situation and Hamas and role in terroristic activities. They do not understand and recognize the grotesque atrocities of October the 7th, for example. So if we're going to put a motion, try and pass a motion at conference in October in Brighton, called or basically articulating that Zionism is racism, that's actually contrary to party policy, which calls for a two-state solution and completely incompatible, inconsistent with that. So we've got this very sort of profound misunderstanding around how to achieve peace in the Middle East, and an attempt to take solely one side of this, by any measure, a very difficult, intractable situation. And this is the problem with the left. They don't want to get their hands dirty. What a principled Green politician should be doing is getting their hands dirty, trying to make peace, not de-twinning with Haifa, which has of course been in the news lately, not issuing the most obscene deadline, 7th October, as if one's naive about the significance of that. But that's the trajectory which the party is currently facing.
And when you said earlier that kind of dichotomy of the Islamic backing of the Green Party and the socially liberal part of it is about to explode, what do you mean?
What I mean is that there are many, you could call them socially conservative Muslims. We can't have it both ways, right? If somebody describes themselves as a Muslim, and an Islamist terrorist describes themselves as a Muslim, okay?
Yeah.
They chant texts and use and refer to texts from the book. We can't claim that they're not a true Muslim. By their lights, they are.
Yeah.
The problem we face is that many Muslims, even so-called socially conservative, reasonably integrated Muslims in our society, are either interested in Sharia law, Sharia courts, of which we've got burgeoning numbers across society, and I think that's totally incompatible with British society, or they may be openly, overtly homophobic.
Yeah.
Now, nobody is going to want to go back to a time where we are persecuting gay people for being gay. And I put it to you that there are some aspects of the Muslim faith as practiced in this country which are deeply incompatible with society because they're illiberal. And that's the kind of nut we need to crack with those in our midst in the Green Party and wider society, which we're unprepared to discuss or debate even. And that's where the problem lies.
Yeah.
You have to discuss and debate these topics within a political party. You need to be able to confront them in this case and not just ally yourself with people of that sort and potentially put them into elected roles. Just briefly to say what I think the solution is here. And it's not a resolution as such. But what needs to happen in society is that within a democratic society, people need to know what you stand for. And if there are individuals who want to campaign on an Islamist front, then they should be calling themselves an Islamist party.
Yeah.
kind of party which has been rejected, even in Muslim societies and predominantly Muslim majority polities. And then at least we'll see the scale of the problem that we've got in this country. What we don't want is infiltration by people with an Islamist agenda into long-standing political parties like the Green Party, and therein you will see added complication and disaster where people think they're voting for one thing and actually they're voting for something else.
So if it becomes a battle between those 2 points, then who wins, do you think?
I don't know who I'd put my money on at this point, because the authoritarian tendency, identitarian authoritarian tendency amongst the left, and I would say they've stopped becoming left politics, because what's deep in the heart of democratic society, liberal democratic politics, is the idea that you should be able to speak your mind and speak truly. And what the transgender ideological fanatics have been able to achieve, and I think they're going to be, as a result of the Supreme Court ruling and greater ventilation of these topics, they're losing. But what that identitarian political lobby have been successfully doing is clamping down on free speech. So they are very good, I think, at subverting what used to be good governance within our own party by using weaponized disciplinary processes. So it could be a race to see who's going to be able to try and expunge those who disagree with them. Now, I'm fully intending to be back in the party before very long, whether prior to or after a successful court case. In my preferred party, although there is room for a great diversity of opinion, particularly there is a place for Zach Polanski in my party, okay, even though I strongly disagree with him on many matters. He doesn't have a place for me in his party. And I would say that the balance and the critical mass of party policy and ethos is with me, not him. But I'm prepared to discuss and debate with him on conference floor. So what we need to enliven within the party is this idea that we can debate and discuss, and that we put things, to the intellectual sword, so to speak, at conference, and we understand the position and we actually shift people. So politics is about persuasion, both in and externally. And I don't even believe that those people who may be misogynistic, conservative, socially conservative, Islamist, misogynistic, or homophobic, God forbid, I don't believe that they're beyond moral reach. I actually think, and I'm an optimist about human nature, and actually that's where the difference lies, I think, between me and Zach, funnily enough. I think that he's fundamentally pessimistic about human nature and the capacity and ability to move people and shift opinion through the power of persuasion.
I think the Green Party would be a lot more dangerous, if you like, and taken far more seriously if you were in charge of it, to be honest, because, you're making a lot of sense to me. And I'm not a Green Party member and never will be. But, what you say, I think, is entirely correct and entirely logical. So I hope you win your case and I hope you get back in charge because, it's in all our interests to have some decent parties to choose from. And at the moment, the Greens are a joke, I think. But there we are. Dr. Sharia Ali, brilliant to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Hope to talk to you again soon. What a sensible man. Former Green Party leader or deputy leader. Extraordinary stuff. A couple of people, by the way, Pooch, are taking you to task because apparently you promised the Burnham alert scenario today, which we did last week, but we've completely forgotten about. I'll tell you why. And in defence of Pooch, we had a few issues this morning, i.e. nothing was working at all. So you had to spend the first hour fixing it, as opposed to what we would normally have been doing of going, what are we doing today? Oh yeah, I know, we're going to do the Burnham alert. Should we do it tomorrow?
Yes,
Should we try to, we'll make it a second promise, right? We'll get Scarlett and Luke on it. So that we'll get all of your lovely nominations for the Burnham alert sorted out, and we'll have a little package.
Tell me about the Ziggy scenario. I'm really excited.
Oh yeah, Pooch is now really excited about Ziggy because he wants me to go on holiday, right? Although I'm breaking this news to Ziggy's mummy, who doesn't know yet. Oh, right. But we did discuss at the weekend the possibility of taking Ziggy away on holiday, but it's a bit difficult because he's getting so old now. He doesn't like going in the car for too long. Anyway, I said to Pooch, look, the thing is, I could go on holiday, but we were discussing what would happen to Ziggy, and maybe you could look after him. He can't stop thinking about it. He wants him now. He wants him now. Today he wants him to meet his lovely boys, Missy and George, who are fantastic labs. They're both labs, aren't they? I mean, they're both of a different of a hue.
Got black and a brown.
Got black and a brown and a yellow.
And a yellow.
Yeah. So he's quite excited about it. So more news coming on that front. May have to do a little Ziggy video for Pooch today. Yeah. We could do that one. Have you still got the one of the fish? Maybe.
Somewhere, I think.
Maybe. See if we can find it. Which is very funny. Lucy Connolly's here, I think, isn't she? Are we doing any news in between or not?
We're running a bit late.
We are.
We're back on time now, I think.
We're running back. We're back on time because Ellie Hodges is not quite there. Should we have a quick bout of news with Edward Hughes? And Elena's back. Welcome back, Elena. Way! Thank God for that. Anyway, good to see you, and let's get it on.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has pledged to be relentless in tackling small boat channel crossings after visiting Dover. Arrivals so far this year are down sharply on 2025, though more than 2,000 people have crossed since he took office last month. He says enforcement is being stepped up alongside more safe routes. Meanwhile, fuel theft from petrol stations has surged, with nearly £200,000 worth stolen every day on average since the Iran conflict began and prices soared. Education Secretary Lucy Powell has criticised the current one-size-fits-all school system, saying it has left 1 million children behind. And a 26-year-old Afghan man has been arrested in connection with the death of a British woman whose body was found in a suitcase in Athens. Laters, Tigers.
Thank you very much. Very good to see you, Edward. And we showed you earlier that he was spotted in a Panasonic ad on the tube. I don't know if you can, if it's still. Yeah, look at him. He's making money. He's got women there. He's on a desert island. I'm pretty sure this is the place he went to for his rehab. When he had that trouble with the missus, right? Yeah. And he was obviously doing commercial deals. He's having a great time. We've got plenty to do. We had Richard Tice on this morning from Reform, Deputy Leader, of course. And he was saying that basically, as Nigel Farage said yesterday, the Rupert Lowe, there was no mention of Rupert Lowe in Nigel Farage's statement, but he said, obviously they're willing to work with an awful lot of people. They think that they've got the best chance of being the next government because of what Reform stands for. Rupert Lowe yesterday put out his own version of what he wanted Reform to do, which included 5 sort of demands, if you like, in order to make the two parties work together. Let's talk to Lucy Connolly, who's obviously got a view on all of this and has been quite active over the weekend, talking to different people, trying to figure out what it is that's going on. Lucy, very good morning to you.
Morning.
Good to see you. A happy first Monday in August or whatever it is. I don't think it's got a name or anything like that. We don't do that punch and pinch thing. I never got that. But what do you, I saw that you were tweeting yesterday about Rupert Lowe, and you I think like a lot of people were not sure whether it was a kind of a call to arms, or it was a sort of peace pipe that was being offered, whether it was a dove that was being sent up into the air, or whether, I mean, I said it looks a bit like a ransom demand from somebody who was holding someone hostage and went, right, give me these 5 things and you can have the hostage back.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't on my bingo card yesterday to wake up to Rupert Lowe, doing what he did, whether it be an olive branch, whether it was a ransom demand. We didn't really expect Rupert to be trying to speak with the Reform Party. As far as we were all concerned, that ship has definitely sailed. That's never happening. They hate each other. But I think things are changing. Even, the statement that Nigel put out and the statement that Richard gave this morning, there is a change in direction, as in they have in the past not said very nice things about Rupert when they've been asked, and they, were like, well, we don't want him, da-da-da-da-da. But now it seems that there might be some movement there. And that's all we want. That's all of us, what any of us want, isn't it? We just want to stop the gutter politics, to stop the playground politics.
Yeah.
And for these people to work together for the good of the country. Because if they don't, they're in it for the wrong reasons, aren't they?
Yes, I think so. And I think, we're all grown-ups. We can be we can work with people who we don't like. It can be done. But you have to be sure that if whatever happened before doesn't happen again. And I think the problem with, certainly from the people I speak to in Reform about Rupert Lowe, is that he's quite a divisive character. Some people would say Nigel Farage is quite a divisive character, but at the end of the day, Nigel Farage runs Reform. It's his party. Richard Tice is the deputy. They've got shares in it, effectively. Dan Hodges keeps writing all this rubbish about how he's talking to senior members of Reform, which he isn't, by the way. I know how these guys work in Fleet Street. They say things, they attribute things which are not actually happening, right? And he'll say, they can already start thinking about life beyond Nigel Farage. Well, that's like fantasy politics, because there is no life after Farage if Farage doesn't want to give it up. If he decides he wants to give it up, that's different.
Also, let's be honest, Farage is Reform. People vote for Nigel, not just the party. He's he's a kind of a love him or loathe him character, I think.
Yeah. But you have to admire what he's done, no matter whether you love him or not.
100%. Like I said, and it's not easy. It's not easy to kind of build a new party and get the momentum that they've managed to get and the respect that they've managed to get.
Right.
And I think the problem is Restore are in no danger right now of winning any elections. Let's be honest. They haven't got the momentum. They're a brand new party. Yes, they're doing well in the stuff that they're currently doing. They're getting momentum. They're being talked about. There are a lot of people out there that have a lot of respect for Rupert. And if anybody says differently, then they're just being a bit silly.
Yes. I mean, you've actually
especially, I think, in the working class kind of areas and backgrounds. The people that I talk to are very pro-Rupert.
Well, the thing is, the other thing as well is that you're right to say that something has to happen, because we're getting conned by this Labour, outfit that's now running things. Because, look at what happened in Manchester at the weekend. They're making out that, this is a great victory for Labour and that terrible news for Reform. Actually, it's not. It's the complete opposite. And I actually had a bit of an exchange with Dan Hodges over the weekend, because, he was like, this is a big victory for Labour. And I said, it's not. They lost 150,000 seats. They lost 50,000 votes. Reform gained 100,000 votes. How is that a massive victory? And he said, because the perceived wisdom was that Reform were going to win. Actually, that was wrong, like many things in the Westminster bubble. The last mayoral election, Burnham got 450,000 votes and Reform got 50. That gap has now narrowed very significantly, which is good news for Reform, not bad news.
Absolutely. I mean, Manchester, again, I'm not making excuses for Reform, but the last few kind of by-elections and stuff that they've had, they haven't kind of been normal, have they? So the last we had Greater Manchester, which was a replacement of Andy Burnham. Greater Manchester is red wall. It's Andy Burnham for the last however many years. It was always going to be difficult for any party to take that seat. It's North. Like I said, it's always been a Labour stronghold. That's never going to change, I don't think.
Yeah.
There are certain parts of the country that you wouldn't expect a party like Reform or Restore to do well. Even the Conservatives, they did diabolically, didn't they? And that's never going to change. With the best will in the world, Reform aren't going to win every seat across the country, are they? No matter how popular they are, because we know that certain demographics and certain parts of the country are never going to vote for a right-wing government. So actually, I think we are losing sight of the fact that Reform actually absolutely cleaned up in the May elections. I think that was a really good indication of how well they could do in a general election.
Yeah.
But my worry is, and I'm actually terrified, that Restore are going to take enough votes away from them to stop them being able to win a general election.
Yeah.
So it doesn't benefit any of us for them to be at each other's throats, for them not to work together, for Reform to completely dismiss Rupert, because he is gaining momentum, he is gaining respect. So it would be a catastrophic mistake, in my opinion, for Reform to keep kind of putting him down, slagging him off, or falling out with him. They need to work with each other cross-party. And then that's all any of us want. Like you said, I'm not suggesting for 1 second that Nigel sits around a table and says, yes, Rupert, we'll do all of those things. Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 votes. We'll sack Robert Jenrick, we'll sack Suella, even though they're really good for the party and really good MPs. Whatever. Of course not. But what we're asking, and what I'm asking, is that they at least hear each other out. They work with each other on issues as opposed to against each other, because don't we all want the same thing? Don't we all stand for the same thing here, really, in a roundabout way? Okay, they might have slightly different views on how they should do X, Y, and Z, but the end game is the same.
Yeah.
So why be at each other's throats? Why slag each other off? That's what I'm saying. So, and I actually think that what Richard said this morning and what Nigel said yesterday in his statement was quite good. It was non-committal, but it was not, listen, we hate Rupert. There is absolutely no way we're going to, get in bed with him or work with him or talk to him. It was very much, I just think they were very respectful statements.
Yeah.
And they haven't always been respectful towards Rupert and respectful towards Restore voters, have they?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, they haven't.
No, I mean, I was down at the CPAC conference the other week, and there was a lot of talk amongst everyone that was there about a kind of, a solution that needed to be found for the right to kind of agree on things. And, you're right to say that there's lots of things that we agree on. There's lots of things we don't agree on as well, and there's lots of different nuances to each of the things. But I think I would have been happier. And maybe, as I say, this is the beginning of a conversation, so it could go in different directions. But I think I would have been happier with Rupert Lowe saying, "Look, here's 5 things we can agree on," and start and go from there, rather than here's 5 things you have to do in order to bring me into your tent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't disagree with that. But equally, I think it takes a big man to say, "Look, we haven't always got on. I don't like what you did to me," or vice versa. But come on now, let's see if we can work something out. I think that takes a lot of balls and a lot of guts to do that, to kind of back down. Someone had to back down first, didn't they? And on this occasion, it was Rupert. And I think we should have a level of respect for that, because especially with, in politics, they're men, they've got massive egos. We all know this. No one denies that. So I think it was quite big and grown up of Rupert to come out and say, okay, he might not have done it in an ideal way. I'm not debating that. But it was still quite a big deal for a grown man in politics to come out and say, look, I haven't always been right. We haven't always been right. But let's see if we can find a way to move forward. That's what I took from it. Now, if Nigel and as I said in my tweet, if Nigel and Richard had come out this morning and gone, absolutely not, Rupert's a crazy man. We didn't want him in the party. That's why we did what we did. I think my stance would have been very different, because I think, well, then you're not interested in the interests of the country and the people. You're interested in your own self-gain. They haven't actually. I think they've been very respectful in their replies. I think they've not ruled anything out. Neither have they committed to anything. But at the end of the day, you can't really expect them to, can you? Rupert's just done this kind of unexpected video with, like you said, with his demands. You wouldn't expect them to come out and say, oh, yes, Rupert, of course, But equally, I didn't want them to come out and go, sod off, you crazy old man.
I mean, the problem, of course, with Restore as well is that if, for example, you want to talk to somebody from Reform, there's a whole list of senior people you can talk to get on the air. I haven't had Nigel on the show yet. We're hoping he'll come on at some point. But when you get to Restore, once you get past Rupert Lowe, there isn't really anyone else to talk to. There's only really him.
No. And I get the impression, and I'm going to talk out of turn here, but that Alistair, Rupert's Alistair seems to pull Rupert's strings. I've said in the past, I don't know what this Alistair bloke's got over Rupert, because the word on the street is he's not a very nice man. And, I've heard that from a lot of people. So I'm not surprised that I've heard on the grapevine and people have said, actually, they're not prepared to work with Alistair. And I know that Alistair runs Rupert's social medias. Now, I've never met Alistair. So like I said, I might be speaking out of turn. Yeah. But I am actually yet to meet anyone that's got a good word to say about him. Even people that staunchly back Rupert, staunchly back Restore, that know Alistair say, nah, he's not for us, So again, maybe he needs to take a step back and not be involved with it. If there's any kind of conversation between Reform and Restore, of Rupert, Nigel and Richard, I think perhaps it's best that Alistair stays out of it from what I can make out, and it's just them having a conversation. But I think this is all positive. I think that Rupert came out and he was the bigger person, and I think the replies that Nigel and Richard have come back with are very respectful and non-committal, and just let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Like I said, no one's asking them to bow to Rupert's every demand. That would be ridiculous. Nobody's suggesting that Rupert should replace Nigel Farage as a leader for reform. That would also be ridiculous, because Nigel is the persona of reform, in my opinion. That's what people are voting for. Nigel.
Yeah.
He's a very liked guy. But equally, everybody has had enough of the nonsense and the bickering and the gutter politics and the playground politics, because you know what, Mike? That doesn't get anything sorted.
No.
It doesn't get anything fixed, does it?
No, it really doesn't. Lucy, great to talk to you. Great to get your perspective on it. A lot of people admiring your pottery collection behind you. We'll talk about that another time maybe. But good to see you. See you soon. Have a lovely day. Lucy Connolly there, giving us her take on what's going on in the right wing of politics, where Rupert, Lowe and Restore are trying to make some kind of peace process work with Nigel Farage. We'll see how that goes. But let's rush quickly now to speak to the Nowhere photographer Adrian, who we spoke to last week about what was going on in the Channel. He, being a very enterprising young man, was down in Ceuta at the weekend because he saw what was going on when 60,000 men decided to maraud across the border. And Adrian, a very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you've had a very busy weekend. So I've been following your social media stuff with great interest, flying down there, getting into the right places. We've got a little video I think we can show, which you shot exclusively for us. Thank you. Have a look.
No problem.
Have we got it? I think it's in live, is it?
Oh, I didn't. It wasn't there earlier. Can you just have a quick chat?
Yeah, sorry, we'll get to that. Yeah, anyway, so tell us, you shot down there on sort of Friday evening, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, I think we got there, I think approximately about 6 o'clock in the evening by the time we landed and got across on the ferry. So we caught what I'd describe as the tail end of the large, I don't like to use the word invasion quickly, but yeah, it was of all the men coming in, we caught the slightly downward slope of them coming in.
Right.
And yeah, it was kind of fascinating to watch the army and the response that was there compared to France.
Yeah.
But similarities, to be honest. But yeah, fascinating to watch, and yeah, not something you see every day. When I was there, probably a couple of thousand people came across at the same time. So yeah, very similar in some instances to France, the response, but yeah, quite very worrying, and also the coverage that I think people have seen is a little bit disingenuous, to be honest.
Yeah.
From a lot of people, from what I've been shown.
Yeah, I mean, what I've been hearing, and we've been speaking to people in Spain today as well, is that many people coming at one time could not have been an accident. It could not have been in any way unorchestrated in some way, whether it was orchestrated via social media or whatever it was. There was certainly a concerted effort to do it, wasn't there? And while many people on the left here have said, oh, they've all gone back now, so there's nothing to worry about. Well, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. It's not nothing to worry about, and probably not absolutely every single one of them has gone back anyway.
No, not at all. I haven't actually managed to have a look at the footage, but yesterday they were all around the border. And they were all actually a beautiful cemetery on a hill, and they were just all over the cemetery, sleeping, eating, and doing other things in the cemetery. It was absolutely crazy. Probably 5 or 10,000 probably still left around the villages, all hiding in houses and buildings, and it's honestly, they're playing a really bad game of hide and seek from the army, and the locals are extremely worried, as they should be.
Well, absolutely, because the worry is that it will happen again, and if it does happen again, how much worse will it be?
Yeah, that kind of inflatable barrier border.
Yeah.
I was actually asking another videographer who had a longer lens than me. There's nothing on top of that. It's just a flotation device, There's no. They
Right.
could. I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can swim under it, or they just. You could just climb over it like you're in the sea with the kids with your rubber ring.
Right.
It looks like you
Well,
can just climb
exactly.
over it.
It doesn't. Yeah,
I
it
think
doesn't.
it's no use.
No, and it's not a proper barrier, and it won't make
No,
any difference to the legal situation either.
Yeah, and when I was there was actually a gap of about 4 meters between that and the land, and people
Yeah.
were just swimming through.
Right.
So it's the main worry I think for people there is that the border towns, the little villages that are on the border, they're not being policed like the kind of rich areas about a mile down the road. All the army and police care about is the main areas,
Right.
and they kind of put the poorer areas where I spoke to the locals. All the men and women are out in the streets at night with weapons protecting their streets because there's no police.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's a horrible way to live. They're actually all they're all leaning out the windows in their apartments, all watching all night long.
Right.
It's,
Because you would, because if you imagine it happening in your street, that's what you'd be doing, you know.
Yeah.
So let's have. I think we've got the
Exactly.
video now. So let's have a look at it.
Venga. ¡Hey, hey! ¡Para atrás! ¿Dónde va?
Where's Sarah? Be careful, Sarah. Now, be careful.
¡Hey! ¡Vamos! 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 ¡Vamos rápido! ¡Rápido! No, rápido, rápido.
All right, mate. Just walk straight in front. What are you doing?
¡Vamos!
Don't walk straight in front.
¡Rápido! 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 ¡Páralo, páralo! ¡Ey! ¡Rápido ya! ¡Vamos! ¡Igual rápido, rápido! ¡Vamos, venga, corre!
That's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, as I say, imagine.
Sorry,
I don't have to say it to you, but
the swearing out.
I mean, if that was my hometown and that was my home street, it's terrifying, isn't it?
Yeah, you would be, and literally just above there's a steep hill, and there's thousands of houses up there, in apartments. It is,
Right.
it must be shocking for them because there's so many places for them to hide. I don't think people realise the villages. They're very steep. It's almost like a Brazilian town.
Right.
There, that kind of a feel to it. It goes up really steep, and then there's thousands of houses down these little village roads,
Yeah.
and there's so many places they're hiding that, I've seen so many instances of people being chased around by locals, and yeah, it must be incredibly worrying for
Yeah.
them. But the army, there just wasn't enough of them. It was,
Right.
to be fair to them, they were doing what they could, but there's just too many people.
No, exactly. And I mean, in terms of the people who came over, did you manage to talk to? I know you were talking to some of them in some of the other videos. Did you? What sense did you get from the people who were kind of part of the migrant group that were coming in?
Yeah, a complete mixture of people. The usual excuses, but some of them were actually, quite polite and nice and spoke good English, but they didn't seem to have a clue what they were doing. To be honest,
Yeah.
it wasn't like there wasn't. The good thing is there was no logistics behind it. None of them knew what they were doing or they're going, but they were telling me multiple times that we're going to be basically stealing boats to get to the mainland. And
Right.
I think last night some of them did.
Yeah.
We
Well, I
them
saw a
hanging
story
around
this
the
morning that
harbours.
there was some of them getting jet skis and things across to the mainland.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a little underpass with where the boats could go through, and I'm sure they were all hanging around there. And we saw a few kind of jet boats going back and forth, and
Right.
people swimming out. And I'm sure they were the people that came across. So I think in the next few days you're going to see a little bit like a French style Zodiac boat coming
Yeah.
across, that kind of thing.
Well,
But
presumably
there's obviously
the-
loads of harbours there.
Yeah, right. And that's the trouble. When you've got that much space and you've got that much coastline, I mean, a bit like the UK coastline, you can't patrol all of it, can you?
Yeah. No, there's no chance they can cover it all. And there's obviously a fair amount of army and police there, but nowhere near the number.
Yeah.
If they all decide to leave at the same time, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Even the kind of the harbour was just it was just surrounded by people. They were hiding behind trees and walls. Everywhere you went, there was somebody in a bush. It was kind of crazy because you just hear whispering as you walk past.
Right.
They were absolutely everywhere. It was like a massive game of hide and seek
Right.
with people. Honestly, I've never seen it like it. It was they were just hiding behind trees everywhere. It was
Yeah.
madness.
Right.
The situation.
Incredible. Well, it's an incredible trip that you made, and incredible footage that you made as well. Where can people see and follow you? Because you do really important work, Adrian, and we want to make sure that more people
mainly on
subscribe
Twitter.
to
I
what you
see.
do.
Yeah, I think Twitter's the one that's really worked for me because I think people like the fact that it's out instantly.
Yeah.
There's no delay. A lot of the things I put out. Also, it's nice to have the interaction back and forth with people.
Yes.
They can comment, and a lot of the questions that I asked in interviews and videos that I do later on are because of people that comment and ask.
Right.
It's great.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm not a journalist. I'm not like you guys. I'm not great at interviews and reporting. So
No, but you're doing you're doing what I used to call proper journalism. You know, which is actually going somewhere and doing it and filming it.
Yeah, but it's great to have that kind of feedback to say, can you ask them this? Can you get this footage?
Right.
Because obviously I'm there, but they don't see what I see. So
Right.
it's great to have that feedback. And to be honest, the response has been incredible.
Yeah.
Really positive. And the main thing for me is that just people see the truth, because as we're leaving, you could see all the mainstream media people. They were just showing the border with people strolling past. They didn't pan backwards and see the 500 migrants just watching from the hillside.
Right.
So they were given that impression that everybody's leaving.
Yeah, right.
And if they actually had the audacity and the bravery to walk into the village up the road, you'd see a couple of thousand all asleep on the floor everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
So
brilliant.
This is what they're not showing.
What you're doing is absolutely brilliant, and it's really important work as well. We'd be very happy to keep using, giving you the platform for that as well, and hopefully help you make some money at the same time, because you shouldn't have to pay out. I know you were saying at the weekend that so many people are using your stuff without giving you any kind of recognition, which is entirely wrong. So we'll join you in that fight as well. We're not a multi-million-pound media corporation, but we'll do what we can.
No, it's brilliant. I just think too many people are just too eager to give things away for free, and a lot of people work hard for it. And I understand. I'm not expecting a fortune, but just treat people fairly.
Of course,
that's all people should do.
Absolutely. And what's next? What's next for you? What are you up to?
Next, back to France, back to the water.
Okay.
Obviously, with all these Home Office announcements about new offices and crackdowns, let's see if it's true.
Well,
I doubt it is,
that'd be great, because it sounds like, as you say, we have our doubts. I mean, Andy Burnham standing on the cliffs of Dover about 5 years too late, making out that he's the new Nigel Farage. We're not buying it, I'm afraid. He says, I'm going to be relentless, and it's like, really, are you relentless about making TikTok videos? But I'd love to see the results of whether these enforcement officers are actually enforcing anything.
Well, the offer is open to Andy. He can come to France with me if he wants. I'll show him what's going on. But
there you go. Stephen's just subscribed to you on X, so there you go.
Oh, amazing.
There's one.
Yeah, to be honest, that's people like yourselves, promoting the actual what's going on is key.
Yeah.
The non-filtered news and what the real life things. I think people are sick of it. From what I gather, when I speak to people, and they don't know what's going on. They just appreciate the fact that it's a bit brutal and a bit raw. That's life.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, listen, keep up the great work. It really is very valuable.
Thank you.
And we really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Adrian, the Nowhere photographer there, he's going to go back to France to keep tabs on Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham, who tells us that he's going to be relentless against the small boats. Well, I've got some news for you, Andy. They're not small anymore. They're a lot bigger. And that's why there's fewer of them, because more people are getting on them. They've now got super dinghies that carry as many as 165 people per boat. So we get the truth from people like Adrian there, the Nowhere photographer. We do not get the truth from the government, because of course you don't. Why would you ever expect that? Now, we've got our next guest coming up. We've done news already, haven't we? Or did we don't need to do any more news, I don't think. We haven't got time. We've got Ellie Hodges coming up shortly. We've got Professor Norman Fenton. Right now, Catherine Blakelock joins us. She is, of course, former Brexit Party, former Restore Party, I think, now, because I think she's no longer with them. But a very good morning to you, Catherine.
Good morning.
Good to see you. You've been doing some really interesting research. I'll ask you about the Restore Reform scenario in a minute, but let's get on to, first of all, your new situation, your new campaign, Screams of the Lambs, it's called, I understand. Tell us a bit about it, please.
Well, this is actually one of the reasons, ironically, that I left Restore. A year ago, Rupert said to me, talked to me about working on halal, and I had joined with Robin Tilbrook with the idea to raise funds for a judicial review.
Yeah.
So I started doing research, and as I got into it, and I don't know much about either the meat business or halal or kosher, but it just turned into an enormous subject. And I'm currently attempting to do FOIs on every school in the country. I've done all the hospitals. I've had results back from about 3,500 schools. And there's a great variety. There is hidden halal, which is the term of it, which we've got obviously in supermarkets, jails, prisons, public sector places, universities. In schools, we have a great variety. We have completely unlabeled halal in schools that sometimes only have one Muslim. We have that's stunned halal. We have unstunned halal quite openly in Muslim schools. And then we have a variety of other things, from no halal to labelled halal to some halal. I mean, it's really up to the headmaster or mistress.
Right. Because it's quite a confusing thing, isn't it? I mean, the research you're doing is to attempt to find out exactly how much halal meat is being sold or being fed to people who don't know that it is, in case they might have some kind of objection. I mean, for example, my sort of local supermarket, big supermarket, big branded name, it has quite a big, immigrant population around the area. So they've got a big halal section. But I mean, does that mean that that's the only halal, or is there other halal that's not being sort of signified as halal, if you like?
So almost all New Zealand lamb, approximately something in the region of 95% is halal. And let's clarify why this is so confusing.
Right.
Is we have halal, which is unstunned, basically just cut their throat halal, traditional halal, which is a much smaller percentage. And then we have stunned halal. And this is sort of sold by the RSPCA and Muslim organizations and supermarkets as all just fine. The issue, particularly for lambs, is that it's not fine. And it's not fine from an animal cruelty point of view, because the stun is half the amount of a traditional stun. So it's basically recoverable. The animal can wake up. But secondly, it's not okay because effectively it is a sacrifice to Allah. So Sikhs can't eat it at all. They end up being effectively vegetarian, and they've been some of the most vociferous voices, including in Parliament, on this. Traditional Christians can't eat it. Many Hindus don't like eating it. And of course, other people with political beliefs.
Right. And what's the law on it then? Or what's the food standards scenario on it?
So the law on it is quite straightforward. It's from an old act, and it basically says that halal and kosher can be done by Muslims, slaughtered by Muslims for Muslims with a religious exemption, and by Jews for Jews, not for obviously the 97%.
Right. So if people are providing, say, for example, the New Zealand lamb that you talk about, if I was to buy a leg of lamb, and it's not said to be halal, but is halal, is that a breach of some kind of standard or not? Because if it's not, then clearly there's a problem with the standards, isn't there?
Yeah, it's it's a breach at the killing point, and so that's when, of course, you end up with issues of where it was killed. So yeah, the Food Standards Agency have basically told me that they do not care what sort of slaughter it is after they've given the slaughterhouse a license. So they don't even monitor it. So
Right.
that is why for many years people have been trying to get a list of halal slaughterhouses, for example, in this country, and they can't get one. And they can't get one because effectively it's not there.
Right.
It just doesn't exist. They don't monitor it.
Yeah. And what about the RSPCA and sort of animal rights groups? What are they saying about it?
Well, the RSPCA, as we know, is reasonably left-wing, and they basically hide behind this stun. And they say, well, it's fine because it's stunned. The
Yeah.
RSPCA would like to get rid of unstunned, which has been banned in many European countries, or very heavily restricted. But they say, well, the stun is fine. Well, we
Yeah.
know from people, and I know from people who are working on slaughterhouses, that it absolutely isn't fine at
Right.
all. And there's also probably belief that in chickens, for example, you have to go. So we've got the issue of stun versus unstun, and then we have to go species by species. Probably with chicken, I mean, Tesco have basically said that traditional slaughter and halal are the same as far as they're concerned.
Right. Yeah. It's a very confusing sort of area, really. So, what's your hope with the campaign? What's your kind of where do you take it, if you like?
I hope at a minimum. Well, I've got a number of other smaller lawsuits that I'm starting as well. For example, the most important one will be with Kensington Palace.
Right.
So I have that on film, and I have it in emails. They have a halal they have a halal afternoon tea and they have a non-afternoon tea, halal afternoon tea. And basically the waitress told us, but I already knew because I had an email from them, that they just take the halal chicken sandwiches and put it on the non-halal.
Right.
So they were serving me unlabeled halal. The train company, I have a train company doing it, a sandwich company. There's Popeyes and various other, Pizza Express at one point. I mean, it varies because sometimes it's in certain shops and certain places. But the aim of the exercise is to take some of these people to court, prove that they are breaking the law, and at a minimum get it labelled, because I think if your New Zealand lamb was labelled as a halal, you wouldn't buy it. And then there would be, and I've almost considered setting up instead of having halal certification sites, which we've got about 20 organizations that certify halal, all private companies, all making a lot of money. I do the opposite and make a guaranteed not halal certification site. And I think there would be a lot of consumer demand for that.
Right. Yeah, I think you're probably right. So going back to Restore, so did you fall out with them over this or something else?
I didn't particularly fall out with them. I think it's a question of that they ignore people who they don't like. It's a little cabal of 3 people who Raheem Kassam mentioned. We'll say Rupert Lowe, Alistair Harrison, and Liam Porter. There are so many things wrong with that organisation, and it's not just me. Many branch organisers and people have left. But basically, on the halal, it was the normal. I showed it to Rupert and said, I've just released the website, and would you promote it? And he said, send it to Alistair. Well, if you send it to Alistair, that's a black hole. That's the last thing you ever hear of it.
Oh, okay. So what do you make of his video from yesterday, offering to sort of?
I don't think it was an offer. I think it was a demand.
Well, it was more. Yeah, I mean, I use that word advisedly. Yeah. Well, his demand, it was a bit like a ransom demand, but so you don't think it's genuine, in other words?
Well, I don't. I think this is an issue as much about personalities as it is about policies. Of course, it is about policies too. Some of them, but the main issue, as much as I can see, is some of the Conservatives like Naheem Zazawi and Jenerick and Rupert, Lowe, Alistair and Liam. I think the only people who've been actually able to speak honestly, and I've lost lots of supporters for speaking honestly, are Raheem Kassam and myself, who are not in parties, and we can say really what we like.
Yes.
Because this is about personalities. And the other issue I would say, and you know Nigel and I know Nigel, Nigel's not going to negotiate, sorry about my hair, Nigel's not going to negotiate with Rupert at the moment. If Rupert could have got Restore, say, to 15-15, Nigel could have been pulled to the table.
Yeah.
But Nigel isn't going to be pulled to the table on demands when he's still, depending on which poll you take, is leading, and of course the Burnham thing may all fizzle out. That's
I think it will.
Temporary. And as much as anything, of course, we've got the issue with Badenoch and the Conservatives. This isn't just a one-way thing. I mean, what about them? Many Conservatives will believe exactly the same thing. They see what happens in Ceuta. They're absolutely terrified. They don't like halal. They don't like burqas. They want deportations. I don't think the groundswell of people have particularly major differences. There's more extremists and there's less extremists, but effectively the middle ground is pretty well established on the right.
Yes, I think so. And Reform have got most of that in their camp already. Interesting times. Catherine, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Catherine Blakelock there giving us the lowdown on her campaign, which is all about safety, really, in terms of what is going on in our food processing areas, because she's got this Screens of the Lambs campaign trying to figure out exactly who is selling you halal meat. I mean, it's one of those things where if you're being sold it, you want to be told that you're being sold it. That's what the law says. That's what you should be doing. Ellie Hodges is here. Very good morning to you, Ellie. Nice to see you. Just before we start, I've got to do a little meltdown. I could do it now, or should I do it after Ellie? I'll do it after Ellie because she's already here. I'll do it after her. I'm going to talk about my trip up to Manchester. I went up to Manchester at the weekend to get my son from university and walked around, saw a little bit of it.
Did you see number 10 North?
I didn't actually go to number 10 North.
Right.
But I'll tell you why, because the traffic was so bad, right? And it was not, the streets were not paved with gold. And I saw a lot of crackheads.
You didn't go through the Golden Gates into Manchester?
No, I didn't suddenly go, oh, isn't this amazing? It's like Nirvana, I must move here, But more importantly was the travelling and the roads and the state of the traffic and the state of just, trying to get from A to B with any kind of ability was a bit of a nightmare. So we'll come to that. But let me play you this before we do anything else. We've got Bev Craig, who's the new mayor of Manchester. She's being described as the new Starmer, because I think Labour government is trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes, right? They're trying to make out that they're really popular. She looks like Andy Burnham. Well, I'm calling her Kev Craig, actually, which is probably slightly unfair. But can we have a look at this, please, Elena?
Now, this is a by-election. You only have 18 months to prove to people that you were the right pick for the job. How are you actually going to do that?
By delivering. And I've been really honest with people that sometimes I think in politics it would be worse to promise something that you can't deliver than not make any promises at all. So I've been really clear about the things that I will do. Make decisions that help put more money in people's pockets, like free bus passes for 11 to 18-year-olds, focus on building good quality homes, investing in our high streets and town centres. And I think I've put forward some things that within 18 months I'll be able to show people that actually in Greater Manchester we can achieve great things when we all get behind an idea that can be delivered.
You will actually have significantly more powers than your predecessor now. You'll be able to keep back some income tax as well as business rates. How do you think that money should be spent?
So look, I think it's incredibly exciting. The things that Andy and I have been talking about from Greater Manchester, that within just 2 weeks of him becoming Prime Minister, he's talking about giving power out of Westminster. I think there are things that if we want to create more growth in income tax, then we need to invest in our people to increase prosperity and to grow our economy. And I think that aligns perfectly with what the Prime Minister's been talking about with skills, 16 to 19-year-olds. So investing in young people, helping them get into good quality work will grow our tax base and help us have even more money that we'll keep in the future.
Reform UK did significantly increase their vote share. Is there a lesson for you there, and does that change your policy at all?
As I say, when we started this campaign, I was on 33% and Reform was on 30%. So to get 47% in the first round, to me, was a resounding, people gave their view on what they thought of the kinds of policies that we're doing. And I've said really, really clearly, I don't care if you voted for me or not, I will be your mayor. I will work for every single resident in Greater Manchester to make this place better, and I think that will resonate with people irrespective of who you voted for.
And just finally, the path has been set now. Greater Manchester Mayor to Prime Minister. Are you tempted in the future at all?
Oh, goodness, look, Greater Manchester, I'll be running again in the next election in 2028, hopefully for an even longer term if people put their trust in me again. My eyes are firmly on Greater Manchester.
Now, this is a by-election. You only have 18 months to prove to people that you were the right pick for the job. How are you actually going to do that?
By delivering. And I've...
Yeah, that's it. Slightly disturbing kind of echoes of Starmer.
Yeah.
I've been very clear. I'm going to help young people. She talks about growth and creating opportunities. Do you know, the Sun has got a story this morning saying 160,000 businesses have closed in the last 6 months under Labour.
It's shocking.
160,000. And young people like yourself, if you're trying to get out there and work, there's not a lot of opportunity, is there?
No. And it comes back to, I know we spoke about this last week, but the whole part-time jobs thing.
Yeah.
If we have our high streets where everything's closing down,
Yeah.
where are young people actually going to get these part-time jobs? And I don't think a lot of people realise how important jobs for young people is, and people talk about it all the time. And they say apprenticeships.
Yeah.
And whilst I think apprenticeships are a great thing, when you actually look at it, it's like one apprenticeship to get it, it's like 100 people will have to apply and only one person gets it, or even more. There was one apprenticeship I looked at the other day and there was 1,000 people that had applied for one job.
Yeah.
There isn't enough still, so we still need so much more apprenticeships. The one thing I do like about Andy Burnham and what he did say about bringing kind of more technical courses in, I think that's important.
Yeah,
but
it is. But, when I read that story this morning in the Times,
Yeah.
where they're talking about, the schooling in this country has been one size fits all, it's been too academic. I mean, I've never heard anyone say to me, the problem with the kids coming out of school these days is they're all too academic. They're not. They're not actually being taught very much of anything. They're not being taught a classical education. They're not being taught how to read and write properly. Many of them come out of school without any great skill whatsoever and without any real talent that has been kind of brought out of them. I mean, I heard today somebody saying, apparently there are computer classes that they teach in schools without actually showing kids computers. That they show, they do like, you're going to do a course in computer science, but there's no computer.
Oh my God.
And you're kind of going, well, that's insane. Learning about the Vietnam War, but not learning about the Second World War.
Yeah.
Things like that. The curriculum seems to me to be all wrong. And I just
curriculum is
I don't buy this idea that you can suddenly teach kids technical skills. Well, you can, but I mean, for me, what I've been saying today is that this new Andy Burnham government has learned from Keir Starmer's government, because Starmer used to say, we're going to do this, and then they didn't do it.
Yeah.
And people would criticise him for it. Well, he's not really saying anything. They're kind of saying, this is what we don't like, and this has to change. But they don't say how they're going to change it.
Yeah, and I think that is where all of this kind of energy and hope in the Labour Party will start to drift away, because yes, when you're campaigning for a by-election and you're saying, we're going to make things great again, and it's all vibe-based politics, that's great. But when you're so far into actually being Prime Minister and things aren't going the way that people expected, that's when things will start to go
look at Andy
wrong.
Burnham. He's gone from, in the first 2 weeks, not mentioning immigration for 7 days to now standing on the White Cliffs of Dover saying he's going to be relentless and fight back against the
he's very
boats.
performative.
Yeah.
I think Andy Burnham is very performative. But with the education thing as well, and you said about reading and writing, there's a statistic that I saw the other day, which is shocking. I think it's 1 in 4 primary school students come out of primary school and they're not reaching the expected standard in reading and writing, and that is shocking.
Right.
And we need to fix our education
That's
system.
more important
We
than
need
giving them
to.
some kind of course in how to, put in a plug.
Also, Catherine Berwelsing said about the problem with this as well. It does sound good, but you could get into a situation where the kids that aren't necessarily academically smart right from the get-go just kind of get pushed into these technical courses, and it's almost like you're not good enough to do this kind of thing, so you're going to go there. And we need to make sure that doesn't happen as well, because we don't want kids being sidelined from doing things like English literature, for example, and instead doing a technical course.
But this was a system they had when I was going to school, where you had grammar schools and you had secondary modern schools, and you did an 11+ exam, and if you passed with, reasonably good marks, you went to a grammar school,
Yeah.
or you went to a secondary modern school. And that actually seemed to work pretty well. You know, there were people in the Labour government or Labour Party would probably say, oh, but it was very unfair because it meant that, you know, only wealthy kids ended up going to grammar schools. Not true.
That's not true, it's the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a grammar school in Kensington, and it was full of, you know, working class kids, a lot of Irish immigrants' kids, a lot of, you know, it was a Catholic school, a lot of kids who had done well but weren't from rich backgrounds at all. And a lot of kids who went to secondary modern schools actually preferred it because that was where you learned a lot more of the technical stuff. So they're sort of going back almost to what they said they were against in the 60s and 70s.
I do think it's a shame that kind of grammar schools have basically died out, really. There's barely any of them now.
There's a few in various selected parts of the country. There's some in Kent. There's some in Manchester, funnily enough, around Manchester still.
Of course there is. Manchester's everything.
Manchester's got it all. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, what are you making of the Rupert Lowe, Nigel Farage thing? We've spoken to a lot of people about it. We had Richard Tice on the show this morning. I don't know if you saw that. But a lot of people are saying, you know, it's not really an offer of a pipe of peace. It's more of a,
what
demand, isn't it?
What actually is he offering here? Because I think
from
what I can see, he's saying that he wants to keep his party, but work with Reform and have a coalition. It doesn't make sense. That's not how it works. And I think that Reform are right to say, we're willing to take people if they subscribe to our values and our policies. Absolutely fine with that, but we're not going to work with someone who is demanding all of these things. And I do have an issue with a lot of people in Restore kind of taking this now moral high ground of saying we're putting the country first, we're putting the country first. They have not been behaving like that up until now. I've seen the way that they've behaved towards Reform people, and I've seen this in public.
Well, Rupert Lowe said publicly in the past that he would do everything to stop Nigel Farage from becoming Prime Minister. He also said that he would do everything, throw the kitchen sink any by-election in Clacton, and then pulled out of it. And now he's not throwing anything, never mind the kitchen sink. So I think there's a lot of questions to be asked. And as well as the pact that he's offering, as you say, is full of demands. It's not full of concessions. It's not saying, well, we'll do this if you do that. It's like basically saying you're going to kick out Robert Jenrick, you're going to kick out Suella Braverman, you've got to have a referendum on the death penalty, you've got to do all these things that we want people to vote for us to do, but we're not giving you anything in return, it doesn't seem.
Yes, and I completely understand that. And lots of people as well, they do like Rupert. And it's a shame, everything that happened, because Rupert was a popular MP. But the problem here is that Nigel and Rupert will never work together. It's a personal grievance.
But do you think Rupert Lowe might be his own worst enemy, though, in a way?
Yeah, I think so in many ways. And I don't think the way to do this was doing a 12-minute long kind of emotional video with different camera angles. I think this is the kind of thing that you do behind closed doors.
Yes. I mean, a lot of people have said that if you really want to have a pact or you really want to make an offer, you do it behind closed doors. You do it through various different, measures. There's no reason why they couldn't have had a conversation if he wanted to have that. But instead he makes it a public thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's because it makes him look good, right? It's the whole I'm putting the country first. And maybe he is genuinely trying to put the country first, but I don't think you really are when you're demanding all of these things. And ultimately, if we want a right-wing government by the time the next general election comes round, we need to all get behind one party.
Yeah. And so when you talk to people around your age, young people on the right, what do they think about the uniting of the right scenario? What do they say?
I think it's mixed. I think that ultimately young people that are right-wing just want a right-wing government, simple as. And I think that I always do say, however, I don't buy into the argument anymore that Restore is just an online party. That's not true. I speak to people that aren't necessarily that involved in politics, and they do say to me, what about this Rupert Lowe guy? He has got attention, and people do know who he is. But ultimately, I think that's at the detriment of this country, though, because we ultimately want a right-wing government. We don't want to split the vote. And I think it's a shame that egos and personal grievances are coming, between that.
Yeah. So in terms of the way that it all plays out in the next sort of few weeks, we've got a summer of what I'm going to call discontent. We've seen what happened in Spain or in Morocco, shall we say. Wow. The left-wing reaction to that was ridiculous, wasn't it? They were like, oh, but they've all gone back now. I mean, Alistair Campbell, I had a go at him over the weekend. Alistair Campbell was like, the right are getting hysterical. A few people came over a border and now they've all gone back.
A few?
Yeah,
Did he see the
60,000. I know. Well, we played it all out on Friday and I was making fun of the Times newspaper and all the other papers because not one of them put it on the front. You know, they were all like, and then the Sun's version of it was, mostly young men. And it's like, no, practically, mostly, completely all young men. And we just heard from the Nowhere photographer there as well, who's been doing some absolutely brilliant work down there filming. And he said, it was horrific. There were people hiding behind trees, in people's gardens. This idea that they've all gone back is just not true. And people who live in those towns, I don't know if you saw the footage, are terrified. Literally the streets are like the Wild
I
West.
would be terrified. Imagine being a woman and living in, a flat by yourself.
Yeah.
And that scene happening.
And suddenly
you would be
your
petrified.
hometown is full of thousands of young men.
That's a normal thing to think as well.
Yeah.
If you just have thousands of young men suddenly coming through into your country, it's scary. It's scary.
Absolutely.
And more people need to talk about it, because I think there are lots of people watching this once they saw those videos. I mean, it's something that you've never really seen before.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
I know. Absolutely incredible. A couple of questions to ask you, and we'll play you another little one here. We've got Intel Lady on Angela Rayner, because Angela Rayner apparently was in trouble again over the weekend, in amongst various other Labour Party members of Cabinet, because she's been accused of getting her CV slightly wrong, believe it or not. She's been accused of apparently making out that she was a care worker when actually she was a union rep.
Isn't it, with the CV?
It is, yeah. Well, it's
a requirement to be in the cabinet.
They like to reinvent the truth, right? Let's have a look at this. This is Intel Lady as Ange.
Hiya. It's former Deputy Prime Minister, proud Northerner from a working class background, basic instinct enthusiast, and now back on the houses, Angela Rayner, and welcome to another no-brainer with Angela Rayner. Listen, I had things to do this weekend. I've got better things to do than make another one of these. I had plans to stick me trotters up, open up a couple of tins and say cheers to the Queen of the North, the new Mayor of Manchester, our Bev. Instead, I've got to come on here and set a few people straight, because this week I produced a video thanking all of the Suffolk firefighters for their hard work in tackling these awful wildfires and reassuring the public that lived in the area that us Labours are defo on top of it and we're going to sort it out and they've not to worry. And then I put it out and didn't think anything more of it until I discovered that some idiot had doctored that video and made me look as if I'd dressed up like Fireman Sam. Why on earth would I, as a Labour politician, dress up performatively to make a video? I cannot understand why people actually believed it. Well, I can, actually, because that is exactly what the far-right adjacent do. They believe absolutely everything that they see on the internet, which is why they shouldn't have access to social media. I wasn't dressed up like a firefighter. If you go on my page, I think you'll find I was dressed up in a lovely leopard print shirt that matched my new glasses. But you lot don't want to look at things like that because you just believe the first thing that you see. But you know something? It doesn't matter what you lot say, and it doesn't matter what you lot do. Us Labours are going to continue to go from strength to strength. I'll see you again on another no-brainer with Angela Rayner. Bunch of idiots. Absolute bunch of idiots.
That is brilliant, isn't it? Fantastic. Angela Rayner facing accusations she misled the public over her career history after blurring the lines between her jobs as a home help and a union rep. She apparently said she spent 10 years or 14 years as a council-employed home care worker, but apparently 10 years of that was spent either full-time or part-time as a shop steward. So it's yet another credibility crisis for Ange, I'm afraid. And they can't seem to stop, can they? I mean, Lou Haig was also criticised at the weekend because she gave an interview in which she said, I made a mistake many years ago when I reported my phone was stolen after a mugging and I was very traumatised by it, blah, 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 blah. And people are going, hang on a minute, no, you pleaded guilty to fraud. You know, you admitted...
Also, if you're going to apologise, just apologise.
Making a false insurance claim for which you were convicted and you are now a convicted fraudster. So it's like, these people just can't seem to get it right, can they?
I mean, if you're going to own it and apologise, just do that. Don't then say, because I was traumatised.
Yeah.
It just kind of goes against apologising.
I know.
Just apologise and move on.
I know. It would be nice. And then the other big story, I think, that's going to get bigger and bigger and is going to bite Andy Burnham on the backside is this business of the early release scheme. Yeah. Prisoners getting let out. It's a piece of the Telegraph today saying, there's now going to be more offenders on the streets. Oh, really? Well, of course there are. If you let people out, they're going to be wandering around free as a bird, and they're not going to worry about getting sent back because there's no room for them.
Yeah, no, and this is the thing. We've got in such a state with our prison system as well now that people are much more likely to commit a crime if they know they're not going to serve the whole of their sentence.
Yeah.
And this is what's happening. You can commit a crime and yes, you'll get put away, but you won't get put away for your actual sentence.
Yeah.
And if we don't have these kind of deterrents that's stopping people from committing crimes, and I'm a very firm believer as well that all of these petty crimes like shoplifting or bunking the train, just these simple things actually then lead on to bigger crimes, because once people realise they can get away with doing that, they will then start doing more. And we just need to have a absolutely no-nonsense approach. The broken window policy in New York is something that works fantastically well, and we need to implement that here and just stop taking any of this nonsense. And I think with the whole prison system, yes, our prisons are overcrowded and we need to sort that out. But look at what happened in COVID when we were able to build hospitals, how quickly we were able to do that. Why can't we do that for prisons?
Yeah, I know. We must be able to. I mean, we've got places where we can put migrants. Surely we could put prisoners in places like that as well. It's a very good point. Ellie, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
As well, Mike.
Ellie Hodge is there, working with all sorts of people. She's got her own YouTube channel now. She's also working with the New Culture Forum. Lots going on here at the Mike Graham Show. We've got Dr. Norman Fenton, Professor, I should say, Norman Fenton to talk to. Do we need to do any news, Elena? What do you think?
No, I think
No? Should we just do a meltdown? Time for my meltdown. So, some of you may have heard throughout the show today that I had a little trip at the weekend. I went up to Manchester and I had to pick up my son, who was returning from university, having done his 3 years of relatively hard labour, you might say. But he did work while he was there. He did actually try and make as much money for himself as he could, because that's what you have to do these days, because going to university is a pretty expensive operation, because you might get a loan from the government, but you have to pay it back. You will be charged an awful lot of money to live in what's described as student accommodation, which is absolutely and utterly ridiculous, particularly since they make you pay not just from September before you actually start, because generally speaking it's the end of August you have to sign the lease, before you actually, probably 2 weeks early, and then you get to the end of, sort of beginning to the end of May, when you're finishing for the year, but you have to keep the lease all the way through June, all the way through July, and all the way through August. So 3 extra months that you have to pay. It's an absolute disgrace. But I wanted to talk to you about the journey, because there are a couple of things to note about motorway driving in this country. One, it's incredibly badly organised. There's too many cars, there's too many trucks, there's too many buses, and there's congestion literally everywhere. I left on Friday around about 12 o'clock, midday, and it took me until about 6:30 to get to Manchester, 6.5 hours. Now, I could have flown to New York practically in that time. I could certainly have flown to, I think, Turkey. I could certainly have flown to the south of France. And the idea that it takes you that long to get sort of basically 250 miles is insane. And here's the problem. There's so many parts of the motorway structure in this country which are not fit for purpose. So therefore, you've either got people driving on hard shoulders, smart motorways, not smart at all. You've got people worried about speed limits. You've got constantly changing speed limits. You've got loads and loads of places where the speed limit goes down to 60, then it goes down to 50, then it goes down to 40. And what it does is creates traffic jams. There was about 4 or 5 accidents on the way as well, which can only be described as stupid people who don't know how to drive, by and large. And then the police close off loads of lanes and the stuff all grinds to a halt. And the other thing that I noticed is these new speed cameras which have appeared out of nowhere, right? And these are no longer the kind of speed cameras that you can see that looks a bit like a camera that points in one direction. These are the ones that hang from a sort of lamppost type thing, very high in the air, and they're round. And I've been trying to find out exactly what kind of cameras they are, but they come up as speed cameras, and so they are measuring your speed, but they're also looking inside the car to see what you're doing. That seems to me to be a gross invasion of privacy, and I don't think we ever voted to allow that to happen. Everybody wants to stop illegal practices. Everybody wants to stop dangerous driving. But drivers are, generally speaking, relatively sensible people, and they should be allowed to do what they do without being encumbered by all sorts of regulations and ludicrous notions and people making it more and more difficult for you to drive. The problem is, everything costs as much as well. Do you know how much they wanted for a litre of petrol on one of those motorway service stops? £1.82. Even in London right now, you can get it for about £1.60. £1.82. I mean, literally daylight robbery. They shouldn't be allowed to do it. They should not be allowed to get away with it. So that's my meltdown for the day. Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. It's coming up to 9:46, very nearly 10 o'clock. When you go over to the other station, of course, which is UK Live Online. When I say the other station, it's a sort of expansion of the Mike Graham Show. Kelvin McKenzie will be here talking about a great many things, and I'm sure talking about the whole Rupert Lowe scenario. Right now, we've got Professor Norman Fenton, though, who's here. Professor, very good morning to you. Welcome back. Thanks. We spoke before, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
About one of your projects. What have you got for us today?
Well, of course, actually, when we spoke before, it was about the fact that I'd been hacked on X and couldn't get my account
That's
back.
right, yeah.
I actually got it back.
Yeah.
But then a week later, they actually locked me out of my account for suspicious activity.
X did?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Possibly because I posted something about COVID vaccines. I'm not sure, but this is today.
I thought those days were over. I thought they weren't like that anymore.
You'd be amazed. The European census,
Interesting. Funnily enough, we did an
them,
interview with Dr. David Cartland the other day, and where he talked about how he got struck off and all of his various difficulties, and we put it up on YouTube, and suddenly it appeared with a sort of public service announcement thing almost about the MMR vaccine. I'm we weren't talking about the MMR vaccine. We were just talking about COVID.
Yeah, and they put the WHO regulations on any
that's
video
what it was,
about anything to help. But I mean, the key, the big story, of course, which is relevant to my new book, which just came out last Friday.
Hold it up there, actually, to that one there.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. That's it.
Perfect. Yeah, the capture of academia. Yeah.
Okay.
And how universities shape power, silence dissent, and influence society.
Yeah.
Now, this is particularly newsworthy because I don't know if you know, if you've been speaking about this story, about this unbelievable story about this guy, Jason Hardy, the black professor, the youngest black professor at Cambridge, who seems to have has been accused of these allegations of plagiarism that took him all the way to his academic post. Yeah. And this unbelievable backstory he's got about his childhood. I mean, I don't want to go into the details because a lot of people are talking about it. But the thing is that, to say he was over-promoted is an understatement.
It is a bit of an understatement.
It's a bit like putting Mr. Bean in charge of air traffic control.
Yeah, right.
But everything about how that can happen, how somebody like that can happen is actually explained all in this book. And incidentally, there's quite a bit about Cambridge's DEI policies. I mean, the DEI policies, which are absolutely dominant in universities. I mean, they're dominant in society, but it's the universities. It's much worse. And of course, what happens is that, this is based, my experience, what I'm talking about here is based on my sort of 47 years of experience in universities. And people have most people have no idea what is really going on in universities. Right. I think Roger Scruton said the modern university is an institution devoted to everything except education. Yeah. It's about indoctrination. So they don't just educate Britain's elite. They basically shape their entire worldview, their assumptions and ideologies. And that ideology is increasingly a mixture of cultural Marxism, globalism, critical race theory. Right. And this is exactly why you get the situation with people like this Professor Hardy being massively
more damaging than that in a
over-promoted.
way, though, as well, Norman, because what you end up with is not just that the universities are captured, but then all the places that those graduates go become the same. And
every cohort of indoctrinated graduates, they become the politicians, they become the lawyers, the civil servants, police, even the journalists, judges, media stars, and the regulators of the next generation.
And they've all been to the same...
They've all been indoctrinated in the same way, and that's why... that's why I believe the country's in such a massive kind of like cultural decline. So you've got, that's why young people kind of like are ashamed of British history and traditional culture, and why they think men can get pregnant and women can have penises.
I know, it's absolutely bizarre, isn't it? It's almost as though they've been sort of, I don't think uneducated is the right word. It was sort of diseducated somehow. They've been taught wrong stuff. They've been taught to believe things which aren't real. They've been taught, as you say, this, the race theory, gender nonsense about women and men and 72 different kinds of genders and all the rest of it. And this morning, for example, we've got a story from Bridget Phillipson saying that what we want is less academia in schools. Well, I don't think anyone's ever accused people coming out of schools as being too academic.
Absolutely
because
not,
they're absolutely not. They're not being taught enough academic stuff. And when you talk about, let's teach them all how to have technical skills, well, that would be great. Another story, which is kind of illustrates what's wrong with Britain, is it turns out that loads of electricity users are paying £100 million a year extra because power flow metering has been put into places where power is generated, and they've put the meters in backwards. Right? They've literally put the meters in backwards. So if you're, supplying power to the national grid, and you're actually, expected to be paid for that, they're charging you because they think you're taking it out rather than putting it in. Right? I mean, in any kind of world, it shouldn't happen. It's an impossibility, and yet it's happening.
Look, the thing is, it's not just that. I mean, the teacher training, incidentally, this ideology. Of course, I said all the people that influence it. It goes into the teacher training. It goes right down to the nursery and primary and secondary schools. The same nonsense is actually being increasingly pushed on those people. So of course, they're not getting not getting the academic or the technical training.
Yeah.
They're getting this indoctrination right from the start, and that makes it. When they get to the university, they're much more susceptible to then the advanced ideological indoctrination.
Yes.
I mean, Ellie, who you had on before, I think she's an exception in terms of students who are actually able to resist this, because most of them don't.
No, most of them don't. I know a lot of people like Ellie, because obviously, my own children have been through that particular educational process with different degrees of sort of indoctrination, if you like, but all of their friends as well that I've seen, and there's a decent body of young sort of right-wing thinkers now, because they've kind of rebelled against all of that nonsense.
Yeah, the problem is that we're in a bit of an echo chamber, right? Because we're still not reaching the masses out there. So people would,
I don't know about
that. I went from respected professor to academic pariah simply because I was calling out, challenging the official COVID narrative, and. No
but
doubt.
That's all been. But all of that has now been proven to.
I know,
have been
but it
correct.
doesn't make. Yeah, we think you think so, but
well, no, but even the COVID inquiry now is issuing statements saying, oh, actually, that shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened. So I think people are more inclined to listen to people like you and I than they would have been perhaps back then.
There's a little bit, but not enough sort of shifting of the situation.
Yeah. Well, it's a long road, isn't it? And that's why we have to keep fighting it in many ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And incidentally, because I'm locked out of X, I had 94,000 followers. I've got absolutely no way of basically advertising what I'm doing, including getting my
there's no other
so,
social media platform you can use? Is there not? Can you not get on Facebook or anything like that? Or is that the same problem?
I probably have to say. I haven't. I haven't really got a Facebook account. I'm not down with the kids. Even
Facebook isn't down with the kids.
No,
either,
it isn't actually. That's the old one. They're all doing Instagram. My daughter actually handles my Facebook and Instagram accounts, but because I never was active in them, they've only got a few hundred.
Have you got a website or somewhere that people can go and buy the book?
Yeah. So it's go to normanfenton.com and look for books there. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Cool. Well, it's good to see you, Norman, and hopefully we will continue to fight back against the wokists, and they will eventually disappear. I'm absolutely sure of that, because it's beginning to happen in different parts of the economy. It's beginning to happen in different parts of the world, and even in America now under Trump. You can imagine if Trump hadn't won, how much worse it would actually be.
Yeah.
Because Twitter, although it hasn't been of any use to you, was going in a very bad direction, as was Facebook. But as soon as Trump got in, they actually started becoming a bit more sensible and started actually behaving better. So, there may be hope for us all yet.
Well, as I say, I still think that things are far worse in universities than most people.
Oh, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. I don't have much to do with the university sector. As I say, my son just went to study up there, but I was more concerned about the people who make such a lot of money out of it. It's become such a business now, where the kids have to rent properties which they have to rent from the beginning of September to the end of August, which is such a rip-off. If Andy Burnham really wanted to help students, and he really wanted to help young people, he would limit that and say to these landlords, these greedy landlords, let them leave the lease when they've finished university in May. Don't make them pay an extra 3 months or make their parents pay an extra 3 months. It's not right.
Yeah.
It's really absolutely dreadful. I don't know if we've got a Pooch's Pooch, Elena, have we?
Yeah, we do.
Do we? Well, shall we have a look at it? That's very funny. Professor Norman Fenton, thank you very much indeed. The book's called The Capture of Academia. Go and get your hands on it if you can. I'll have some book news for you coming up shortly as well, because I've got one coming out called Fake News, believe it or not. But before we go, let's have a look at Harriet Harman, or Harriet Harperson, before we hand over to Kelvin McKenzie. You know, this will illustrate the problem that Labour have got, trying to work out not only what women are, but what they should do with them. Check it out.
Men cannot stand for the leadership next time.
You can't do that.
The only way we'll have a woman leader of the Labour Party next time is if we start a conversation now where we say that actually that men cannot stand for the leadership next time, because if men stand for the leadership next time, we'll have another...
Are you going to have an all-women's list for the next Labour leader? You can't do that.
I think, well, what we need to do is for women's ambition to be encouraged and male ambition to be the next leader of the Labour Party to be discouraged.
Do you think the next leader after Andy Burnham, whoever that may be, has to be a woman then?
Oh, I absolutely think so. And I think I'm going to be asking any really excellent young man MP, you know, rising star in the Labour Party, I'll be wanting to encourage and support them, but I'll be saying to them, are you going to support a woman next time? Or are you going to put yourself in front and put a woman behind you?
Are you going to put a woman behind you? I mean, that's the kind of level of discourse now in the Labour Party, right? So you're not allowed to run for office as a man, even though for a long time they didn't even know what a woman was. Keir Starmer, let's not forget, had to be told by the Supreme Court what a woman was. He didn't know what it was before. David Lammy thought a woman could be invented by a man. He thought that if you were a man, you could grow a cervix. That's what he said. He actually said it out loud on a broadcast. So Harriet Harman is now saying it's all very well having Andy Burnham as a leader. It's all very well having deputy leaders as women, but that's not good enough. And so she's now going to actively contribute in her world to getting a woman leader for the Labour Party. They're the only senior party in the world of politics that hasn't had a female leader. They just can't seem to manage to do it. And that could only be misogyny, surely. It'd be great to see a female leader, wouldn't it? Imagine if it was Angela Rayner or Lou Haig, the fraudster, or, I don't know, Diane Abbott, who's apparently been invited back into the fold. That could be fun, couldn't it? But apparently now, according to Harriet Harman, if you're a young man and you want to be the Labour leader, you're in the way of a woman and you should get out of the way and you should stand behind her and support her instead of standing in front of her and putting her behind you. If that doesn't tell you what's wrong with the Labour government, I don't know what does. But that was a brilliant show we had today. Thanks to everybody that came on. Emma Wolfe, of course, this morning. Richard Tice, who was our first guest. Lucy Connolly, Mark Littlewood, straight from Dusseldorf. The Nowhere photographer, Adrian, who was brilliant. Ellie Hodges, Catherine Blakelock, Professor Norman Fenton, who was just with us. Now time to go live over to UK Live Online. And Kelvin McKenzie. We'll see you tomorrow at 7.
Taking you that. So when was that? So there we are. Where are we? We're 2026, and a month, 6 months ago or so, he gets elected. Really? So he had not heard in the previous years that the country was enormously agitated about the tens of thousands of illegals washing up on our shores. Really? Really? And you're the bloody Prime Minister, are you? You'd only just discovered it. You think we're idiots? Or are you an idiot? The truth about the matter is, any political party that comes in to solve this massive issue, which has been around us now for about 5 years and involved the thick end of a couple of 100,000 people now wandering around our country. And when you think about it, to be honest with you, these are multiple towns the size of Kings Lynn and Yeovil, right? Nobody has solved the issue. Every year somebody comes along and said, we'll smash the gangs, or somebody says one in, one out. And now along comes Andy Burnham, right? What does he say? He says he is going to be relentless in solving this issue. Really? Relentless. One in, one out. Smash the gangs. Now relentless. The reality is nothing at all is going to happen. Nothing can happen. And actually, things could get even worse. For instance, take what happened in Morocco the other day. So, 60,000 people just crash over the border, ignore the security. Anyway, there's a lot of talk about Italy says we're going to scrap the Schengen Agreement, therefore people won't be able to come to us from these places. And then the next minute, the PR that comes out on that is that actually everybody went back. They didn't go back. 48,000 went back. What an enormous number. 12,000 are still there. Why? Because Europe is a fantastic place. We believe in democracy. Certainly Morocco doesn't believe in that. I mean, they're Muslim, right, run the country through their religion. It's a Muslim nation. Therefore, there's certainly no democracy there. You either are a Muslim or you're not in work, right? After all, they had a Jewish quarter there, and the King Hassan, actually paid for all the Jews to get out of their country. How disgraceful was that? They call the place the Jewish Quarter. The one in Morocco, the one thing there aren't are Jews. I mean, a disgraceful nation. So there's 12,000 now wandering around this Spanish enclave. What's going to happen to them? We all know what's going to happen to them. After all, Spain has said, that idiot of a prime minister, who is basically a kind of Burnham character, possibly even further left. Something that we're all going to have to face. That there are more of the skin and the dim, idle socialists, skids as I call them, skin, idle, dim socialists, than there are of people who want to go out and make something of their lives. So they've decided that their vote does matter, which means that actually they're going to seek a lot of money from you in order to fund up other people. And also that they think that they can get elected like that. Prime ministers or politicians decided the best way to get elected is not appeal to capitalism, not appeal to hard work, not appeal to education, not appeal to ambition. They've decided the best way forward, actually, is to say, are you skinned? Are you idle? Come this way. And on that basis, economies across Europe will collapse. So anyway, then we've now got 12,000 Moroccan migrants, all of the variety, right? All of the variety, young men, probably with no brains. They might be ambitious, but they may be as ambitious for their religion dominating our country as they are for themselves. So it's an enormous worry. So go back to Burnham. Burnham says relentless. Relentless is the word of the moment. More relentless are the smugglers the other side of the channel. So what's going to happen? Unless we adopt... So Farage is going through a rough period at the moment. There are questions, undeniable, and I think Richard Tice was on with Mike Graham, who's just joined me. Morning, Mike.
Good morning, sir.
and he says, basically indicated that he'll be suing. And we need reform, okay? Kind of politically, we don't have a reform. It's very hard to know when the right will ever be in power in our country. Because if you looked at the Greater Manchester Council election, there was an absolute shocker in there. And what it was that the Tories were in 5th place. All right, the Tories probably has never done well in Greater Manchester. I don't know. I've never followed it politically before. But 5th, behind Restore, it's shocking. So unless Reformer in power or have a chance, then nothing can happen. Nothing can happen to our country. Now, if you took where Restore are, so along comes Rupert Lowe, can I be helpful? And the reason that Rupert Lowe turns up is because he has done, I think, effectively got 9.6%, because it's that kind of transferable vote kind of idea, right? And he got 9.6%, which puts him above Lib Dem and the Tories. So he says, I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Look, I've got more chance of settling down with the leader of China than Reform and Rupert Lowe getting together. They don't care for each other. They're both strong personalities. Reform has been, Nigel Farage has been comfortably the cleverest politician of our age, going from nothing, literally carrying a bag on his own for 35 years. And therefore, he had an umbilical cord, has an umbilical cord to the voter. If he disappears off the scene, the idea that Kemi Badenoch can pick up that bag and can be attractive to 24% of the vote to join her in the Conservative Party is for the birds. I'm Burnham. I'm standing there going, bring it on. Have an election. Do what you like. Actually, I'm going to do great. It is a terrible reality, I suspect, for people watching this show, and it's a great boost for the Labour Party, who've gone from saying goodbye to a total dud to having a half a dud, and the half a dud is in the box seat at the moment. So forget about the rather cunning political movement by Rupert Lowe. That's not going to happen. We've got to hope that Farage escapes from the rather difficult area he's in at the moment. And without it, I am quite depressed about the future. Even more depressed about Burnham wandering around saying, I'm going to be relentless. What he's going to be relentless about, which is something that the right have got to look at, is his ambition to be re-elected. So these are tough times, I think. Mike, you had a rather interesting conversation with Richard Tice today.
I did.
He was bullish.
He was very bullish.
I think he said, I was travelling on the train at the time, so I didn't see it. I think he said, effectively, kind of indicated he would be coming after people when this is all over. Right. What was your take from it?
I mean, well, the thing that Richard Tice has been saying, and many people are now starting to say about Pravda, as I now call it, the Sunday Times and the Times is kind of a constant attacks on it. Their latest is a splash on Sunday, in which they say, actually Nigel Farage decided to run as a politician again earlier than he actually admitted to. Yeah. And I actually said, well, what next? Are they going to say he dreamed he wanted to do it? The standard committee will make a decision based upon when they think he said that he wanted to come back into politics. Well, if they're going to start saying, if he'd said it privately to somebody, then he should have said it to us. It becomes a sort of nonsense story. You can't really prove it one way or the other. So what it does prove is that they've got this kind of agenda where they want to try and discredit him. And other people said at the weekend there's been police investigations going on into various things, including the donations into Richard Tice's tax affairs.
Yeah.
None of it's come to anything. And at some point...
It has been going on since, I think...
Since 25, since last year, right? So at some point somebody's going to say, hang on, are there going to be any charges brought?
Has Richard Tice been questioned, do you know?
Not that I know of.
No.
Not that I know
Two
of.
have been questioned. That was George
We
Cottrell
understand it was
and
George
his
Cottrell
mother.
and his mother.
Yeah.
So that's as far as we know.
I am puzzled. Now, look, as you and I know, the law grinds slowly, but it does grind.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're now looking at 17, 18 months of no action. Now, that's not out of the question, because if you looked at what happened to the SDP in Scotland, that took literally, I think, way over 2 years.
Yeah, but I think that was because the government was actively preventing it from being done.
Okay, fine.
I think that made it even worse in their case.
Right.
But all I'm saying is that they're picking away at, and it's working to an extent, because the polls will show if you keep presenting people as crooks, even if they're not, people will start to go, oh, do you think they might be crooks? You know what I mean? So it's a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy.
Supposing we looked on. My argument is this: we need reform, and we need it to be powerful. Okay, restore. It's not that I don't care for anybody. I just they haven't got the power that I think.
Well, you've heard the other story. I don't know if you heard me talking to Richard about, which is the reason why Rupert Lowe's come out now to do what he's done. Is he's had a massive falling out with the Tories, because there are those who believe that he's been working, reasonably closely with Kerry Badenoch. She gave him a seat on the finance committee. They're reasonably friendly. She says that there's no deal of any kind being done. But the word on the street is that he's looking for a peerage that he might get from the Tories.
Seriously?
But because he beat them in Manchester, they're now not very happy with him. And to your point about how well the Tories did last time, do you know how well they did last time? They came second. Right?
Oh, did they?
So in the here's the 2020.
Well, there we are. Somebody who knows something.
The 2024 figures. Annie Burnham, 420,000 votes. Laura Evans, Conservative Party, second with nearly 69,000 votes.
Really?
So they've dropped from second to below everybody else, down to fifth place, as you say, which really tells you all of this rubbish about the Badenoch bounce. They're in. Well,
I know. I 100% get that, man. So I'm Badenoch, and I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, well, what on earth is going on? On the one hand, people seem to find me reasonably attractive. I don't know whether they do or they don't, but the polling seems to indicate that. On the other hand, when people go into the privacy of the voting booth, nobody says, I must remember to have that.
Bottom's fallen out of it.
Must have those stories.
Gone. Yeah, it's absolutely gone. So, and again, this whole kind of message that's coming out of Labour that they've done brilliantly in Manchester. They lost 150,000 votes. Reform put on 100,000, right? Reform were 400,000 votes behind Annie Burnham. They were never going to win it. I had an exchange with Dan Hodges at the weekend. He's like, yeah, but the perceived wisdom in Westminster was that Reform were going to win the Manchester mayoral election.
They weren't.
And I said, yeah, but the perceived wisdom in Westminster is usually wrong. Because they don't understand the rest of the country. And he's one of them that doesn't understand it.
Dan Hodges seems a very peculiar guy, actually.
Yeah, he's gone a bit mad.
I think he has gone a bit. He started tweeting about every 7 seconds at one stage. I was thinking of actually tweeting to him, Dan, do us a favour, mate.
Take a day off.
Yeah, well, take at least 20 seconds off. Give us a break.
Richard Tice said he thinks it might be the heat getting to him. It's very possible that.
Anyway, look, actually, give Dan Hodges his credit. Better to be talked about than not talked about, which of course is where you are.
Yeah,
right,
totally.
And Mike Graham, he's in everywhere, and he's up to everything all day long, and that's why your numbers are so good. So, if you looked right now, I thought the Rupert Lowe thing was just politics.
Yeah,
okay,
totally.
There is no point. There is no possibility.
It was quite clever.
Yeah, of two very powerful people. They. Because the truth about the matter, Reform, or Nigel, looks upon Rupert Lowe as a nutter, right? But also, probably more importantly, he says his policies are quite extreme. However, I think the one thing that where Nigel has lost his way, I don't mean it, honestly, he's a much cleverer bloke than me, I'm not arguing about that, is that he isn't operating on the 80-20 rule. He should be focusing solely and completely on stopping the migration issue in our country. Were he to do that, he would get, or continues to say, he gets a massive bounce. If he starts talking about two caps, he talks about Russia, he talks about this, he talks about that, people don't want that. people can't take into a lot of policy. One thing, make it your policy. Right.
But you know what he would say to that? He would say to that he can't win, because he would say that if he does have one policy, and that's what he focuses on all the time, then he gets accused of not having any other policies.
Well, I think that is a parliamentary a Commons issue, and is not an out in the public issue. People feel concerned about what is happening to the nation.
Yeah.
Even in areas that were previously, of only probably one colour, are now changing in a dramatic fashion.
Absolutely.
And that drives people out. It's a problem. It's a problem. So for Farage, who I've known for donkey's years, and actually a very decent kind of cove, right? And never, now this may count against him, but never, ever have I heard him be the slightest bit racist.
No.
Okay.
He's not.
Okay. So, but he wants control. So now he says, we'll stick the Navy in.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, how can he say, I'll stick the Navy in, and somebody else say it's not possible? I mean, I presume...
Well, Richard Tice, I asked him directly about that, because the last time the Conservatives put the Navy in the Channel, they actually ended up bringing more people here, because they've got this thing called the Law of the Sea, right? And the Law of the Sea says that if you see a vessel in distress, you must rescue it, right? Now, according to Richard Tice, they've looked at this and they've worked out that the onus should be on the French, not on us, right? So, technically speaking, the British Navy can force the boats back to French waters, where they would then have to be rescued by the French and then taken back to France.
Okay, can I just talk that through?
Yeah.
Is that likely?
Well...
Do you see what I mean?
The problem
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with it. It's the only solution, right? Are the French going to say, oh, welcome back, right? Please come.
Well, of course, they don't want them either.
They don't want them either. So what on earth can we do about it?
Well, I think the fact that they're saying it is a good start. It's not just standing on the cliffs of Dover going, I'm going to be relentless. Relentless about what exactly, But the fact is that the other problem with the Royal Navy, as we had with the Royal Air Force, when somebody suggested flying them all to Madagascar or the Ascension Islands or something.
They were good ideas.
They were, but the RAF said we won't do it because it's too woke. They wouldn't do it. And so the Navy, the same, too woke. So they need to be told.
Can I ask you this? Look, I don't understand. We won't do it.
Yeah.
How can they act? How can the armed forces refuse an order from the Secretary of State for Defence?
Well, that was never explored by the Tories because they didn't have the balls for it, frankly. So I think if Reform say we're going to do, everybody knows the only way to stop this from happening is to stop being nice to them, right? Stop saying that if you get to this country by fair means or foul, we will give you the chance to seek asylum. We'll give you a house. We'll give you some food. We'll give you a pizza. We'll give you a blanket. Give you a phone. How about no? You don't get any of that. If you come here illegally, you go straight into that cell there and you sit there until we can find somebody to take you back. Simple as that. And until we do that, they'll keep coming.
So we've got potentially 3 years, another 3 years of Labour rule. They're not going to do anything.
Yeah. I still think you'll have an early election, by the way, but, you and I don't agree on that, but we'll see.
Yes, okay. The only reason I don't think so is because they've got such a huge majority that he won't want to see, just the very nature of things, right? He doesn't want to see 100 of his mates getting thrown out. They won't be...
except they're not his mates, though, are they? I mean, they probably hate him as much as they hate the last one. These are not pleasant people. That is true.
They're
not.
That is absolutely true. The idea that I don't know how you can be an MP. I just wonder how cunning you have to be.
Well, look at the way they are now. It's almost as though Starmer never existed. Lucy Powell, who not more than a month ago was sitting in a Sky studio talking about how Keir's a great man. Of course I'm behind him. He's going to fight for us in 2029. It's as if he was never existed now. Now she's all smiles and like, oh, our Andy. Isn't he a great guy, Andy? Fantastic. I mean, you wouldn't want friends like that, would you? Crikey.
Okay, right. Yeah, I agree. The Starmer years are some kind of rather distant ghost.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm not in favour of what's happened to the Labour Party, but he did clean it up, right? Yeah. And he did try to be pro-Semitic and kick out the anti-Semites.
He did.
Right. All that, by the way, has totally disappeared. Right. And not only that, Burnham is now putting in real whack jobs from the left.
Yeah.
as kind of junior ministers as part of his we've all got to be friends together, right? These guys are whack jobs and actually represent a very dangerous aspect to our country. So the real question for all this is nothing's going to happen in 3 years, or even taking your point, nothing's going to happen in 18 months. I feel very, very concerned about what an general election looks like. I didn't used to feel concerned. If you'd had the same conversation with me 18 months ago or a year ago or even 9 months ago, I would have said, I think we've got a sporting chance of the centre-right being elected. I'm not sure I feel like that. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think you're right to feel differently because the establishment's been working against the Farage movement now, certainly for the best part of the last 6 months, but since May in particular, I think, since they did so well at local elections, despite all of the accusations of sleaze and all the rest of it, so they kind of ramped it up. And so now people are being literally drip-fed, or not really force-fed, actually. Every 2 minutes you've got Lucy Pell coming out and saying, the Reform Party's just full of sleaze, look at all the different things that are going on. They've built this case against them, which has come to nothing so far, other than making people question them.
I do think that the cops, look, I'm not asking them to accelerate if the evidence needs to be researched any deeper. I think the cops have got to do something now because it's damaging democracy.
Right.
Either, yes, there is a case to answer, right? Somebody's going to have to be arrested, right? Or there is not a case to answer because the damage that's being done to my sense that I want a centre-right. The only way we're going to get a centre-right is actually not a merger, but a relationship between the Tories and Reform. If that does not happen, then we are going to watch a coalition on the other side.
Yeah, but the problem is the police don't want the cases to be solved or to be dismissed. They want it to continue to be a doubt because they're all captured as well. Look at what they're doing in the West Midlands. Did you see that at the weekend? They want police officers in the West Midlands to show solidarity with their Muslim brethren by going on fasting during Ramadan, right? Now, I don't know, nobody's asked the question because nobody does journalism properly anymore. How many Muslim police officers have you actually got? Because I don't think they've got very many. So they're doing it as a sop to the community leaders, the same people who got them to ban Israeli football fans to come.
I totally agree. Right? West Midland is an uncomfortable area.
Very uncomfortable. These are not people who want to clear reform of anything. They want people to have suspicions about them. How about this? Why don't you just go around arresting some criminals instead of investigating political parties? We're not living in East Germany, are we? So what if he gets a donation from a place where somebody else doesn't like it? The Labour government got a donation of £4 million from a hedge fund in the Caribbean, from Nevis. Is anybody looking into that?
I definitely am not in favour of the trade union movement being allowed to donate money and then organising strikes and eventually a Secretary of State for Employment or Transport or something like that then going to do a deal with somebody.
Right.
I feel very uncomfortable and nobody has ever done anything about that.
No.
I feel very bad. Mike, thank you very much
Not
indeed.
At all. Sorry for banging the desk, by the way. A lot of people complaining I was banging the desk. My apologies. Sometimes you've got to bang the desk.
It's not a mic issue, Mike. Something's not working.
Really?
Yeah, it's all right.
We came in this morning, nothing was working.
Well, that's all right. But poor old Mike, the poor old Pooch, is doing the hoovering, fixing the tech, supplying the coffees, keeping the talent on side and fully watered.
Yes.
Right? So he's flogging himself to death.
He is.
Whether he survives all this is quite an interesting aspect to it all.
Imagine he's been through much worse.
Well, what would happen if Pooch dropped dead? I mean, supposing he just went, had a car cola.
Well, this is what I keep saying to him all the time,
right? And so we're going to need some more help out there, I think, right now. Anyway, thank you very much. Thanks very much indeed, Mike.
Good to see you.
It's great to talk to you, honestly, really splendid. Now, a man who knows a thing or two about the migration issues of our country now is I'm pleased to see him in the studio because the last time I spoke to him, he was, for some bizarre reason, I've often wanted to go there, by the way, northern Cyprus, because I'm told that Cyprus actually divides up into two ways. One, the south, which is obviously in Europe, and therefore it's all nice roads and everything's fine. And then in the north, it's much more basic. It's much more, how can I put it, Turkish. But I'm told it's very nice out there. And at one stage, the government, such as it is in Northern Cyprus, wanted to invite me to go and look round and see how it was going out there. But I felt slightly uncomfortable about that, so I didn't go. So joining me now, welcome from Northern Cyprus, Alp Mehmet, who runs Migration Watch and has been doing a phenomenal job now for the last how many years?
Well, we've been around 25 years and I've been part of it for 18.
There we are. So there's a man who knows almost everything. So why don't we just talk about the big issue? I think there are two issues to talk about, really. One is what happened in Morocco. And I think two, reforms response, the idea of having the Royal Navy pushing back potentially illegal migrants. So first, let's talk about Morocco. Really a very serious moment, so serious that the Italians said, right, you can shove the Schengen. We're not having the Schengen. We don't want these people in. We, however, are not in that position. So what would your response be?
First, can I start with this?
Yeah.
Because it's very important.
Okay.
One thing that we all hear very often is reform are a one club party. Immigration, immigration, immigration. And I can understand that. Why people feel sort of a little dubious about the fact that they're only talking about immigration a lot of the time.
Right.
What I would say is, actually, when you look at the detailed immigration scene generally, it isn't just people coming across in boats. It isn't just those who are coming in legally to work. And one can question the sort of jobs they're coming in to do.
Correct.
It isn't really the fact that they're coming in and being criminality among certain groups shoots up through the roof. The fact is that immigration on the scale that we've had is absolutely critical to everything. Our economy, our military, our health service, our education, our transport, you name it. And immigration on the sort of scale that we've had over the last 20, 30 years nearly has been absolutely
Can I ask you a question about that then? What is the size of that immigration? If we took, say we took 20 years, what would that be, 2 million?
Well, under Boris, the so-called Boris wave, it was 4.2 million who came in. Even last year, when they're saying, oh, look, net migration is coming down, we actually had 630,000 coming in, non-European coming in for all manner of reasons.
Why would they be here? Are they given jobs in care homes? Are they in old folks' homes or what?
About 200,000 of them came to work. The rest, a lot of them dependents, a lot of them not actually working, not contributing in any way.
Can we kick them out? I mean, if they reach a certain age and they haven't got work, can we just say, I'm sorry, you've got to go back?
Well, once they've got indefinite leave to remain, then you've got all the palaver of going through the legal process.
Really?
But
God.
yeah, we could do a lot better. I mean, the government is boasting about the fact that they're getting rid of a lot more people. But who are they getting rid of? The vast majority of those are saying, please, can I go? A lot of them are actually being given money to return to their countries. We've got absolutely no idea how many illegal migrants there are in this country. We've estimated that it can be anything up to 2 million. 1.5 million is a conservative number. That's just the illegal numbers. But what we've also got is the pace of immigration, which is now ever more rapidly actually becoming the majority part of the population. And I've seen a tweet from you about 2063 becoming the point where the white British, that's how the ONS describes them, will become a minority. Well, yes, that is happening, but if you're looking at the classroom, the 14-year-olds by 2041 will be the majority. Will be.
But you know that, don't you? For instance, if you go around London, you see, especially on the tube, you see crocodiles of kids, right, being taken by parents and teachers. It is astonishing. It is literally astonishing. You're watching a crocodile, perhaps 20 yards long, and actually there is either one white kid there or no white kids at all. And perhaps there are people out there to whom this doesn't matter. I mean, this is the other issue. Are we the outsiders in this debate?
Well, in London we are.
No, I agree. But the debate, I never see a 50-50 discussion on this. I kind of see a 70-30 in which, somebody says something like me, but the pylon is of an enormous kind, which indicates if you're just an ordinary person, you're reading Twitter or something like that, you're thinking, oh, really? So mine's a minority view about this, whereas in fact the reverse is true.
Well, the BBC, really, over many, many years, you would get an argument which is really seriously weighted in our direction, should I put it that way. But then you've got two people presenting sort of opposing point of views, one us and one from the other side. Even though the other side's view is actually, it reflects the wishes, the views, the feelings of a minority of the population. And that really is you know better than me how media can manipulate something and present it as being balanced when it's not.
It makes you feel uncomfortable. So, I totally buy the numbers are enormous. They are growing every day. The political argument under Labour is lost, i.e., they would not see this. They would not see this discussion. They would not recognise it and wouldn't do anything about it. You've been being part of Migration Watch. By the way, how can you support it? Commercial? Is there a way of sending money to it to keep it going?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why not?
We absolutely need to keep going.
Okay, fine.
To do the research and everything.
I agree, because your numbers are the numbers. They're not politicised. You're just saying this is the reality. And we need that. We need numbers, right? So we need Alp and we need his Migration Watch. So how would you send money to you, for instance?
Well, we put out a weekly, you can get onto our website and everything.
Okay, so you have a website.
I send out a weekly newsletter.
Right.
And if you sign up to that, it's free. If you sign up to that, then there's very detailed directions, guidance on how to sign up.
You need to support as a viewership Migration Watch. No ifs and buts about it. They do good research. They're not saying do this, do that to the migrants or anything. All they're saying is these are the numbers, these are the things to be worried about, and political action is required. So there's no issues. I wonder whether we could move on from your numbers onto what we should do about Morocco.
Yeah. Well, firstly, on what's been going on in Ceuta and a couple of things that shows.
Yeah.
Firstly, what happens when you've got a daft, imbecilic, left-wing conglomerate running a country.
Right.
They started off with earlier this year offering asylum, offering an amnesty to around 500,000 people. By the time that the deadline was reached, 30th of June, nearly 1.2 million people applied. The argument is, but a lot of them are Latin Americans who've overstayed. Well, about 60% are. The rest, 40%, they're from all over. And indeed, something like 20% are from Africa.
And would that have encouraged what happened? Would that political decision to say, come on down.
Absolutely. I mean, it was an open invitation. It was the red carpet almost.
It was.
And I mean, they have people who, frankly, I think have lost it, who argue, as some of our politicians argue, that the rights of migrants must prevail, that the rights of migrants come ahead of British citizens' rights. That's the attitude that Senor Sanchez takes. Of course, people are going to go. The qualifying period for being given indefinite leave to remain, or its equivalent, was 5 months. 5 months, and if you kept your nose clean.
In Spain. So those people, right, literally those people who came forward and said, I've been here illegally, da-da-da-da-da, they said, fine, okay, here we are, it's May, come October, you'll be fine. You will be a Spanish. You will have the right to stay in Spain indefinitely.
Well, if those who came in over the weekend, yes. But the others, they've already qualified. So
anybody? Oh, right. You mean that anybody who've been hiding out or been working illegally because they've been there
5 months?
So that 5 months was counted from the moment, effectively, that you not washed up or came in illegally into Spain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really,
that was exactly it. So why wouldn't people go there? And it's the same with us. Here we are. We're talking about 5 years being extended to 10 years. What we should be really saying is, no, at the end of your 5 years that you've been here legally, you go. There's no right, absolutely nothing in law that says that you must be given indefinite leave to remain if you've been here for 5 years.
So the point that you were making there was workers, 200,000 have come over, and the rest of them have been relatives, effectively, or family.
Family, or doing other things, but not working.
Why do we do that? Because in the Middle East, where the reverse is happening, you turn up there, you can get work, you come from Pakistan, you come from, the Philippines or wherever, you get a visa and you send your money home. You're not allowed to bring your family in. Why on earth are we saying to these people, look, if they want to come and make money here or actually help our economy, that's fine. I'm not there to actually say yes to. I saw that the average was 8. I read in one particular country brings over kind of an average 8. Somewhere I read, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Bangladesh. I think it was 13. There were people bringing in 13 relatives.
Morocco was another one. Actually,
was it?
It was the discussion we had. From sunny Cyprus, or where I was anyway, a couple of weeks ago. No, absolutely right. Why indeed do we have these people?
Well, why do we allow it? What is the explanation? Those people would turn up anyway. It's good money in an area where I suspect that they're struggling financially. They won't be struggling financially. They get a room. Probably in a care home or something, and they get paid, and they can send their money home if they want to.
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of things at play there, but let's just look at the NHS.
Okay.
For years, really, we've limited the number of doctors that we've trained.
Yeah.
We've been inclined to bring in already trained doctors from overseas.
Who are delighted to come here.
Very delighted. Yeah. Very often coming from countries where, frankly, they lead doctors a great deal more than even we do.
Okay.
Now, if you look at comparable countries, say France, Germany, the Netherlands, you're talking about Germany, I think it's 15%, in France, 10% foreign doctors, in the Netherlands under 5%, Denmark around 10%. In Britain, it's 40%.
Unbelievable.
And we're told the NHS will collapse if we sent back the foreigners. It wouldn't, because they wouldn't go, for one. And secondly, what we could be doing is actually training and retaining more of those that we do train.
I absolutely buy that. And it's a great job, by the way. Great job with the fact that they've been acting like railway drivers and actually saying, I tell you what, your mum is going to die, right? so that I get a pay rise, which is effectively, you know, that
bit of blackmail involved.
Yeah. Well, it's total blackmail, and in a funny way, it seems to have sort of vaguely worked. I can't imagine the guests are already here. My God, we've only just started talking, Al. Right. Tell me, Al. I need to know this, and I'd be grateful if we could do this before you leave. What can we actually do? So Al Mehmet is now the Prime Minister, right? In a surprise.
Oh, I wish.
In a surprise announcement, Al is the Prime Minister. I want you to name one thing that you would do that would help this, or would solve it. Forget about helping it.
Well, it's one thing, but there's a couple of things within that one thing.
Okay.
Firstly, what I would do is, if we're talking about across the channel, if we're calling illegals coming across in boats, the first thing I would do is detain anyone who arrives without a document. Is refused for that reason and no other. If they claim asylum, I would say, I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are. I don't know where you're coming from, really. You're not going to get asylum. You're, in fact, a migrant who doesn't qualify in accordance with our rules. Section 24 of the Immigration Act 1971, for example, that says that anyone who arrives without a document and cannot satisfactorily satisfy the immigration officer about their identity is to be refused entry. So I would.
And what would happen then? You refuse them entry, right? They're there. What happens then? You put them on the boat.
They go back.
You literally no. Let's get this right. You have another boat which takes them back. Is that it?
No, I would put them on a plane and fly them back to France, because under international law, the French are obliged to take, or anyone is obliged to take, if that is the last country that the person that has arrived as a migrant, not an asylum seeker, and we only have their words for it, that they qualify for asylum. Our courts, they say, okay, the Home Office can't disprove it. It should be the other way around. You can't prove it, you don't enter. So all those coming in, I would detain, deal with quickly, and then send back either to their country, wherever they say they've come from, or back to France, or back to wherever. France is a safe country. The convention, the 1951 convention, says that you can't send them back to the country that they've come from their own country, where they will be in danger, at risk. But they're not going to be at risk in France or anywhere else in the EU, frankly. So that I would do.
Okay, you do that. Let me just say this. Honestly, I've got to stop this now, but you'll come back next Monday, so we'll carry on the discussion.
Love to.
This is more, we need more depth on this. So France say, you do that, right? You start trying to land at our airports with these people, right? We're either A, going to shoot you down, right? Or B, we're going to start a war between us. Isn't that the most likely outcome of it? Isn't there going to be threats anyway, whether it's...
Kelvin, I was an immigration officer in the 1970s.
Right.
When Ugandan Asians, East African Asians, Idi Amin was sending them over. And they were arriving with British passports, effectively, and we were sending them back. Sending them back to France or wherever they came from. I was at Dover at the time. I refused, on instructions, I refused hundreds. Eventually, we said, okay, you can come in. But we were talking about 25, 30,000 people over 3 years. We've now got that coming in across the channel illegally almost every year at least.
Plus whatever else is happening.
Plus whatever else is happening.
Right,
One quick chat. Can I comment on that? If you could
go on, please. Here we go. Google AI. Net migration into the UK since 97, oh my God, is 6.5 million to 7 million. ONS estimate, so probably far higher in reality. Because nobody's going to boast about illegal migration, are they?
Well, Yeah, can I just say that between 2001 and 2021, the two censuses, there was an 8 million increase in population. Nearly 7 million of that was due to immigration and indeed.
Right.
So yeah, it
and
depends
so
which period you're
we got
looking.
got another, what, how long now? About for 5 years' time. That will be an absolute shocker, especially the age. Al, very nice to see you.
Love it too.
And good discussion. And I enjoy the discussion because it's fact-based and it's not just rhetoric, right? Rhetoric is easy. What I'd be very grateful if both Reform and Restore always used a fact as the beginning of their political rhetoric. Often you get the rhetoric first and then you get the fact. Do it the other way around. Right, we've got coming up now. Actually, this is quite an interesting one. This lady is Israel's special envoy. Her name is Fleur Hassan Nahum, I think. Fleur, are you there?
I'm here.
Right. Well, I would be able to hear if I put my thing in. How are you, Fleur? Where are you speaking from?
I'm speaking from the holy city of Jerusalem.
Excellent. Good to hear it. So, we have a kind of rather odd battle going on in a strange way over Iran, right? Trump has one view and he wants to do a deal. There is no doubt he wants to do a deal. The Iranians are, for some inexplicable reason, don't want to do a deal. I can't even understand how this can't be in their interest, but they want to do it. But actually, Netanyahu is not happy really with the Americans trying to do a deal, or he's in private he seems to say so. So Israel fearful that Iran actually, whose basic policy in the Middle East is to wipe out Israel, okay, absolutely clear, right? Netanyahu correctly goes around saying, actually, we don't want to have a deal and we're going to prepare to do things that America aren't prepared to do. Isn't that the case?
Well, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Let's start with this. We don't believe that Islamic fundamentalists are going to change their spots. A scorpion will always be a scorpion. So all the Islamic Republic of Iran are doing, the people who killed 50,000 of their own people, forget what they want to do to Jews and Israel and the rest of the West. They killed their own people. By the way, they've executed young people every day last week and this week. Young people whose crime was speaking out, whose crime was showing a bit of hair if you're a woman. There's another girl who got sentenced to death for singing in public. This is the people we're talking about. They're not going to change who they are. This is who they are. So what they're doing is playing for time. And guess what? They've been playing for time for 47 years. They've become experts at signing agreements and not honoring them. They've become experts at lying, obfuscating. That's what they do. This is who they are. So do we here in Israel believe that these people are going to all of a sudden turn into responsible leaders and put their people first? Absolutely not. These people are jihadi fundamentalists who wake up in the morning saying death to America, death to Israel. And when they say America and Israel, they mean the West. They mean our Judeo-Christian values. They mean liberal democracies. That's what they mean. They're not stopping at Israel. We're just in the way. That's what's going on here. So we're never going to stop believing that until the IRGC are no longer in power. Now, are they playing for time? Yes. But I also think Trump's playing for time because Trump's got a problem. He can't go into a midterm election in November with this war on his head because the war is unpopular. And one of the reasons why the war is unpopular is because of the mainstream media. The mainstream media has been reporting that America's losing a war. It's ridiculous. Of course, America and Israel weren't losing this war. There was many reasons why they wanted to stop or they weren't. But the point is that the war is not popular. He's going into a midterm election. So in my opinion, both sides are playing for time. The Iranians, because that's what they've been doing for 47 years, and Trump, because he's waiting until after the midterms.
Do you see a moment? I mean, I love that analysis, by the way. I'm so pleased to hear that analysis because actually in the UK, you never hear that analysis. They literally don't allow.
It's the mainstream media. It's the mainstream media. And you know the other thing I want to say, You know, I'm from Gibraltar, so I'm British, and I was home a couple of weeks ago, and America was attacking Iran almost every day. You didn't see it, even the third point on the news. Why is that? Why was the news not even reporting on it? You know why? Because Israel wasn't involved. Because of this terrible obsession with just over-reporting or going crazy every time Israel's involved and not caring when anybody else is involved about anything.
What? So can I ask you this? Now, Israel are, and I admire them for this, are a nation which is basically at war with with a number of its neighbours. Actually, the neighbours actually have fallen in line of late. You know, it's a strange thing to see over the last 30 years, actually, to be fair. So they've got one major enemy. Do you see a moment in time where Israel says, okay, America can't fight, you know, because for political reasons, have chosen not to fight for this. We will fight on our own, or will act in a manner which will start the ultimate battle?
Well, absolutely. Look, if we believe that we're under existential threat of a nuclear weapon sent over here by the IRGC, by the Islamic Republic of Iran, we will act accordingly. We're not suicidal. We have, you know, what we have, and you've seen what we're capable of. We've got the best air force in the world. We've got the second best army in the world. Why do you think we have all this? We have all this for our survival. Our survival is not a moot point. Our survival is not a theoretical question. Our survival is threatened every single day by the IRGC, by the Islamic Republic, and all the proxies have sent. Hezbollah has fired 16,000 rockets into Israel since October the 8th, 2023. This is not theory. This is reality. We had 20 years of rockets from Hamas culminating in a massacre on the 7th of October 2023. These people said that we want to go to Jerusalem. They didn't want to stop at the south. It's just that we managed to stop them. So ultimately, Israel is always and has always been in a position that we can't afford to lose one war, because one war for us would be the end of Israel. And we will do whatever we can do. And we have been fighting on our own for many decades in a shadow war against the Islamic Republic of Iran. When you see, you know, nuclear scientists being assassinated, when you see cyber attacks in the different nuclear facilities, who do you think has been behind that? We've been doing this for 20 years. We've been putting them back and pushing them back and pushing them back from developing a nuclear weapon. And we will continue to do it because we cannot afford to lose one war. We have been incessantly now attacked by Iran over the last 2 years with ballistic missiles. It's a miracle that there hasn't been a genocide here. And the reason why there hasn't been a genocide of Israel is because of our defensive technologies that we've developed along with the Americans in order to protect us. Do you know how many dead people there would have been here if we didn't have the Iron Dome and David Sling and all this other technology of air defenses that has basically kept our people safe? I've been running with my children to shelters now because of weapons coming and rockets coming from Iran for the last 2 years.
Can I ask you this, Fleur? Do you think that Netanyahu will win? I think it's in October, isn't it? I mean, I see some polling which gives him a substantially a good chance. I mean, he must be the greatest wartime leader, you know, up to and including Churchill, I should think. I've never seen anybody, such a small country, have such a triumph over such large local bullies.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm glad that you see it that way, because that's the way I see it. And I don't think he's perfect. I've got a lot of things that I would do differently, but I think he's been a great wartime leader, actually. I mean, you can talk about what led up to the 7th of October and how we got to that position of practical paralysis for 24 hours. We can talk about that, but ultimately he has managed to weaken and defeat many of Israel's enemies, especially the proxies that were funded and aided and abetted from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And look, to talk about the election, we have a very different system here. We have a coalition system. So even it's not about who wins the most votes. It's about who can cobble together a coalition because of our system. And so he's the master. He's the master chess player. He's been doing it for so long. There is fatigue because he's been in power for 20 years. There are different rivals who are popular at the moment. You can never know, but I always say this. It's never a good idea to underestimate Netanyahu because the man is Teflon.
That is great stuff. Right, one final question, Fleur. The thing that puzzles me slightly is that the thing I really enjoyed during the war with Gaza was that every 5 minutes, whenever Hamas elected a new leader, within about 5 minutes later, he was bumped off. That I know it sounds quite wrong, but it cheered me up, right? You know, if I was having a poor day, things hadn't gone very well at work or whatever, and then suddenly I read, X has been bumped off by the Israelis, I thought, yeah, excellent, jolly good news. Why don't they do the same thing with the IRGC? Have they been told not to do that by Trump, effectively? Have they said, don't do what you did on day one of the US-Israel war, in which they managed to bump off the entire leadership of Iran? Is that what the control factor is?
Well, we've managed to bump off the majority of the Islamic Republic leadership. I mean, nobody's even seen the next supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. Why didn't he go to his own father's funeral? Tell me that. He's either deeply disfigured, which is what we figure, or he's not alive. Let's say he's alive. There's a reason why there hasn't been one single video of him. And I think it's because he's been so severely damaged. So basically there's 4 or 5 people left. I'm sure they've got more security now than they ever did. I don't know what's going on in terms of who is going to replace who, this upward mobility. I agree with you. We should never be sad to see people who call for murder, people who have been involved in murder and rape, and people who basically want to destroy the world as we know it. We should celebrate when these people are bumped off. And I hope we live to see all of these Hitlers, because that's what they are, bumped off.
You know, Fleur, I'm so pleased to hear this. Perhaps we should do it the other way around. You should be the presenter here, and you should ask me the questions. I love my time when I was staying in Israel with a friend at a friend of mine's place, and there I was shown nothing but friendship out there. I wish Israel every success, and I cannot for the life of me understand why people involved. I think there's nearly 100 million Iranians think that this environment that they live in can be anything but a future that is destined to end in a lot of pain for them. Why they just don't turf out these people. But I do understand that if somebody's got the gun and all you've got is the body, you're in trouble. But Fleur, you must come back and talk to us again about this stuff.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, cheers, Fleur. Goodbye. Right, shall we have a quick break to the news? And after the news, we have Jessie back. Jessie, the cleverest woman to ever come out of Ripley in Surrey, and also enormously, dramatically well dressed in a way which and lowers the demographic age of this studio. Good to see you, Jessie. So we go to the news, yeah?
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has pledged to be relentless in tackling small boat channel crossings after visiting Dover. Arrivals so far this year are down sharply on 2025, though more than 2,000 people have crossed since he took office last month. He says enforcement is being stepped up alongside more safe routes. Meanwhile, fuel theft from petrol stations has surged, with nearly £200,000 worth stolen every day on average since the Iran conflict began and prices soared. Education Secretary Lucy Powell has criticised the current one-size-fits-all school system, saying it has left 1 million children behind. And a 26-year-old Afghan man has been arrested in connection with the death of a British woman whose body was found in a suitcase in Athens. Laters, Tigers.
Yeah, hi there. We've got actually splendid morning. I mean, Alp is always great. We've got to be led by the numbers. Once we got the numbers, we then know the politics. You do it the other way around, people's eyes glaze over, right? That's why I'm insistent that reform focus on the migration issue. It's like in business on the 80-20 principle. Focus. People haven't got a lot of capacity to take in a lot of policy, right? Yeah, there's some policy wonks out there. You can find them on Twitter. You can find them everywhere, right? They love all that stuff. But actually, stay focused on one small thing. And all right, people may say in the end, with 6 weeks to go to an election, well, what do you think about this, that, and the other? Well, look, that Nigel Farage comes out of a capitalist. His dad was a capitalist. He was a trader. People will know what they want. They want to free up the country, make us all wealthy, rather than making us all skint, which seems to be Labour's idea. Or if you've got any money, take it off you so that somebody else can have a good life. Okay, I pay income tax for that. I don't want to pay any more. Right, now we've got Jessie Kane with us, always looking dramatically good. Good to see you, Jessie. Very nice to see you. So, what have you been up to? I know that when we last talked, perhaps we talked briefly about this, you were getting very irritated by the fact that you couldn't discover in a new housing development what percentage were likely to go, unbelievably, by the way, unbelievably, to people who come to this country and thrown their passports overboard and been generally unhelpful at finding out what was happening to them. How did your information request go?
So I submitted a Freedom of Information request to Guildford Borough Council, and I submitted one to the Home Office.
Oh, right. Well done.
The Home Office have not come back yet.
How long ago was that you did that?
That was 2 weeks ago,
Okay.
and there's 28 days in total to come back.
Yeah.
But the first request to Guildford Borough Council, they came back and basically have said there's no information to give me. I need to contact the Home Office directly, which I've already done, and contact the developers directly. But I've been contacting developers directly for months and months, and all the emails just bounce back. The emails are just dud stuff.
Who are the developers?
It's changed hands many times. It was Countryside Homes at first, but it's not anymore. It's Vistry.
Oh, big company. Big. So you're getting about. They're a publicly quoted company, by the way. They were a mixture of Bovis and somebody else, weren't they? And Red Rowan Bovis, was it? I'm not sure. Perhaps the viewers will know. How can you get a bounce back from their email?
I know. So I've now got, well, this all started because residents were upset because bus stops...
This is residents in Ripley.
Sorry, residents in Ripley.
Which is an exit off the A3.
Yeah, going towards Guildford or going towards London.
Fine.
Junction 10 of the M25. But residents were getting upset because bus stops were taken away by the developers. So I was contacting them from January, and that's when I noticed that emails were starting to bounce back. So I contacted the borough councillor and the county councillor, and they had been trying for months.
And they were helpful?
They were helpful.
Were they Conservatives?
Bob Hughes is a Conservative, and Pat Oven is Guildford Greenbelt Group, but he's very good as well. And they were both and have continued to be very helpful, but none of us know what the deal is with the developers. So I just said, I've had enough. So I copied in the two councillors when I made my Freedom of Information requests, and they said, good luck, because they don't know what's happening with the developers either, and they have asked themselves in their capacity as councillors. So this is where I'm a bit like, hold on a minute, what's flipping going on here? Do you know what I mean? So Guildford Borough Council have been very unhelpful and said, you know, you need to contact the developers directly. Well, we can't do that. So I've sent another Freedom of Information request to the Home Office yesterday, showing them basically what Guildford had said and asking for any correspondence between them and Guildford Borough Council as well regarding this development, if there is any. I've yet to have a response.
What are you fearful of? Are you fearful that how many in this development? How many homes?
550.
550. And you think that a percentage of those homes
potentially
is
50.
not being offered to local people, it's being offered to migrants so that they can move straight into what is probably a very nice 3-bedroom semi-detached or terraced home?
Well, yeah, they're actually not selling because they're some of the most hideous homes you've ever seen in your life.
Is that right?
They don't fit in with the area character, you might say. Everyone says it's the eyesore of Ripley. So a lot of people don't want to live there because they're just really ugly. And the house prices are about 600,000 still.
Right, so there's a good question. So let's get this right. Where are Vistry in all this? They know whether a percentage of these homes have been designated as for illegal, for migrants, illegal or otherwise, right? They will know. I mean, it won't come as a shock to them. And the problem is the reason they don't say it is for a very good reason. Perhaps you'd like to explain why they don't admit to it. And the answer, of course, is that they fear that it will have an effect on the sale of their homes. Okay, so you're now waiting
for a response from the Home Office. and I will keep everyone updated as to my progress. I might be totally wrong and
Yeah.
barking up the wrong tree, but residents in Ripley are now starting to get agitated. This development has been sort of sat there for months and months and months on end with poor communication. So the residents of Ripley want answers, and I'm here to try and provide them.
I love your application. So what else has been concerning you in the political world today?
So, of course, the biggest news story at the moment really is, for me, Restore's offer to Reform UK.
Right.
And I think what we need to be focusing on is that where do Reform UK and Restore Britain tally up against each other right now? It's not just social media, it's local government. And there's absolutely no trust between the two parties right now.
Yep.
They hate each other and they're at each other's throats all the time.
Really?
I can think of one good example. In March 2026, Councillor George Finch, he won a vote of no confidence by one vote. It was 26 to 27, I believe.
Where was that?
At Warwickshire County Council. Right. And the two Restore Britain councillors abstained. Now, I am not usually wrong about local government because I'm so interested.
Yeah, good.
And
I'm glad somebody's focusing. Congratulations for that.
I expect, so unitary authority elections are coming up in May 2027.
Yeah.
I expect that the left-wing opposition coalition will try to usurp Councillor Finch again before the unitary elections, probably in the next couple of months. So I do think that.
But what was it? What was the issue between Finch and everybody? What
there was a numerous amount of issue. I think it was to do with code of conduct and his demeanour, whatever. But he won by one vote. Restore Britain now have 4 councillors. Before they had 2. So if another vote of no confidence was raised against him,
he would almost certainly lose.
Yes. So Restore Britain could put their money where their mouth is and show some good faith.
By standing aside.
Yeah, exactly.
But tell me this. Look, if you're Rupert Lowe, I mean, he's done well in life. When I say he's done well in life, it's a family farm, isn't it? 1,000-acre farm. I mean, I'm not sure whether you and I have been left a family-acre farm. He's one person. Nigel Farage is another person. I mean, they are simply not going to get on. So when he says we should unite, he also says that at least 2 of the senior members of the Reform Party can't be in any merger anyway, doesn't he? Who's he said? He said the Reform Chancellor can't, and also there was one other person that couldn't be. Right, I can't remember her name. But,
Suella.
Yeah, Suella Braverman. Sorry. How is it with it? It's not really a deal.
He is in no position to make such demands of Nigel Farage.
Right.
The party is polling between 1% and 5%. Yeah. They are in no position to make demands of Nigel Farage. Right. They can ask for things. Yes, that is all part of negotiations. But putting it on the table on social media is absolutely not helpful. It's making the right look even more divided, even more split. And all it's doing is pushing Farage into a corner. And I really do think if Rupert Lowe really wanted to make amends with Farage, he's got Nigel's number, pick up the phone and bell him up. It's not difficult. Instead, you're getting all these commentators on Twitter kicking off and starting these huge rows again. Tribal rows
between each other.
Between Restore Britain and Reform UK.
Okay, you probably look on Twitter more than I do, right? What is the battleground between them? Is it basically Yahoo politics, or is it you don't do this, we're not going to do that kind of thing?
It's basically that, and also it's just frustrating because Reform and Restore have so much in common. We have so much in common. There are just a few policy areas that differ slightly that could be compromised on. Yet the rage between both parties is so intense. It's like an inferno.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the left.
Yes.
Because the left hate each other,
yes.
Different aspects of the left. And you get that kind of Life of Brian thing where people are talking about the Judea People's Liberation Front and the Liberation Front of Judea, you get those very narrow splits in which both sides absolutely detest each other. So if you were to bet, say in October, November, will there be any kind of understanding between the two sides or anything, do you think?
Well, I think both parties are gearing up for a potential general election, maybe after the budget is announced.
Seriously?
Potentially, who knows?
Really? Why do you say that?
Well, it might go down very badly with the country, or it might go down very well with the country and boost Burnham's popularity.
I think that would be... Actually, I don't believe that Burnham wants to do this. He's got 3 years of a massive majority. What he knows for certain is he might get another 5 with a very reduced majority, but he doesn't want that. He likes this. Everything, as far as the eye can see, he's the boss. I don't see him changing at all. I do read that kind of argument. Okay, well, let's move on to one other aspect of it. Education Secretary has written a piece in the Times today in which she started to spell out that there's got to be change. I don't know why she felt she had to make a political point about Gove, okay? So Gove is an intelligent guy, right? He may be right, he may be wrong, but the idea that there are a million NEETs because of Gove is a ridiculous thing to say. The fact that there are a million NEETs is almost certainly due to the lack of the economy, which is both a Tory thing and has been redoubled by Labour, right? The reason these kids are not in education and not in work or not in training is because the jobs aren't there, right? And the jobs aren't there mainly because of the politics. Now she says, I think you kind of buy this, that they're going to change the atmosphere and that schools will be balanced much more between academia and kind of doing stuff. What do you think of that?
See, look, I'm personally in favour of kids doing more practical things younger. But I do see why people are suspicious of this and they're thinking, oh my goodness, it's going to create a class ceiling. I don't know. I think too many people go to university without the need to go to university, and you get all these Mickey Mouse degrees. Brewing and distilling is a Mickey Mouse degree. Critical gender studies is another Mickey Mouse degree.
Is there a critical gender studies?
I believe that is a course.
Is that right? That is quite wrong. Is that true?
There are many gender studies courses, 1,000,000%. Why would you want to study for 3 years at a university studying about flipping gender studies?
Or the media.
Yeah.
The media is the one I don't get, and nor do I get filmmaking either, because actually you can learn how to make a film, or you can take it at night school. You know, it's not as though I'm saying I'm not saying there aren't studies which might be useful to you. If you think you can make money out of it, have a go for it. For instance, in my own family, I noticed that one of my young grandchildren is he's not going to going on to university. He says it won't do me any good, right? And he hopes to go into the building business. Good. Which is fine, which is good. That's what we want. And I'm told in the building business, you can't get kids to do that. How is that possible that we can have 1 million of NEETs and yet we can't, the building industry can't find apprentices to do it? I'm also told that it's massively complicated, that the forms that you have to fill in are off the dial and are so exhausting that people say, I don't want to do that. You know what they'd rather do?
Go to university.
Right. Or actually just take cash.
Yeah.
Just take on a per diem basis.
So both of my nephews do building, labouring, whatever. I don't really know what they do.
Yeah.
But one of my nephews is the same age as me. He's 25.
Yeah.
And the other one is 21. And they both do building. And one of them was off the books for ages because it was so difficult to fill out all these forms needed to properly get onto the books.
Yeah.
It was outrageous. And I said, oh, okay, well, let me have a look. You know, I'll see what I can do, have a look and help you. I was getting confused. I was like, what is all this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's really, it's just building. Why do you need all of this regulation stuff? It's honestly easier to go to college and study gender studies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or like how my nephew did, go just don't go on the books. But then you're not actually legally working.
Well, you're not supposed to be on the books, are you? I mean, that's the other bottom line on it. And And I do understand why people do all this. Although I have noticed, actually, I think the Inland Revenue are getting quite tough on these kinds of areas. So, and if you get caught on the wrong side of that, then you're in big trouble. So why don't we just make applications for building apprentices and all forms of apprenticeships literally massively easy.
That's what they should do. Maybe that's what they will bring in with this change to education, with people doing T-levels and whatever from age 14 and doing building and infrastructure skills. Maybe they will do that, but they need to declare if they're doing that, because I do think that is a big issue for young people. They feel confused and they feel like this is a lot to take in. And also, when you're only 13, 14, you don't know what you want to do. You're a kid. Yeah. And it seems like there's this massive choice hanging over you. And especially if you've had education all the way up until 18, up until now, I guess for kids sort of going into school now, they're thinking, what's going to happen to me? What am I going to do?
But on screen for Jess there.
Right.
Well, he's on the books now.
I did. Do you know what? I was going to raise that myself at the moment. Suddenly, a little picture there of the HMRC wandering around the building site somewhere in North Surrey, and right. Is there plenty of work in the building business? I think there is.
There is loads of work. Yeah. So my other nephew, who's 21, he was looking for work. Yeah. And straight away, my older nephew got him a job because they're just crying out for young people to work. And the money is really good. Yeah. You know, if I had any meat on these bones, I would be down there, you know, like putting bricklaying and stuff. You know, I'd try mine. You know, it's all right. I'll put a pipe on my...
Yeah, no, that is true. Actually, you see
I
you see these guys, right? So I had something done in my house, and there was a guy put one of those steel lintels, right? Had to do it. Do you know what? I mean, I have no idea where this came in the health and safety aspect. The guy put the steel lintel on his own shoulder and held it up like that.
Wow!
Exactly. So I had to leave the room just in case anything of a disastrous nature happened. Okay. What else is bothering you, Liz? Jessie? Anything?
Well, give me a sec.
Okay.
The policy, the boat policy for reform that should have been announced at 11 a.m.
Yeah. This is the one where they're going to get the Royal Navy involved.
Have we got a video or anything?
Okay, we'll have a picture. Have a picture of old Burnham hanging around. Where was he hanging around yesterday? Was he?
He was in the country, wasn't he?
No, I'll show you. We've got video of that. Let me just show you.
Okay, go on. But whereabouts was that picture?
White Cliffs of Dover.
Oh.
Here we go.
So that was one weekend he didn't spend in the north then. I mean, I found that bizarre as well.
Of crossings is down by 50% this year compared with the same period in 2025. And the month we've just had, July, has been the lowest number for 6 years of people crossing. So clearly progress is being made, but we're not complacent, and it's why I am here. It's why I've come down on Sunday to see the team, to listen to what they think needs to be done, what further can be done. So we're just going to be relentless. People want to see this issue addressed. I heard that on the doorsteps in Makerfield, but we also need to build a system that offers safe routes for people as well, because that also takes away the selling point of the gangs. So on every level, we've got to come at this, but crucially, increasing the enforcement activity. So there's been a doubling of enforcement officers through the National Crime Agency on the UK side of the channel, and French specialist officers are now similarly doubled in number, working on the beaches over there. So a big ramping up of activity this summer. It's having results, but we are not complacent. Much more needs to be done.
You mentioned there about safe and legal routes. Do you want to change the tone of this debate?
We have to deal with the issue rather than play politics with the issue. Just deal with it head on, grip it, and then make the changes that will bring that reassurance to the public. The public don't like the idea that the border looks like it's...
Yeah, so he says the public don't like the idea that the border looks porous. Really? Well, thank you very much indeed, Andy Burnham. Really, where have you been? I really quite objected to him going down the White Cliffs of Dover. First of all, because what right did he have to wander around there anyway? He'd probably never, ever, ever been there. in the whole of his 55 years and had shown no interest in the South at all until he saw a political advantage, which is to wander down there. I thought he was sick-making. And anyway, I thought he was supposed to be nipping up to Manchester and staying there every weekend at number 10 Coronation Street. No, so that was a piece of nauseating political theatre. Look, I want the numbers to go down, and if the numbers are going down, great. When the numbers are actually gone from plus to a minus, I'll start cheering. We should start getting rid of the illegal migrants from the country. That is the massive issue. The fact that he had to go to Makerfield, had to be elected there to discover what people were thinking on the doorstep, goes to show either he's a massive liar or a massive idiot, one or the other. Honestly, he could have knocked on any door now for the last 5 years and he could have got that result. Right, okay, Jesse.
I've got the screenshots of what Nigel.
Oh, all right, let's have a look at this. Do you want to blast that up a bit?
Yeah, 1 second. Look at the screen to your left.
Yes, yeah, to my left, to my right, yeah.
To your right, sorry.
A reform government, this is coming out of Farage, literally at 11 o'clock today. A reform UK government would stop the boats in a fortnight. Announcing his party's new Operation Fortress plan, he said the Australians faced all these problems many years ago. They tried offshoring process, they tried a number of things, and in the end what worked was towing the boats back to Indonesia. That's not a bad idea, actually, from Dover to Indonesia. And since then, hardly a boat has landed in Australia. I am entirely confident that under a reformed government, with a fortnight, there will be no more boats. And whilst this issue may not be uppermost in the minds of many in Westminster, I can tell you out in the country it is. I totally buy that. And that comes down to a simple point, fairness. What is fair? What is right? What is wrong? Those who come to Britain illegally now go through and then it disappears into the ether. Okay, Jesse, what do you make of that? And how do you see the future of reform? Because I totally buy that, right? I think he's lost focus lately. Instead of becoming really narrow on it, he has gone kind of wide. All right, he may face criticism for that, but people will know what he stands for. Anyway, what do you think?
I think he's really sharpened his position now by having this press statement and pointing out plainly what a reform government would do. And I'm a massive fan of this. You know, I see this and I think, okay, there's actually a proactive measure being drawn up. Because at the moment, with Labour, because we can't really say Andy Burnham right now, he's only been in office for 2 weeks. Yep. With Labour since 2024, yes, we can say that boats have gone down, but we've still had, 12.5k immigrants in since the start of this year. We've had 2,000 illegal immigrants in since Andy Burnham became the Prime Minister, and yet he does not seem to have a credible solution going forward. He's saying all this wishy-washy stuff on the White Cliffs of Dover, saying, oh, yeah, we're going to focus on this. Yes, we're going to do... What's your plan, mate? Do you know what I mean? At least Nigel's come out and he said, right, this is the crack. This is what we're going to do. And he's blasting and getting on with it. This is what the British people want. They want a proactive plan in full. They want to feel reassured because they don't at the moment. They've got illegal migrant camps of 12,000 or 2,500, something like that, descending on Oxfordshire. This is all over the country happening now. People don't want to be living near these illegal migrants. These illegal migrants need to be processed and sent back so much quicker. I don't know if it would take a fortnight to solve all of the small boats, but I would like to think it's a hell of a lot of a stronger strategy than what we've got going on right now.
Right. Well, I think it would take 2 weeks, and the reason I say that is the first time, if the Royal Navy do what they've been asked to do by a reform government or a reform coalition, then the minute that they were turned back, that would be the minute the whole thing basically stopped. Not least of all because people are paying 7,000, 10,000, 12,000 quid to come across the channel, and actually they're saying, they turn around to the smugglers and say, I want my money back. Well, that is not going to happen. So I could see it happening. This is another issue, though. The chances right now of reform creating a dominant government are nil. Okay, the numbers just aren't there. I haven't heard anything from the Tories along the lines which reform have talked about. What do you think about that? I mean, suppose if the Tories said we won't do that, what's going to happen then?
The Conservatives would need a compromise, unfortunately, because look at their electoral performance in the last couple of elections. Yes, they did have that by-election win in Scotland, which was a massive success for them. But other than that, the Conservatives have been squashed in every other by-election that we've seen. In the local council elections, they were squashed a lot as well. They need to compromise. If this is looking to be like a right-wing coalition government, which at the moment we can see that Restore and Reform are kind of moving in that sort of way where this discussion is happening publicly on the table, then the Tories also need to get their thinking caps on. We have seen the Tories expel people for being too wet and not fitting in with the party line. So hopefully that will get harder going forward. You've seen Chris Philp in France. He did a fantastic video the other day in the style of Nigel Farage a couple of years ago.
It was after Nigel Farage, wasn't it? It was extraordinary.
In his style.
Do you think, okay, is that helpful? What is the Tory party? Who makes it up? I mean, Mike Graham had a fantastic stuff. I didn't know anything about this, right? That in the last but one election in Greater Manchester, the Tories were second with 48,000 votes or something, right? This time, they're in fifth place. So the Tories have no right to be saying,
exactly,
we stand a very good chance of being elected. They stand a very, very, very good chance of being nowhere. I mean, all this talk about Kemi, fantastic. I'm up for it, right? I'm up for it. But she doesn't seem to represent the beating heart of the voter.
No. I do think a lot of people do like Kemi though, but the thing is that people like Kemi, but people don't like the Conservative Party. A lot of MPs are still seen as the old Tories, you know, the ones that have caused a lot of damage and destruction to this country. And also a lot of Tories have changed their tunes so much that people don't see them as genuine.
Right, so that's a good point. So you're an ordinary Tory voter, probably somebody like me, you know, Tory/Reform. I know what I have to do, but where do I go anymore? I feel very unhappy about what might happen to Reform. So when you read all this stuff in online about Nigel, do you feel concerned about what might be the future for him and potentially Richard Tice?
I do feel concerned, but mainly because I fear that the right will not unite.
Yeah.
I fear that this will just be another kick to be taken, another blow to be taken. The real issue is that we have right-wing infighting, and this is so divisive, so divisive. You know, we've had Reform basically split off from the Tories because they were too left-wing. And then you've had Restore split off basically from Reform because they were disagreeing as well. That is basically what's happened. And you're seeing this divisive level of hatred in politics, which you would only ever really associate with the left.
Correct.
And this is really concerning because if we don't get our act together, we are going to be under years and years of Labour government, probably under Andy Burnham, because at the moment, 2 weeks into his premiership, he seems to be pretty popular. But the country isn't happy. The country is upset with the way that politics is right now. But how can they trust the right if the right aren't able to talk to each other civilly?
That's a very good point.
What is happening, Kelvin?
Sorry?
We've got this happening now.
Police.
Tice.
Under investigation.
Tice under investigation over failure to clear an independent. Oh, right. Who's that from?
Telegraph.
Right. So the Telegraph, that is an important story, that. So, you know, Tice under investigation through the parliamentary authorities. We are we are watching the beginning of an earthquake, which is going off under reform right now. And for those, after all, it's not nothing. Nigel and Tice represent between 20 and 24% and up to 31%, if you were looking back to last October, of the way the polling has been going. If that were to implode, there would be a lot of people out there who wouldn't know where to turn. And they've got the opportunity to go to Restore, and they've chosen not to. So, and the tourists have been around for 1,000 years, and they've chosen not to. This country needs a reform. That is a very worrying aspect, because were that to go the wrong way, then there would be a by-election there as well. Okay, Jess, that was fantastic, and there's been a nice tribute to you there.
Oh, thank you.
That person said, fabulous, Jess, I could look and listen to you all day. So that's a nice thing.
Alison's asking a question.
Kelvin, are you and Jessie going to do a present a double show? Well, certainly it would be somewhat more attractive, and it'd be a lot younger, that's for sure. And also from listening to Jessie, Mr. Mackenzie, soon to turn 80, doesn't look a day over 79. Seriously, a dapper man who will never slow down. Well, let's see. Hold on a second, he's gone. He's gone. Anyway, nice of you to say so. Look, so at the end of the day, Jessie and I would probably make a very good double act, and we'll probably try it, possibly later this week or perhaps next week, whenever you're free. It would add some intellect to the show, that's for sure. Jessie, it's always great to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
And I hope you carry on with your battle against Guildford. It's Guildford Borough Council, isn't it? Yeah, GBC. Okay, we need to find out, have actually, Vistry, actually secured a whole load of houses on this estate to go to illegal migrants. And if they have, they should tell everybody. And the people that they should tell is A, the locals, but B, more importantly, they should tell people who would have paid upwards of £600,000 to live on an estate to which the value may be actually going down. That would be a worrying moment for Vistry, by the way, are in all kinds of trouble. I don't know whether you've been following them in the city. What's happened there is their shares have collapsed. They've got huge debt. And what they've done is for everybody under managing director level, they have offered redundancy. They are going to get rid of literally thousands. Things have not gone well. I'm not in favour of companies not doing well, but I think they should tell the truth. And the idea, as Jessie said, that she was getting bounced back on her Vistry email is simply not good enough. Tell the truth, and tell the truth to people who are likely to bet the thick end of £600,000 to buy on an estate where actually the value may go down because there are people living there who don't add value to the area. Anyway, we'll now go to the news. Jessie, thank you very much indeed.
Morning, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has pledged to be relentless in tackling small boat channel crossings after visiting Dover. Arrivals so far this year are down sharply on 2025, though more than 2,000 people have crossed since he took office last month. He says enforcement is being stepped up alongside more safe routes. Meanwhile, fuel theft from petrol stations has surged, with nearly £200,000 worth stolen every day on average since the Iran conflict began and prices soared. Education Secretary Lucy Powell has criticised the current one-size-fits-all school system, saying it has left 1 million children behind. And a 26-year-old Afghan man has been arrested in connection with the death of a British woman whose body was found in a suitcase in Athens. Laters, Tigers.
You join in? Yeah? Yeah, hi there. Kelvin Mackenzie here. That was great with Jessie, isn't it? I mean, adding a touch of glamour to politics. Normally, it's some bald-headed old fella. Hold on a second, that's me. And she's looking great. Now, we're coming up now. We thought we'd get on somebody from Restore. Is that right, Pooch? Yep. Who's that's coming on? Maria Botel from Restore coming on. That'll be an interesting conversation, actually, especially with what's now happening with Tice. Maria, how are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you. How about you?
Fine, thank you. Where are you speaking from?
From my home in East Yorkshire.
East Yorkshire. Whereabouts in East Yorkshire is that? What's your kind of area? Brilliant. Nice out there? Brilliant.
Yes,
good?
Yeah. Bit overcast today, but
I'm going up to York for the Ebor and I'm going to spend the following day. I'm going to Leeds for the cricket. So I'm in a couple of weeks' time. Look, there's a big story just breaking just there from the Telegraph. It's an important moment, this, that Tice is going to be under investigation from the parliamentary authorities to see whether he has done anything of it's not of a Farage type nature, but it's about money and this, that and the other coming in there. This is looking like quite serious for reform at the moment, don't you think?
Yeah, it's quite concerning because they're supposed to be the alternative to the corruption that we've seen for many years from various parties and various people within different, even some of the scandals within Labour that we've seen where they've just not paid the tax and just been allowed to wander back in to a cabinet position. But for me, they're just showing that they're no different in a lot of ways, which is upsetting. But it's obviously an investigation's got to happen, and hopefully we'll find out what happens in the investigation and we'll go from there.
Yeah, yes. I mean, that would be very serious were he to be banned for more than 10 days. I mean, I've no idea whether he's quotes guilty or not guilty in this same. Right. So let's look at Restore now. Can you speak for Restore? Do you believe in Restore?
Yes, so I've been, I think I was technically a spokesperson way back when we launched as a movement, realising that we wanted to put pressure on the right, if you like, using that old term, but to move the dial, to push for actual thick, consistent policies that are going to change the direction of this ship we call Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
So Maria, your boss comes out yesterday, cunning piece of politics, I thought, quite clever. You did quite well, 9.6% in Greater Manchester, and putting you ahead of the Tories and Lib Dem, actually, to be fair, I think. He comes out and he says, we've got to kind of, quotes, unite the right kind of thing. It's a good old shout. Yeah. There's more chance of me being united with the leader of the Chinese Communist Party than there is of Nigel and Rupert getting together. They are two strong characters. How on earth would they do a deal? Not least of all because Rupert demanded that Suella Braverman goes, as Kendrick, as the Shadow Chancellor go.
Well, actually, the deal was to say that they don't get cabinet positions again because they had cabinet positions. So actually, it's a very genuine and sincere offer that Restore Britain and Rupert has put forward that protects the principles of why we were founded in the first place, but also offers that olive branch to say, we understand the gravity of the situation that this country is in, and we do not believe those people in cabinet positions should be trusted to do that again. They had an opportunity. Okay, they may have learned things. They might want to still give advice and be part of a party in that way. We have no problem with Reform operating that way. The deal wasn't to get rid of them out of the party. The deal was they wouldn't be cabinet again because they had their opportunity. They've learned things and obviously, hopefully, learned a lot of mistakes because they aren't without guilt in this situation. And I will also say that I've just watched Nigel Farage's press conference, wondering if he'd address the offer that was given to him. And he ultimately talked a lot, and so did Zia, about the failure of the Tories and how there's over 130,000 men here and the Sudanese and Rhiannon White situation. But they failed to mention that it was Jenrick that opened a lot of these hotels. It was Jenrick that fast-tracked the Sudanese man who then led to the attempted beheading of the gentleman in Belfast. So we cannot pretend those things didn't happen and they weren't in part responsible. So just one of the 5 principles we've brought forward to reform in a declaration is olive branch, is genuine, sincerely meant, and I understand that personal conflicts are there. I'm not ignoring the fact that Nigel said something about razor blades and Rupert once, and I'm not denying the fact that Rupert was deeply hurt by what happened and how he was removed from Reform. But I know Rupert has sincerely said, I'm willing to put that aside for the benefit of this country, because we cannot see a way forward without working together and providing that unity on this side of politics.
Maria. Okay, 1 second. I think we've got Mayuran as now online as well. Hi, Mayuran. Good to see
How
you,
you
man.
doing? I don't know if my connection's good enough. Is it all right?
Yeah, no, it's jolly good. It's jolly good.
Okay, great.
Nice to see you, even if
you're
you're
not as
blurry.
attractive as Maria, but
Yeah.
putting that to one side. I was just talking there, Maria, about what I think is a difficult concept, which is Rupert Lowe working well with anybody, with the exception of probably Mrs. Lowe, right?
Well, I've worked with him for over a year, and I think he works very well with a team.
Okay, all right. Well, that's unusual.
So maybe I've got an unusual perspective, but he works well with others, in my opinion, as someone who's worked with him.
Look, my impression of him is he works fine like this, right? If he's at the top, everything's working fine, right? I think when it becomes more like that, okay, that's problematical, right? And that takes.
I think
genius.
any business that operated like that would really struggle to get anything done. You look at what happened in Advance, and the desire for democracy within that made them eat themselves. So there is a need for a hierarchical structure, absolutely, in any establishment, and even within our own government.
Yeah, no, there are bosses. I've run businesses, started businesses, public companies, and various other things. I totally get that there has to be a boss. How that boss is conducted, how they conduct themselves, and try to get the best out of their team, right? Of which I failed, by the way. I'm no genius at that. I've got more of the Rupert Lowe in me than I have, Andy Burnham. I must be honest with you. It is a very difficult trick, and my only point about it is you've got two collections of people, both of whom who are used to that aspect. And my concern, perhaps Mayuran might like to join in on this, whether it's possible for two big personalities, big egos, big intellects, can actually work together. What do you think?
Well, I think I've got a big ego and maybe a big intellect, and maybe Maria has as well. So I think both of us could work really well together. So I think Maria is a great representation or representative of Restore, and she's a great person as well. So maybe this kind of like is symbolic of potentially some uniting of the right in that respect. But Rupert Lowe is an individual. I mean, I don't know him well like Maria does, but what I've heard is that he can be very belligerent when he gets an idea into his head. He doesn't move. He's not really interested in collective responsibility and towing the party line. He's a very tenacious character, which is an asset in one sense if you're the leader of a party, but not so much if you're trying to work with another leader. And I think that's where many of the issues come. But I think, look, his offer is something I welcome, but it's not something I particularly trust, because I do think it should have been done privately. I've just heard the Nigel Farage conference. He did say he has made contact with Rupert Lowe after his offer, and he's waiting to hear back from Rupert Lowe. But the point of the matter is, Restore is a party that, even if it, in its most wildest dreams, was successful, it would only get 13% of the vote, perhaps 2 or 3 candidates, 2 or 3 MPs in Parliament. I think you get more Muslim MPs in Parliament than you would Restore Britain MPs. And so to come from this point of a lack of strength and start ordering Nigel to effectively reshuffle his chancellor, his future education secretary, and Danny Kruger, who's working on constitutional reforms, I think it lacks sincerity, it lacks humility, and that's why I don't fully trust the offer. I think Rupert Lowe has praised these Tories in the past, Danny Kruger, Jenrick and Suella Braverman. He's praised them, and now he's saying, I couldn't possibly work with them. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And on top of that, the whole ethno-nationalists, hardline, full-fat ethno-nationalists, which orbit Restore Britain, I mean, they will tarnish the brand of reform unless they are purged and there is clear water drawn between them and the party. And so there are some hygiene things that needs to be done first.
Okay, fine.
But
Maria, respond to that.
Go on. I would just say the ethno-nationalists used to support reform when it was the only option. And reform didn't do anything about them then either. It's just anyone can be a member. If they want to be a member, we're not policing who chooses to be a member or says support us. But we know where our lines are, and I think that is really clear about
Maria,
Restore.
can I interrupt you and just ask you this? it was an important conversation. Myron is right about that. Can I ask you why Rupert felt that it had to be done in public like that, which made it look like straightforward 101% politics, rather than actually picking up the phone and saying, do you fancy a coffee? Okay. And meeting quietly somewhere and just seeing if there was anything to be achieved. Because from an outsider's point of view, most people would say this is never going to happen.
I think it's more of a transparency for both memberships to see what the offer was and what exactly the lines are. Because our members obviously are not very trusting of politicians. I don't think many reform members are trusting of politicians.
Correct.
I think there's been so much damage done and so much done behind the scenes and deals behind the scenes for such a long time that no one trusts anyone anymore. So I think it was an attempt at transparency. These are the lines we will not move from. These are the 5 kind of principles that we hope to achieve and stick to as a party, regardless of any cooperation and working together. These are our lines, and laying it out on the table for all to see it is sincere. As much as people think, oh, there's some political gain in it, it's about offering openly to the public, to the members, to say this is what we're saying, because we do not want a left coalition to win the next government. We want a right-sided politics.
I would say right now that is for the birds. My own question, your own political journey, I'll come to you, Maya, in 1 second, if you don't mind. It's in your own political journey. You started off as a Conservative.
Yeah.
You moved to Reform. Yeah. You're now with Restore. You're a councillor, I think, with Restore. Yes. Is that right? Okay. That journey feels quite dramatic to me over quite a short period, right? Do you honestly think? Do you think that most of your party is actually of similar variety, right? They've started somewhere else and they've all started to move towards you.
We've got a mix. We are quite a broad church in a sense. So I only started paying attention to politics in my 30s, and after COVID I started to pay attention, and even then it was very locally based, like what's happening in my local area about a zebra crossing and street cleaning and things. And I joined the Conservatives because they were a friendly local bunch. I didn't even consider national politics when I got involved in politics at all. I was very small world, and I joined the Conservatives. My dad asked me, were you really going to vote for them in 2024 next year? It was back in 2023. And I was like, I don't think I can, because obviously by that point I was involved in politics, realised there is a national side to things. I didn't agree with what the Conservatives had been doing nationally, that I couldn't vote for them. And then I felt like a hypocrite. I went to a Reform conference where they shared their draft contract back in like the 1st of March, I think it was, or back February 2024. And I thought, I like this contract. I like these policies. This is what I want to represent on a local and national level. Stood in 2024. And that's where I met Myron and built a friendship despite potential differences and strong personalities. And then from there, I realised certain things within Reform weren't right in terms of the level of integrity of following through with actions. So they say a lot of things, and there's a lot of things in their contract, but the depth of plan to fulfil
Maria,
it,
I've got to interrupt you, mainly because I want to get my own view, because we've got to get some kind of balance here, balance on the right. So I've just seen that Richard Tice, I think serious news that there's going to be a parliamentary investigation over a failure. I'm not even sure what was the interest that he failed to declare, but there's been a lot of the movement of money from Posh George's account to the mother, and then the mother to Tice, or the other way around. It's all pretty complicated stuff. Personally, as an outsider to Reform and Restore, I find that pretty serious stuff. I mean, that means both the leader and the deputy leader and the inspiration for Reform are both under scrutiny right now from the parliamentary authorities, let alone from anybody else.
Yeah, no, look, it is a serious issue, and Reform is under fire. This isn't the best time for Reform. We have to admit that, and I think that's part of the reason why Rupert Lowe has come out with his offer. But I think Richard, I know him, he's squeaky clean. I know he has his affairs in order. And I'm pretty confident that under the scrutiny, under investigation, he'll come out smelling of roses. I don't think anything has been transgressed. Look, what is the worst that can happen? The Standards Committee could trigger by-elections. Well, I think, look, Nigel was pretty good. The definition of an anti-establishment figure is that you seek refuge in the people rather than protocol, processes and standards committees. So I think it will suit reform if they get knocked back by the standards committee and then we have to go to the people again. So either way, I do see a positive positive result for reform going forward.
Okay, I have a question mark about that, Mayuran, because we've got coming up the current Clacton by-election. Then we have the Standards Committee then saying what they view that 5 million quid as. I think it's going to be massively serious. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't get suspended for 90 days. You know, I know that's on the outside of it, but this is a large lump of money of which normal people can't really take on point. And I kind of take Maria's point on all this, that actually it creates an uncomfortable feeling, right? Which is the reason that I dislike the fact that in the government right now, we've got somebody who's a convicted fraudster and somebody who's been fiddling their stamp duty, or if not fiddling it, certainly caught up in it. The idea that there could be a second by-election at Clacton, literally within a matter of 6 to 8 weeks, right, or 10 weeks or something. It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, that really would be making a farce of Parliament.
It would be making a farce of Parliament. I think these, in some ways, are unprecedented times in terms of how parliamentary system works, how the law of the stand is interpreted by the Standards Committee, because it's very loose law, it's very vague kind of law, and these are opposition members who are going to have to interpret it. So it may go to the people again. It's going to cause turbulence for reform. It's going to cause turbulence, I think, across the board politically. But I think it will pass. A week is a long time in politics, that old cliche. I do think come the summer, come September, if we have to force another by-election, it would be crazy, it would be absurd, I agree, but we would go through it and eventually we'll come back to some kind of stability at the end of it. I don't think this is a lasting, detrimental or terminal stain on reform.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point. I imagine that there'll be quite a few people who wouldn't agree with that. Maria, I mean, looking at this, if there is another by-election at Clacton and possibly a Richard Tice by-election, I mean, that really would be big time. I presume that there will be an abandonment immediately by Restore of, be nice, be kind to reform. And there'll be another shout, which will be...
be nice, be kind. If Nigel genuinely wants to reach out to Rupert and have that conversation, I'm sure like me and Myron could have a conversation and we could put the world to rights. We'd probably take a few hours over it. And they can flesh that out. Regardless of what happens over the next few months, we've laid out our stall publicly. Everyone knows where we stand on our principles. We've not moved. Our policy booklets are nice and chunky. Like, we would like to see those implemented, and we will do everything we can to see those implemented. And that was the point of starting as a movement, was to ensure that those policies are enacted, because we care about the country. It's not about ourselves. It's about us, whatever makes this country go in the direction we want it to go, whether that's us being elected or someone else who is going to fulfill it. I know people within Restore Britain who are very trustworthy, I would like to see elected.
Maria, I've got to interrupt you. I like your PR. I like your PR. I'm Myuran. I hope, very grateful for your time. I think these are really choppy waters for reform. Seeing Richard Tice being caught up in that, I found that unhelpful. Hey, now, Maria, don't do that. However, you've probably got quite a lot of this audience who've given you a thumbs up. Myuran, thank you very much for your time. And for you, Maria, good luck with your personal friendships, if not your political ones. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. So we're coming towards the end of it. If we didn't end up with Pooch, we would have a very, very dull show. So I'm going to go to Pooch. I'll ask him a quick question about Richard Tice. and then we'll probably get on something slightly more interesting. We seem to have been totally dominated by politics this morning.
We do. Yeah, we do. It's a big story.
Yeah. This is a big story. Richard Tice is a big story.
And he knew it was coming from the interview with Mike this morning. He knew something was coming.
Why do you say that?
He was quite cagey about what's happening to Nigel with regard to the money, and I think that he said that he would be going after certain people, and I think that this is a bit of a game to try. I think the establishment wants to get a reform. And
do you honestly believe that, man?
100%, 100%. Why the Times, the FT, all of those newspapers reporting so heavily on all of this? Yet when Starmer,
it's a big look. Whether I believe it's a big story. You're watching a massively important political party in which the inspiration of that party and his number two, right, are in some degree of difficulty. In a parliamentary sense, not in a criminal sense, right?
No.
But in a parliamentary sense, and scrutiny is part of being an MP. That's the reason most people don't go into it. It's the reason you're not in it.
Yep.
It's the reason I'm not in it.
Understood. But Louise Haigh comes out and says, "Oh, by the way, I mistakenly reported my phone as stolen."
Yeah.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
Why isn't that on the front page?
It was on the front page, but it can't be on the front page every day when there's new events that take place.
Well, I would continue. I'd pursue them. If I was the editor of a paper, I'd be pursuing them. But listen, I'm in trouble, Kelvin. I'm in trouble.
Are you? What's up, man?
I've been banned.
By who?
Let me get it right. It's not it's my wife. Not the wife.
Right.
So, you and I were having a conversation here.
Yeah.
I had said the wife. Scarlett was producing. I heard her go, the wife. So I had a conversation with my wife at the weekend.
Right.
So she and I had been listening to a Bob Mortimer podcast.
Right.
And he mentioned the wife.
Yeah.
So I interjected and I said to Jo, she thought it was funny. I said, can I use the wife? This is about a year ago. She said, yeah, it's fine. It's just a bit of fun. Anyway, so what I said on this show got back to her, and I was pulled up on Saturday morning, just after I'd been told off for talking too loudly, walking around Guildford High Street. Why'd you talk so loudly? Everyone can hear what you're saying. I said, well, no one cares. Anyway, so I was told I'm no longer allowed to say the wife, it is my wife.
Right, okay. Well, that's an important debate to be had out there. So I'd be interested to see your views among the viewers. Whether, do they refer to the husband?
No.
Or do they, I have heard hubby.
Hubby.
Hubby seems like so could you refer to somebody as wifey?
Wifey's all right, I think.
Do you think you could call somebody wifey?
Yeah, it's a bit lame if you call your wife wifey. I've heard hubby, my man, but these are terms that women... I don't want to talk about your chap. These are things that women use about men. Now, I'm not using it in any kind of pejorative or derogatory sense. Right. It's almost because I'm proud of having a wife. I still can't believe I've been married 31 years. Yeah. And I'm proud of having my wife, and I'm very happy. I like saying the wife, but I'm not allowed to.
No, well, I think that's fair enough. If the wife feels uncomfortable,
you can't say either about her.
Well, it's all right for you. You've been married for 31 years. I've been married for 31 minutes, right? And I get a long service medal if it goes on much longer. Look, we're coming up to 12. Yeah. You're looking splendid, by the way. Like the tie.
Well, Denise noticed. Hello, Denise. Denise noticed when I was on with you on Thursday. Yeah. No, on Friday. No, Thursday. I was wearing my wedding tie.
Yeah, correct.
Now this tie
is your divorce tie.
Yeah, no, it may well be. If I get divorced, I'll wear this.
Okay. Well, let's hope you don't get divorced. It's very painful, and unless you're enormously wealthy. Well, you're enormously wealthy on the way in, but quite skint on the way out. Right, well, that's all for today. I think it's important about Richard Tice. You should keep track of that. Go online and see what's happening. You're watching. Look, if you take the reform position is that the establishment are trying to deconstruct a major political threat. it's important stuff when both the leader and the deputy leader are being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Committee. This could lead to Richard Tice being banned if he were to lose. These are quite difficult moments because the police have already investigated George Cotterill and his mother, and we have yet to see what the outcome of that is. As I say to everybody, the law grinds slow, but it does grind on. Anyway, see you tomorrow. That was very political with that today, and I hope tomorrow we can have something a bit more light-hearted. Anyway, very good to see you, and see you again tomorrow.